Chapter 26-23. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. This foggy world was vast and boundless. At this moment, there were probably more than 1,000 people lost within, unable to find their way out. At a certain place, there was also a boundless foggy world. There was an incomparably imposing figure here, releasing a dense demonic aura. Around him, there were countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as e'en spirits and malicious ghosts. This figure was the demonic god. Beside him, the great demonic emperor, the 4 demonic emperors, and the 5 demonic emperors were all there. The 3rd demonic emperor is dead. Suddenly, the demonic god stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and said softly as he looked in a certain direction, "What?" The great demonic emperor, the 4 demonic emperors, and the 5 demonic emperors were all shocked as they looked at the demonic god in disbelief. He self-detonated and his demonic spirit was destroyed. He can't be revived. The demonic god explained. There was no strong fluctuation in his tone. Who is it? Who killed 3rd brother? The 4 demonic emperors clenched their fists tightly as killing intent flashed in their demonic eyes. To be able to force him to self-detonate, other than that brat Du Xiaofu, who else could it be? The great demonic emperor's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded. His petite body was surrounded by dense demonic aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He self-detonated and his demonic spirit was destroyed. 3rd brother can't be revived anymore. The 5 demonic emperors spoke, their hearts pained. If the demonic spirit was still around, with the means of the demonic god, 3rd brother could still be revived like 9th brother. Du Xiaofu, one day I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The 4 demonic emperors smashed the void with a punch as he spoke harshly. After Du Xiaofu killed the 3rd demonic emperor, the group of 6 continued on their journey, heading deeper into the foggy world. With the Cosmos sack from Tianwu Academy in his hand, Du Xiaofu could easily see through the foggy world and move forward freely under the effects of the divine spirit in it. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, and the others were no longer exhausted by the monotony of the world. We need to find the rest as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he said softly. His body flashed and his speed was incomparably fast. Very soon he was already far away. At the same time, an invisible force was released from his body, pulling the remaining 5 people along with him to prevent them from getting lost. Boss, use the power of your primordial spirit to check. Du Xiaoyao said. With Du Xiaofu's powerful primordial spirit, it was much more convenient for him to investigate the situation here compared to using his eyes. No, the power of the primordial spirit is still unable to spread too far. I can only observe with my naked eyes, Du Xiaofu replied. He had already tested it a long time ago. Although he could see very far with the help of the soul, he was still able to see very far away. However, the power of the essence spirit was still extremely limited. It was trapped within a small area and could not be of any use. Therefore, in order to find the people from the desolate nation and the other forces, they could only rely on their own eyes. Hopefully, they would not encounter any demon gods or demon emperors before that. There's someone over there. Du Xiaofu thought to himself, but his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise. In his line of sight, he saw a figure walking unsteadily in the extreme distance. Who is it? Huilei Laozu asked. It's someone from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu's tone became gloomy with killing intent. He had a slight impression of this person from the devil religion. When he was outside the space portal, he was in the camp of the devil religion. He was a Saint Realm cultivator. However, Du Xiaofu did not expect that other than the 6 demon emperors, the rest of the people from the devil religion had also come in. Needless to say, the 7 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, the 9 demon emperors, Moksha, Mo Lingzi and the others must be here at this time. Since it's a piece of trash from the devil religion, let's kill him quickly. Du Xiaoyao's eyes emitted a fierce light as he said fiercely, "Let's go." Du Xiaofu did not waste time talking nonsense. He immediately led the others and rushed in the direction of the person from the devil religion. Since they had encountered a saint realm cultivator from the devil religion here, there was no reason to let him go. As the backbone of the devil religion, killing one of them meant one less. "Boss, tell me where that person from the devil religion is and how far away he is. I'll go and kill him," Du Xiaoyao asked again as they moved forward. "He's right in front of us, just 100 miles away," Du Xiaofu replied. With their speed, they quickly approached that person. However, due to the obstruction of the fog, the other party did not realize that danger was approaching. "I'll go first." Du Xiaoyao suddenly let out a soft shout and then directly left Du Xiaofu's group of 5 behind and rushed forward. Apart from Du Xiaofu, Huilei Laozu, Hanji Oyangshuang, and Lu Limo saw Du Xiaoyao's figure flash and disappear into the fog in front of them. "This guy is so impatient," Han Ji scolded with a smile. "He's a damn monkey to begin with." Ouyang Shuang curled her lips. In front of them, the saint realm cultivator from the devil religion had bloodshot eyes. Under the terrifying pressure of this space, coupled with the omnipresent fog, he was mentally tortured. He had used up more than half of his strength, and his expression was depressed. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. "Lord Demon God, Lord Demon King, where are you?" The person from the devil religion muttered to himself weakly. His voice was filled with exhaustion. He raised his head blankly and looked around, hoping to see some figures. However, to his disappointment, he could not see anything other than the fog around him. Just as he retracted his gaze and was about to continue wandering aimlessly, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Your Lord Demon King is waiting for you. He asked me to send you to him." Hearing this, the person from the devil religion felt as if he had heard the voice of nature. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone brightly. He instantly became energetic. At the same time, a feeling of escaping rose in his heart. It was as if a bright light had lit up in the darkness, guiding him forward. He looked behind him in surprise and saw a golden light appear in his line of sight. In the golden light, there was a palm that carried a terrifying force and brazenly pressed down on the top of his head. In the next moment, he saw the owner of the palm clearly. To everyone in the devil religion, the person in front of him was known by everyone. "Du Xiaoyao, you're Du Xiaoyao." The person from the devil religion was suddenly shocked and could not help but shout in panic. The young man in front of him was none other than the brother of the demon king, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, who had the body of a red-bone horse monkey. After being overjoyed in his heart, he was greatly shocked. This was an expert who could contend against the devil emperor. To think that he would actually encounter such an expert. As soon as Du Xiaoyao came up, he carried an extremely terrifying attack. The person from the devil religion felt his hair stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Without thinking, he quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the opponent's attack. At the same time, he held a large black saber in his hand. Billowing devil chi crazily rose from the saber's body, giving rise to dense smoke. The large saber shattered the void, and the devil chi raged violently, slashing down on Du Xiaoyao's large golden hand. Although he knew that he was no match for the opponent, he absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. "In front of me, there's no room for you to resist," Du Xiaoyao shouted in a low voice, and the speed of his attack increased by 30%. He did not dodge, but directly pressed down on the large saber. A monstrous force burst out, and the void rumbled. After a loud clang, the large black saber, which was wrapped in devil chi, was instantly crushed by Du Xiaoyao's large golden hand. A saint artifact was instantly shattered into pieces in a single exchange. Then Du Xiaoyao's palm did not slow down and suddenly slammed on the head of the person from the devil religion. Under Du Xiaoyao's control, endless majestic force surged down and invaded the person's body, destroying his meridians and spirit watchtower instantly like a hot knife through butter. Ah! The person from the devil religion screamed miserably. The devil chi around him vibrated, and he tried to break free. However, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sage realm, and there was a big gap between him and the middle stage. How could he compete with Du Xiaoyao? He could only be crushed. His body was cracking and blood was gushing out. His 7 orifices exploded at the same time, and scarlet blood was flowing out of his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. Go and accompany your 3 demon emperors. Du Xiaoyao smiled coldly, and then the force in his palm increased by 20%, surging out violently. Die! Bang! The body of the person from the devil religion could no longer withstand Du Xiaoyao's force, and suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which seeped into the surrounding fog, and then faded away. Du Xiaoyao slowly withdrew his palm, looked at the person from the devil religion who had disappeared in front of him, and snorted. Under the protection of the golden shield around his body, the blood mist did not touch him at all. Okay, let's continue. At this moment, Du Xiaofu and the other 4 caught up and appeared beside Du Xiaoyao. They were all relieved that the person from the devil religion had been killed. After all, that person was a sage realm cultivator. For the demonic sect, the loss of every saint stage expert would definitely cause them great heartache. After that, Du Xiaofu and the others did not delay any longer, and they set off again. Boss, next, we not only have to find our own people, but also find some bastards from the devil religion and kill them all. Du Xiaoyao said, and his words contained a terrible fierceness. I think this method is feasible. Kid, you have the help of the divine soul in your cosmos bag, and we can completely defeat the people from the devil religion here. Huilei Laozu said, and his old eyes narrowed. That's right. The devil god and the remaining demon emperors are also trapped here, and they can't take care of each other. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter them wantonly, how can we face their devil god? Du Xiaofu nodded, and unconsciously there was a bit of gloomy killing intent. Chapter 26-24. Du Xiaofu and the others continued on their journey, constantly patrolling the foggy space in an attempt to find experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or people from the devil religion. Previously, Han Ji had told Du Xiaofu that various major forces from the outside world had already rushed over. Most likely, those whose strength had reached the Saint Realm and above had already stepped through the void corridor and entered the foggy space. And from the words of Ouying Shuang and Lu Limo, he finally confirmed this point. Because of Du Xiaofu's breakthrough and the demon god's subsequent movement, countless people were worried that he would use methods to kill Du Xiaofu. Thus, they all moved separately to strengthen the Rock Emperor's momentum. Many experts set off from the outside world, and many people gathered along the way, forming an even more magnificent group. After entering the demon realm, at the void portal, they bumped into the 3 great demon emperors of the devil religion, Emo, Lingzi, Moksha, and the others. Both sides immediately erupted into an intense battle. Because of Du Xiaofu's heavenly thunder punishment, the devil religion's people had lost a lot of their battle strength. Moreover, people from the outside world were constantly entering the battlefield, and the overall situation of the battle was one-sided. The devil religion was completely suppressed. In the end, the 3 great demon emperors made a prompt decision and led their subordinates into the void portal, arriving here. This foggy space was too vast and boundless. It was not easy for Du Xiaofu and the others to gather with all the experts. However, with his speed, he was incomparably fast with Du Xiaoyao, Ouying Shuang, and the others passing through. Du Xiaofu flew high in the sky and looked down, his vision covering a large area. Pieces of land flitted past under his feet, and regions were swept by his vision. In the end, he finally found some familiar figures. The first one he encountered was the Phoenix clan's Saint Feng Chi then. They met up with Old Man Di Pai of the Family Farmer clan, Jalajuyu of the Golden-Winged Great Rocks, Desolate Sky Leopard of the Tianhuang continent, Bing Luan and Bing Chin of the Snow Hall of the Great Snow Mountain. During this period, the group also encountered several people from the devil religion, but they were all ordinary saint stage experts. Every time, Du Xiaoya would take the lead and charge forward to kill them all. No one would show mercy to the people of the devil religion. If they were not killed today, they would become a great threat to all living beings in the future. Xiao Yao, there's another person from the devil religion up ahead. As they moved forward, Du Xiaofu spoke again. Understood. There was utterly no need to hesitate, nor was there any need to ask any further questions. Little demon, Du's figure charged out, and she killed that person with a speed that left no time for one to cover one's ears. Hee, this foggy space is really a good place. The Fiend Celestial and the few demon emperors aren't here, so we can kill without restraint. I'm really looking forward to seeing if the Fiend Celestial will become a general without an army when everyone leaves this foggy space. Du Xiaoyao chuckled, his handsome face carrying an unbearable sense of carefreeness. His eyes, however, were filled with a ferocious glint that was filled with sharpness. I hope the Fiend Celestial finds the recovery item later. Old Man Di Pai sighed with a worried expression. The Fiend Celestial must be quite confident to come here. No one could predict what kind of changes would occur here after he found the item to restore his strength. However, he wasn't worried about himself and the others because they had Du Xiaofu's Qinkuan bag. The foggy space wouldn't be able to trap them to death. Let's continue on our way, Du Xiaofu called out. More than 10 figures broke through the air and continued to sweep through the foggy space. Endless land retreated under their feet, and large areas were searched. After about 2 days, Du Xiaofu's team became even stronger. The child of the sacred array, Zhen Qingchen, Little Tiger Du, Dugafenchen, Lei Tianhuang, Little Blue Phoenix, Su Yangzi of the Taoist sect, Hu Xuanhu, Lei Yang, Gu Xinyan of the Mo clan, Yujing Tongxian of the Heaven Music sect in Yunzhou, Xiaogu of the Heavenly Roaring Demonic Lion clan of the ancient Wilderness continent, Ji Qianyue of the Human Tribe's Divine Palace, and so on. In total, there were no less than 30 people who had gathered together. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they were all very happy. After exchanging a few pleasantries with each other, they continued to sweep through the area under the leadership of Du Xiaofu. A few more days passed, and more experts were found by Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian, Little Xingxing, Little Qilin, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, Yaluhan, Dai Xingyu, Mu Jianqin, Beili Wuya, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Zixian, Huangling, Qian Hu Pao, Jiang Yiting, Feng Wucha, and so on. Even the old azure dragon, Long Gu, who was guarding the dragons, was here. In addition, Fairy Lucia and the Ice Matriarch from the Holy Demon Temple of the Demon Realm were also here. After this, the team continued to expand, and there were more than 100 people. These people were all above the Sage Realm. Among them, what made Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitch the most was the change in Little Xingxing. He's already at the peak of the Sage Realm. Du Xiaofu was tongue-tied and he was shocked. After the battle with the dragons, Little Xingxing entered the sleeping dragon cave to accept the things left behind by her biological father, the dragon god. He didn't expect that when he came out this time, he was already so strong. He was not weaker than himself before he broke through to the half-step heavenly saint realm. This was really too terrifying. As expected of a supreme expert, his methods are heaven-defying, and I can't compare to him, Du Xiaofu said, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of the dragon god. Just a legacy alone had allowed Little Xingxing to improve so much. If it weren't for the bottleneck of the heavenly saint realm, who knew how far Little Xingxing would have gone? Father, isn't your strength improving even faster? Even if my father left me the inheritance, it still can't catch up to your cultivation speed." Little Xing Xing curled her lips and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. They didn't know how the purple-robed young man cultivated. He was only in his 30s, but he had already reached the peak of this world and looked down on all the living beings in the world. Other than the demon god, no one else could resist him. However, while everyone agreed, they were all expressionless. They weren't too shocked because they were already numb to this kind of situation. "Why else would I say that I'm your father?" Du Xiaofu smiled and reached out to ruffle little Xing Xing's hair, which attracted the little girl's death stare. "Boss, let's continue to sweep." Du Xiaoyao rubbed his hands and said to Du Xiaofu, "In the past few days, other than gathering a team of nearly 100 people, they had also encountered many people from the devil religion. There were about 50 to 60 people from the devil religion, and all of them were killed. Most of them died in the hands of Du Xiaorao." Everyone set off again and set foot on the road. Little Qilin jumped out of Ouyang Shuang's arms and climbed directly onto Du Xiaofu's head. It squatted on the ground calmly with a pair of bright eyes narrowed. It was taking a nap, and it was indescribably comfortable. As for Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang, they fell between Dongli Qingqing, Zixian, and the other girls, hiding from Du Xiaofu. Because when they first appeared, Du Xiaofu's ferocious eyes made the two little fellows feel terrified. When the demon god came here, these two little things actually ran over to join in the fun, which made Du Xiaofu want to pick them up and spank them. However, under the protection of the girls, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang's buttocks were saved, but they were still a little afraid of Du Xiaofu. Time passed slowly, and under Du Xiaofu's search, more and more powerhouses were found by them. It was just that in this huge space, the further they went, the more difficult it was to gather together. From the time they killed the 3 demon emperors, a total of half a month had passed, and they finally gathered about 150 to 160 people. At the same time, the number of people from the devil religion who died in their hands was about to reach hundreds. There were no less than 500 Saint Realm powerhouses from the devil religion before this. Outside the space portal, Boss had killed nearly 200 people with one move. Now another 100 had died. Only 200 people were left. If the demon god and the other demon emperors know this news, I wonder if they will feel distressed. Du Xiaoyao laughed, and the corners of his mouth were so wide that they almost reached his ears. Of course, he was the most active and cheerful person in killing the people from the devil religion. However, after little Xing Xing, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaohuang gathered together, Du Xiaoyao had fewer opportunities to attack, especially little Xing Xing, with her terrifying strength. Even if Du Xiaoyao wanted to fight, he would not be able to win against her. Everyone kept moving forward, and when they met up with the powerhouses from the 3 continents, Kyushu and other realms, they were also constantly killing. In this foggy space, everything seemed so calm. However, under this calm that no one could see, the figures of the devil religion were crushed and died a violent death. Everyone swept through one area after another, causing the overall strength of the devil religion to suffer a great loss unknowingly. It's just a pity that we did not meet the other demon emperors. The mark between little Xing Xing's eyebrows glowed as she said in a deep voice. Right now, her strength was enough to completely crush the other demon emperors. If she could meet them and cut off the most powerful arm of the demon god, that would be really satisfying. Unfortunately, only Du Xiaofu killed the 3 demon emperors at the beginning. As for the rest, she did not meet them. And that Mo Lingzi guy, Huilei, Laozu suddenly said, and his old face was filled with intense killing intent. Mo Lingzi had the lightning martial vein, and he was definitely from the Du family. In other words, he had an inseparable relationship with the heavenly Tao of the primordial age. Regarding this, Huilei Laozu, who was also related to the ancestors of the Du family, could not let it go no matter what. In his heart, he only wanted to be able to take off Mo Lingzi's hood and see his true appearance. He wanted to see which unfilial descendant of the Du family would actually be controlled by the demon god. Chapter 26-25. Regarding Mo Lingzi's true identity, it wasn't only Hulei Laozu who was deeply concerned. Including Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and the rest of the Du family wanted to capture him and uncover his true identity. We'll find out who he is eventually, Du Xiaofu said with a gloomy voice, similar to Hulei Laozu. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Without a doubt, Mo Lingzi possessed the lightning martial vein, so the Du family's bloodline definitely flowed in his body. As a descendant of the heavenly Tao, he actually worked for the demon god. This was a fact that no one could understand. Such a scum could be said to be punishable by everyone. Perhaps he didn't do it willingly. Du Tingxian said from the side. He took out a jar of wine from his Qinkuan pouch and took a big gulp. It could be seen that his mood wasn't very good when Mo Lingzi's matter was mentioned. Father, do you have some guesses about his identity? Du Xiaojing took a step forward and asked Du Tingxian. Her pair of bright eyes stared at her father, hoping to see something from his face. Since her father said those words, then he definitely had his own guesses about Mo Lingzi's identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. However, what made her disappointed was that after Du Tingxian swallowed a mouthful of strong wine, he restrained his emotions and his expression didn't fluctuate much. Truth and falsehood. There will be a day when the conclusion will be reached. Mo Lingzi's identity will also be revealed. Seeing that his drunkard father didn't reply, Du Xiaofu knew that he wasn't willing to say, so he could only mediate the situation. Since his father didn't want to say, then it was better not to force him, because Du Xiaofu also had his own guesses in his heart. What he could determine now was that his own guesses and his father's guesses should coincide with each other. It was also because of this that he understood why his father's mood wasn't good. There were only so many people in the Du family, and he knew most of them. There wasn't anyone who went missing or betrayed him for no reason, turning into Mo Lingzi and becoming the lackey of the devil religion. Following this train of thought, it was actually not difficult to guess the true origin of the Black Dragon King. But only on that day would he be able to truly confirm this point. Regardless of whether Mo Lingzi betrayed him willingly or out of helplessness, Du Xiaofu would never allow such a thing to continue to exist. There had to be a way to end it. Let's continue. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything more. Instead, he led more than 100 sage realm cultivators and sped up. There was no time to waste, and no one knew when the god fiend would find the recovery item. Before that, taking advantage of the existence of this foggy space, it would be better to gather more experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu, and kill a few more people from the devil religion. Because once the god fiend achieved his goal, no one knew what changes would happen here. But one thing was for sure. Once the god fiend got his way, the final result would be a huge loss to the living beings of this realm. Now that everyone was scattered and alone, the danger they had to face would be much greater. There are at least a few hundred people from the outside world who came in this time, in addition to the hundreds of sage realm cultivators from the devil religion. There are close to 1,000 people. And now that we've gathered, including the people from the devil religion that we've killed, we've met a total of less than 300 people in this space. In other words, there are about 700 people that we haven't met yet. While everyone was moving forward, Sacred Array Child Jen Chun pinched his fingers and calculated. 700 was not a small number. However, this space was truly too vast. Hence, it took Du Xiaofu quite a lot of time to gather the current 100+ people. It was almost impossible to gather everyone together. However, before the god fiend got the item to recover, the more people they gathered, the more advantageous it would be for the later matters. It's a pity that in this foggy space, only Du Xiaofu can see through everything with his means. In addition, the power of the primordial spirit can't be used, so the efficiency of finding people is too low. Hulei Laozu added, if everyone could be like Du Xiaofu, then it would be much easier to split up and search for them. Of course, this idea was unrealistic, because if everyone had such means, then this foggy space would have no meaning to exist. The god-fiend and the people from the devil religion could easily find them, and a war would be inevitable. As a result, the advantage they had at this moment was completely gone. There's movement in front. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and said, his eyes narrowing fiercely. A fierce aura spread out, and even the little Qilin, who was squatting on his forehead and taking a nap, woke up in an instant. Is it the people from the devil religion again? Du Xiaoyao licked her lips and asked impatiently, her hands itching to rub. At the same time, the aura on little Xingxing's body suddenly rose, and the mark between his eyebrows became even more bewitching and strange, with a murderous aura. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang also poked their little heads out from behind the girls, their auras bursting out, looking ready to attack. Yes, it's the people from the devil religion and second brother. Du Xiaofu said softly and quickly rushed over with everyone. His vision was not blocked by the fog, and he directly saw the scene in the distance. There, a battle between two people was going on. As the distance continued to close, the appearance of the people fighting also fell into his eyes. One of them was his second brother, Du Yunlong, and the one fighting with him was a member of the devil religion. It's second uncle, let's go help him. Du Xiaoba called out, pulled Du Xiaohuang and ran away. Little Xingxing was not willing to fall behind, and with a stretch of its small body, it overtook the two little guys. Wait for me. Little Qilin shouted, rushed out from the top of Du Xiaofu's head, quickly chased and disappeared into the fog. Seeing such a scene, Du Xiaoyao, who was about to rush forward, abruptly stopped, and a distressed look appeared on his handsome face. He knew that the current strength of these little guys was not much weaker than him, especially little Xingxing, who was above him. With them going, he would not be able to join in the fun, even if the people from the devil religion were one of the 9 great devil emperors. They would definitely not be able to escape. Du Xiaofu also smiled slightly and did not rush over too hastily. In his eyes, his second brother was fighting with the people from the devil religion, and it was difficult to tell who would win. It would be difficult for them to defeat each other in a short time. With the addition of little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin, the people from the devil religion would not be able to escape today. Big brother, let's go over quickly. Apart from you, no one else can see here. Although we can't fight, it's also good to watch the fun. Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaofu and felt quite sullen and depressed. With these little demon king here, I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to fight again. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded in agreement and rushed forward with everyone and surrounded the battlefield of the two people. Unexpectedly, both of them have the cultivation of the sage perfection realm. Because Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion were fighting, the terrifying energy fluctuations dispersed the fog within 100 miles around them. Therefore, when everyone came close, their vision was no longer obstructed, and they could clearly see the scene of the fight. The cultivation of these two people was not ordinary, and both of them had the strength of the sage perfection realm. They didn't know much about the people from the devil religion, but apart from the 9 great demon emperors, it was normal for there to be some experts in the sage perfection realm. However, Du Yunlong's performance could only be described as monstrous. At this time, even Du Xiaofu couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for his second brother at this time. He knew that his second brother's talent was extraordinary, and the effort he had put in on the road of cultivation was also amazing. At the same time, he also had a lot of opportunities, and he had once obtained the inheritance of Heaven Sage Fu Huang in the ancient, desolate, ominous ground. However, the fact that he was able to reach such a level so quickly made people gasp in shock. Although his speed was nothing compared to little Xingxing, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaoba, it was enough to shock the world. Before they entered the ancient, desolate, ominous ground, his second brother was only in the martial field realm, and he hadn't even reached the sage realm. People from the devil religion. Kill. Under the gaze of more than 100 sage realm experts, Du Yunlong shouted loudly, with a sacred weapon in his hand. As he waved, endless thunder and lightning came down, shattering the endless void and madly pouring down on the people from the devil religion. Under the control of the thunder martial vein in his body, the terrifying thunder and lightning came down like a waterfall. A huge black hole appeared in the void, making a passage for the thunder and lightning waterfall to move forward. Humph! Today, let me see how amazing the thunder martial vein of the Du family is. The person from the devil religion also snorted coldly, and the sacred weapon in his hand vibrated violently, causing a series of buzzing sounds that made people's eardrums go numb. A strong demonic aura surged out from his body, adding to the strength of the sacred weapon in his hand. In the void in front of him, a mountain of corpses appeared, and a sea of blood appeared, carrying the smell of blood, like a scene from purgatory. The attacks of the two people collided in an instant, and suddenly a terrible impact, an explosion burst out. After the loud bang, the shattered energy swept out, spreading out in the space, and then turned into runes that covered the sky and earth, fluttering and dancing. The two figures also retreated 100 feet at the same time, and their chi was shaken to a certain extent. However, after only one breath, they both stabilized, and their strength was not affected too much. This time, the result of the collision was still a draw. "Second uncle, we're here to help you." At this moment, Du Xiaohuang's clear cry sounded, and it fell into the ears of Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion. "Second uncle, we're here." Little Qilin's 4 hooves stepped on the light of thunder and lightning, and it also shouted crisply. After that, it even gave Du Yunlong a Qilin-style smile. Next to them, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang also moved at the same time, rushing straight into the battlefield and landed beside Du Yunlong. Seeing such a scene, Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion could not help but be stunned for a moment. In this foggy space, several little guys actually appeared at the same time, which made them feel a little incredulous. Little Xingxing, Xiaoba, Xiaohuang, Xiaolin. Du Yunlong focused for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. In this foggy space, he had been wandering alone for a long time, and now he finally saw a few nephews and nieces. How could he not be happy? It's them. On the other hand, the people from the devil religion's face twitched fiercely. He knew that none of these little fellows were simple. If he encountered them alone, he still had the confidence to fight. But now the 4 of them came together, plus Du Yunlong, who was not weaker than him. The following situation was probably not good. If he continued to fight, he might even be in danger of dying. Hey, so many people are here. Soon, Du Yunlong found that there were more than 100 figures standing in the void outside the battlefield, all of them looking at him and the others calmly. Among them, third uncle Du Tingxian, third brother Du Xiaofu, and the others were all there. Haha, you guys are amazing, actually gathering so many people. Du Yunlong laughed out loud. Previously, he was also worried that many experts would encounter people from the devil religion with high cultivation here and encounter unimaginable things. But now, seeing so many people here, he was immediately relieved. Du Xiaofu. On the opposite side, the people from the devil religion naturally saw all of this. When the violet-robed figure entered his field of vision, his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale, and his lips couldn't help but tremble. Tap, tap, tap. The people from the devil religion unconsciously took 3 steps back, his body trembling like a sieve, and he could not stop trembling. Boundless fear spread in his heart, causing his whole body to feel cold. He knew that as the devil religion's greatest enemy, Du Xiaofu, had now stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, and the 9 great demon emperors could not do anything to him even if they joined forces. And he, a mere perfect saint realm expert, was not in the eyes of the other party at all. In fact, the demon king was just watching quietly from the side, as if he had no intention of making a move. Thinking of this, he could not help but brew some plans in his heart. Second uncle, let's join forces and deal with this devil religion thief together, little Xingxing said, his body emitting a fierce aura. That's right, we still have to find the others. We can't waste too much time because of him. Du Xiaohuang's little head was big as she pulled Du Yunlong's sleeve and said, "Haha, good. Originally, I saw a person with a similar cultivation, so I was excited and wanted to train myself. It just so happened that I was in this foggy space and couldn't get out for a while, so the fight took a little longer. Since you said so, I, your second uncle, will also let go of my hands and feet and join you to deal with this devil religion thief as soon as possible." Du Yunlong laughed loudly, and his heroic voice was suddenly heard. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura suddenly rushed out from his body. A terrifying light burst out like a blazing sun. Following that, within the light, an illusory figure appeared and took shape above Du Yunlong's head. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, as if an ancient creature had awakened, with an aura that could suppress everything. Under such a scene, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin could not help but retreat, and even little Xingxing took half a step back slightly. The aura on his body circulated, and only then did he offset the power emitted by Du Yunlong. Clang! An enormous rumble resounded. It was like a great bell that shook the entire space and caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Subduing desolation, a holy bell rise. Du Yunlong shouted and exhaled loudly. The endless light on his body quickly rushed into the sky and entered the shadow, causing it to condense quickly and become a substantial object, turning into the shape of a large bell. This large bell was a matchless treasure, an item from the desolate era. It emitted a terrifying might and possessed an extremely vast aura. As soon as it appeared without any movement, it caused the surrounding space to burst open silently. The cracks spread to the surroundings like a spider web. Wow, second uncle is so powerful. It seems that he is even stronger than me. Little Qilin blinked his big eyes and looked up at Du Yunlong with a bit of worship. Sister Xingxing, I feel that there is nothing for us to do. Let's go first. Du Xiaohuang pulled little Xingxing's sleeve and said weakly, Let's go to the side and watch the show. Little Xingxing also nodded and left with Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin. They retreated to the side, intending to quietly watch the battle. The strength that their second uncle had displayed at this time even made little Xingxing feel that it was a little terrifying. In this case, there was no need for them to make a move at all. In fact, it wasn't just the little ones who were shocked. Even Du Xiaofu, who was dozens of miles away, was shocked. When second brother was fusing with the subduing desolation holy bell, he was captured by the Guilin Heavenly Condor clan, and he was the one who saved him. How long had it been? And he had actually reached such a level. It was really too terrifying. Around Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, Huilei Laozu, and the others were also shocked. Who would have thought that Du Yunlong's cultivation had unknowingly reached such a level? Before coming to the demon realm and entering this foggy space, he had always been hiding his strength. But it turned out that he had already reached a height that many people could not imagine. The people of the Du family are indeed all abnormal. Su Yongzi of the Taoist family, Hu Xuanhu of the Mo family, Old Man Di Pai of the farmer family, and a large group of people looked at each other for a long time, unable to speak for a long time. In the end, they could only smile bitterly. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaolin, and so on. There was no one in this family who was weak. At this time, another Du Yunlong appeared, which greatly shocked everyone, especially the big bell that Du Yunlong controlled. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary thing. The thick and heavy aura that was emitted seemed to be even thicker than this world. There was no doubt that with just one attack, it could erupt with a world-shaking power. Chapter 26:26. The eyes of the devil religions, sage, realm, consummate, realm, expert, opposite, Du Yunlong, trembled fiercely in an instant. He and Du Yunlong had been fighting here for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. He had originally thought that the other party's strength was indeed on par with his. Never had he imagined that the might revealed by the young man in a cloud robe would actually attain such a terrifying level. Both of them were at the sage consummate realm. However, the disparity between them was very obvious. It turned out that Du Yunlong had been suppressing himself and fighting with him for a long time only to hone himself. This person from the devil religion had a cold look in his eyes. His heart was filled with resentment and hatred. With the ferocious aura that Du Yunlong was displaying, it shouldn't be difficult for him to crush him with that huge bell. This caused his heart to palpitate for no reason. I won't waste any more time with you. Die. Du Yunlong's indifferent voice rang out and spread out in this space. As his voice echoed, his cloud robe fluttered without any wind. Clang! The desolation settling sacred bell above his head shined brightly, and once again let out a sonorous sound wave that spread out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff! Waves of powerful invisible energy rippled out, destroying the void. A destructive storm swept out in an instant. This treasure possessed a peerless might, and what it erupted with was a heavy aura that was countless times more vast than a lofty mountain. No matter how many tricks the enemy has up their sleeves, I will crush them with my world-suppressing power. Too strong. Retreat. Dozens of miles away, among the crowd of spectators, some of the weaker ones suddenly felt extremely stifled. It was as if their chests were unable to rise and fall, and it was difficult for them to breathe. All of them couldn't help but retreat in shock, trying to avoid the impact of a sound wave to avoid being injured. However, the sound waves were too terrifying. Moreover, they had no openings and could not enter. No matter how far they hid, they could not completely escape. In the blink of an eye, quite a few people were shaken violently. Their faces paled, and a few people even had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. They were slightly injured. "Everyone come to my side," Du Xiaofu called out. His body also exuded a formless wave that was as gentle as the spring breeze. The impact of the sound wave was offset. When everyone came to his side, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the sweat that soaked their robes showed how much pressure they had been under just now. However, it was fortunate that the cultivation of many people present on the scene was extremely strong. In fact, they could resist the attacks by displaying their cultivation. Second uncle is too awesome. Not far away from Du Yunlong, the little Qilin was bouncing around with an elated look. That frightening sound wave struck his body, but was blocked by clusters of frightening thunderbolts, causing him to be completely unaffected. "Silly child, hurry up and leave." Little Xingxing was a mischievous kid. After cursing, he picked up Du Xiaolin's tail and held him upside down. At the same time, he flew away with Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang. Although under their resistance, they didn't have to worry about being injured by the majesty of the hallowed bell. However, little Xingxing understood that the most powerful thing was still to come. In this foggy space, everyone was bound to face more people from the devil religion. They might even have to face the devil god. They couldn't consume too much of their strength here. They had to preserve as much of their strength as possible. He's actually so strong. On the opposite side of Du Yunlong, the people from the devil religion were trembling. They were even more frightened. This kind of fear was not only because of Du Yunlong's strength, but also because there were more than 100 experts watching covetously from the periphery. In particular, the existence of Du Xiaofu made him feel even more pressured. Even if his strength could defeat Du Yunlong, he was afraid that he still couldn't escape from Du Xiaofu's pursuit. "Hallowed bell, go." Du Yunlong stood in the air and shouted softly. As he waved his hand, the hallowed bell above his head buzzed and flew out. The seemingly huge and cumbersome bell was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived at the position of the people from the devil religion. Rumble! The hallowed bell carried a vast and heavy intent. As it passed through, It pressed down on the void until it rumbled. It was as if it was about to collapse and was on the verge of collapsing at any time. Under such a scene, the people from the devil religion immediately narrowed their eyes. They forcefully raised the devil chi in their body and stabilized the trembling of their primordial spirit. After that, a wisp of unswerving determination appeared in his eyes. He didn't think any further and directly gestured with his hand. An object flew out from within his body and collided with the desolation hallowed bell that was descending from above. As soon as this object appeared, the aura in the space suddenly changed. A boundless and vast pressure rolled down, as if a supreme and powerful cultivator had descended here. It also carried an ancient and majestic aura. It was actually not much weaker than the hallowed bell. When Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly trembled and his pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he was too familiar with that object. Earlier, there were several similar objects that were in his hands, but they were taken away by the devil religion. That was the purple lightning profound cauldron, an object left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds. Rumor had it that whoever could control the purple lightning profound cauldron would have the greatest hope of solving the great calamity brought by the demon god. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had always wanted to take it back from the devil religion and control all 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Only with the 9 cauldrons in hand could he completely command the 9 families. I've worn out iron shoes in vain, only to find it without any effort. Looking at the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He knew that the 9 divine thunder cauldrons were with the devil religion, but he wasn't sure who had them. Moksha and Mo Lingzi should have the divine thunder cauldrons with them. As for the whereabouts of the other cauldrons, he wasn't sure. Perhaps they were with the 9 great demon emperors. However, when he killed the 3 demon emperors, the purple lightning profound cauldron didn't appear. Now that he had encountered one here, he had to regain control of it. As for the remaining cauldrons, he had to obtain them step by step. The great calamity was approaching, and it could even be said that it had already begun. Among the 9 families, there were still the legalism, school of famous names, and school of vertical and horizontal. They had ulterior motives and were trying to stir up trouble in the great calamity. Even the Eastern deity, Western demon, Southern Ru, Northern addict, and divine ability couldn't suppress them. Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, even the arrogant and rampant dragon race, was suppressed by them. How could they allow some people from the 9 great clans to cause trouble in the great calamity, a variable in the void realm? On this side, Du Xiaofu was thinking in his heart, but his eyes were looking at the other side. The incomparably huge hallowed bell had already collapsed and landed on the head of the devil religion's man. That unparalleled treasure seemed to carry a power that was even more vast and heavy than the world, and it directly shattered the space. Below, the purple lightning profound cauldron also emitted a vast pressure. Waves of purple gold profound lightning surged out and swept towards the hallowed bell. However, this person from the devil religion wasn't able to fully control the purple lightning profound cauldron. The power it displayed was far less powerful than when it was in Du Xiaofu's hands. However, this was an existence that surpassed a divine artifact. Like the hallowed bell, it was also a treasure left behind by the master of the 3,000 great worlds. It was extraordinary. Even if it was under the control of this person from the devil religion and could not defeat the hallowed bell, it was still able to slightly block its power, so that the pressure he had to bear was not too great, to the point that he couldn't bear it. On the hallowed bell, a vast power fluctuated, and the purple lightning profound cauldron also erupted with a destructive aura to resist it. When the two collided, a huge wave of energy immediately spread out in this area. Terrifying energy spread out wantonly, crazily rolling and crushing everything in its way. The figures of the 2 people who were fighting were also submerged in it. Let's go! In the midst of this, the eyes of this person from the devil religion changed, and he looked at the purple lightning profound cauldron with extreme reluctance. However, This reluctance only lingered for a moment before it disappeared from his eyes. Immediately after, the devil chi on his body surged and covered his entire body, and a vast power burst out, driving him to quickly escape into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled dozens of miles and reached the edge of the fog. When Lord Demon God recovers, all of you will die, and the purple lightning profound cauldron will be stored with you. But in the end, it will still return to my hands. Finally, he glanced behind him and reluctantly looked at the purple lightning profound cauldron that was fighting against the hallowed bell. This person from the devil religion thought to himself, as long as he could enter this fog and get rid of Du Xiaofu and the others' pursuit, he would not hesitate to lose a divine thunder cauldron to save his life. Nothing was more important than his own life. Slowly retracting his gaze, this person from the devil religion urged the devil chi in his body with all his strength, and his speed could not help but increase by a few degrees. This was because he saw that Du Yunlong had also reacted, and his figure moved through the air and chased after him. Moreover, the hallowed bell also moved through the air, carrying a terrifying power as it chased closely after him. Bastard of the Du family, I'm not going to play with you anymore. This person from the devil religion spat and cursed. Then, with a flash of his figure, he dived into the fog. However, his speed did not decrease, and he continued to escape into the distance. Along the way, he even changed directions several times to avoid Du Yunlong's pursuit. After a long time, this person from the devil religion finally slowed down, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air, but his mind felt very carefree. He had already traversed no less than 10,000 miles in the fog, and he did not walk in a straight line. Du Yunlong had been successfully shaken off by him, and he did not catch up with his footsteps at all. In this fog, no one would be able to find his whereabouts. He couldn't help but feel like he had escaped from the heavens. One had to know that he had made a detour in front of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. At this moment, he was still alive and kicking. It had to be said that this was a kind of luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. What can Du Xiaofu do? He will still be lost in this space, and he can't do anything to me. This person from the devil religion laughed heartily, and a sense of pride crept up from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that I lost the purple thunder profound cauldron. I wonder if the Demon King will punish me when he finds out. Thinking of the divine thunder cauldron, he could not help but feel his heart ache again. As a person from the devil religion, and to be given such a powerful weapon like the purple thunder profound cauldron, of course, he knew how important it was to Du Xiaofu. This time he had lost it, and it had fallen into the hands of Du Xiaofu. Not to mention the 9 demon kings. Even the demon god would not be willing to see such a thing happen. Just thinking about the punishment methods of the demon emperor was enough to send chills down one's spine. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. One moment he was carefree, the next moment he was proud, and the next moment he was worried. However, just as he was still immersed in various emotions, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his ears. "Don't worry. I have personally delivered the purple thunder profound cauldron to you." This was a man's voice. It was unusually soft, and it was extremely gentle like a spring breeze. The content of his words should be able to make people feel happy. However, this demon sect member's heart sank at this moment. He suddenly felt a sense of despair, as if he was about to die. This was because a purple gold light had appeared in front of him. This purple gold light quickly condensed into a figure, and it was Du Xiaofu. How can this be? He found it hard to believe that Du Xiaofu had actually caught up with him in this foggy space after he had fled so far away. If it was someone else, he would still have a chance to escape again. However, since Du Xiaofu had personally taken action, he was afraid that he would really lose the chance to escape. It should be known that he was facing a half-step heavenly sage powerhouse. In this world, besides the demon god, who else could be his opponent? Run. This person from the devil religion did not have time to think. He turned around and wanted to escape to another place. Even though he was facing Du Xiaofu, he was terrified and desperate, but he could not sit still and wait for his death. He did not believe that Du Xiaofu would return the purple thunder profound cauldron to him. This kind of nonsense was too fake to fool a 3-year-old child. Why are you running? I have already brought the purple thunder profound cauldron to you. Take it. Just as he was about to move, Du Xiaofu's voice rang in his ears again. The purple-robed young man bent his finger slightly, and a strange wave spread out as if he was receiving something. Then this person from the devil religion saw that the fog behind him suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a long passage. In the passage, there was a purple-gold shadow with a long tail. It whistled and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The purple thunder profound cauldron. This person from the devil religion exclaimed. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, the purple thunder profound cauldron's speed was too fast. Just as he thought about it, it had already slammed into his chest. On the cauldron, purple gold lightning poured out. It moved wantonly and fluctuated with a terrifying power. At the same time, the divine thunder cauldron was also a heavy weapon. Under its extreme speed, it had the unparalleled power to crush everything. Once it came into contact with the body of this person from the devil religion, it was as if it was crushing the air. It was not obstructed at all and rushed straight through. However, his body immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. He died without leaving a trace. Dong! Du Xiaofu stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the purple thunder profound cauldron that was speeding forward. After a buzzing sound, it suddenly stopped. Then, purple gold lightning flashed, and the divine thunder cauldron disappeared from his palm. Thank you. Du Xiaofu smiled and said softly to the void. He expressed his gratitude to the person from the devil religion who had his body and soul destroyed and sent the purple thunder profound cauldron. In fact, when the other party was fighting with his second brother, Du Yunlong, and then looking for a chance to escape, Du Xiaofu had the opportunity to stop him directly. With Fu Yao's first form's property of ignoring spatial barriers, how could he have run such a long distance? However, because he could borrow the power of the divine soul in the cosmos bag, no matter how the other party escaped, he could not escape from his prying eyes. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, the way he changed his trajectory time and time again was so laughable. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry to chase after him. Instead, he first refined the purple thunder profound cauldron and regained control of it. For him, this was the most important thing. The restriction placed on the divine thunder cauldron by the people from the devil religion was completely negligible to the current Du Xiaofu. Soon, he had complete control of it. Then, after calling out to Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian and the others, he came here. No matter what, there was no reason not to get rid of the people from the devil religion. Therefore, no matter how far the other party ran, only death awaited him. Xiaofu! Father! Rock Emperor! Not long after, the group of over 100 people arrived in a grandiose manner. They passed through the layers of fog and appeared beside Du Xiaofu. Because Du Xiaofu had given them directions before he left, they were able to find him in the fog without a hitch. Those whose primordial spirits were shaken. Take some elixirs and adjust your breathing. Du Xiaofu took out a lot of elixirs from his cosmos bag and handed them to Desolation Bao. Su Yangzi, Gu Xinyan, Yijing Tongxian, Xiao Gu, Ji Qianyue, and the others. Previously, under the suppression of Du Yunlong's desolation, Holy Bell, these people who were relatively weaker had been injured to a certain extent. Although it did not affect their strength too much, no one knew what kind of situation they would face next. Only by being able to maintain their peak fighting state could they better deal with possible changes. Du Xiaofu was not stingy about this. Thank you, Rock Emperor. Thank you, Human Emperor. No one was courteous to Du Xiaofu. One by one, they took the elixirs and swallowed them. Then, without further delay, they resumed their journey. They traversed through the foggy space and continued to search for the experts of the 3 continents and the 9 continents, as well as the members of the demonic sect. Chapter 26-27. Time passed slowly without anyone noticing. It had been about 3 months since Du Xiaofu entered the foggy space. More than a month had passed since he started to gather with the help of the divine soul power in the cosmos bag. During this period, more people were constantly found by him and gathered together, expanding the team to 240 people. Among them, the old human emperor from the ancient wilderness continent, Feng Wanran from the Feng family, Elder Xiexia from the Beast Alliance, and others were all here. At the same time, the number of devil religion followers who died in their hands was close to 200. In addition to those who were killed by Du Xiaofu before entering the space portal, there were already close to 400 people who died. This made everyone on Du Xiaofu's side very excited. Those who could enter this place all had the strength of the sage realm and above. The death of so many people from the devil religion was definitely a severe blow to their overall strength. The strength they brought to the demon realm, including the 9 great devil emperors, Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and others, was only about 500 sage realm experts. In other words, there were only about 100 people from the devil religion left in this foggy space. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's side almost didn't suffer any losses. Of course, there might be people who encountered people from the devil religion in the foggy space and were killed without anyone knowing. However, in comparison, the majority of their strength had been preserved. As they dealt with more situations in the future, their confidence was naturally more and more. I really hope that it will continue like this. In this foggy space, we will kill all the people from the devil religion and pull out the claws of the demon god. In the end, he will be the only one left. Then we can concentrate all our strength to deal with the demon god alone. Du Xiaoyao laughed and couldn't wait to let the demon god become a general without an army in this strange world. In fact, everyone had this idea in their hearts. No matter what, the demon god was the biggest enemy of all the creatures in this world. In comparison, the rest of the devil religion was not that important. Gathering everyone's strength to fight against it, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Once the demon god obtained the item to recover, it would be an absolute disaster for this realm. Du Xiaofu was the one who felt this the most, because when he was in the tomb of the heavenly Tao, he had once returned to the upper reaches of the river of time and witnessed the great battle that occurred during the primeval times. He had a deep understanding of the terror of the fiend celestial. Even the lord of the 3,000 greater worlds and the dragon god couldn't kill him, and they could even suppress him. It could be said that as long as the demon god did not die and even recovered to his peak state, even if there was no one under his command that could be used, he would still be able to plunge this world into misery and suffering. Only by completely eliminating the demon god could they reverse the situation. Every member of the devil religion we kill is one less. When the war truly begins, it can also reduce the losses that we will suffer. Du Tingxian said with a wine pot in his hand, "It's just that we don't know how much strength the devil religion has in the outside world. Although we've eliminated many of their sage stage forces this time, if the base number is too large, it's still not optimistic." Hulei Laozu said with a worried tone. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the demon god was, and the strength of the devil religion should not be limited to what they had displayed here. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it with all your heart and do it with no regrets. Du Xiaofu said with a serious expression, "The Rock Emperor is right. Do it with all your heart and do it with all your strength. We can't care so much about other things. It's just a matter of blocking soldiers with arms and water with earth." Old man D. Pai from the farmer's family added, and kept nodding. The Rock Emperor's words make sense. The rest of the people also nodded their heads in agreement. The demon god's recovery was probably already a situation that could not be stopped. The only thing they could do was try their best to stall for time so that the many living beings in this realm could improve their cultivation and buy some time. If everything went well, they would still have a chance to fight the demon god to the end. Don't think so much. I just want to find a few more devil religion bastards to kill. Du Xiaoyao's eyes emitted a golden light, revealing a murderous glint. Everyone agreed and didn't say anything more. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, they continued to wander around the foggy space, searching for the experts from the 3 continents, the 9 continents, and the other worlds, as well as the people from the demonic cult. However, just when everyone thought that the foggy space would exist for a long time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. One day, more than 200 people who were moving forward stopped in their tracks. In their senses, some subtle changes seemed to have occurred in the foggy space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While everyone was stunned, they heard a wave of vibrations. It sounded like the sound of flowing water, clear and empty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, there was the sound of the wind, followed by a gust of demonic wind that swept across the area. What happened? Someone exclaimed in shock. They had been in the foggy space for a long time without any movement, and this was the first time such a situation had happened. No one knew what would happen next, and this sudden movement made them feel uneasy. The fog is surging and being blown away by the demonic wind. Soon, everyone realized that the fog that was everywhere around them, which was originally motionless, suddenly started to move in a certain direction as if it was being blown by a hurricane. Primordial spirit power. My primordial spirit power can be released. It didn't take long for someone to shout again. In such a surprise, many people probed with their primordial spirit power, and they really found that the fog could no longer stop them from prying. Moreover, as the strange wind blew, the fog kept surging, and the distance that their primordial spirit power could detect was getting farther and farther. This change was not rapid and violent, but it was happening continuously, and many people could not help but feel excited. They had been trapped in this place for a long time, and their primordial spirit power and their naked eyes could not detect more than 10 feet away from them. After such a long time, they felt like they were going crazy. Suddenly, the fog was surging, and their primordial spirit power could be released, which was extremely surprising. Xiaofu, what do you think of this? Du Tingxian did not feel too happy, but his face was a little solemn. He put the flagon in his hand back into his cosmos bag, took a step forward, and asked Du Xiaofu. At the same time, his gaze swept across Huilei Laozu, Zhen Qingchen, Beilu and Bingchen, and the others. Obviously, he was asking for their thoughts. The foggy space that has been quiet for so long suddenly has such a change. It is definitely not an accident. The old man emperor of the human race temple said solemnly, and then turned his gaze to Elder Jiao Xie of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, Tiger Desolate ancestor of the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan, and Howling Moon ancestor of the Howling Heavenly Lion Clan. I don't dare to imagine it now. I'm afraid the truth is more terrifying than we estimated. Tiger Desolate ancestor sighed and said softly. When the people beside him heard this, their expressions also darkened. Obviously, everyone was thinking of the same thing. If all of this is as expected, it should be related to the demon god. Sacred Array, Child Zhen Qingchen said. His face had a strange charm, and there was an extremely serious expression on it. His words were very straightforward. Some of the people who were feeling happy because of the change in the primordial spirit power suddenly could not laugh anymore. Each and every one of them had a straight face, indicating that they were worried. The people present were all above the sage realm. Whether it was in terms of strength or state of mind, none of them were weak. Soon, they figured out the crux of the matter. If it was related to the demon god, then it was related to the recovery item that he needed. For the creatures in this world, this was a matter of life and death for everyone. Although the fog is dissipating, it will still affect us after all. The primordial spirit power has not reached its peak state, so it can't pry into too much valuable information. As for the location of the demon god, we can't find out at the moment, so we can't go and see what happened. Du Xiaofu finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone listened attentively, wanting to know what he was thinking at this time. He continued, "But no matter what, this space has begun to change. We still have many people who are alone. At the same time, there are many experts left in the devil religion. Since the primordial spirit power can be released to investigate, then next we will act separately. This way, we can find the rest of the people faster and gather everyone together. Rock Emperor, what should we do? Just tell us." "That's right. Just tell us what to do, Rock Emperor." "Rock Emperor, give us the order, and we will definitely complete the task." Suddenly, many experts spoke loudly to Du Xiaofu. "Xiaofu, just tell us what we should do." As Zhen Qingchen spoke, he had already grasped the 6 wheels blood-killing array in his hand, and his body exploded with a strong murderous intent. Obviously, he had been holding back for a long time and could not wait to start a massacre. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. He wasn't polite with everyone, so he directly announced in a loud voice, "We'll break up into several groups. Each group will have 10 people. However, each group must be led by at least one expert of the sage perfection realm or above. This way, even if we encounter several demon emperors, we will not be in too much danger. After we find our own people, if the time is right and 2 groups encounter each other, we will gather together. If we encounter people from the devil religion, kill them all. Don't let any of them go." "No problem, it's settled." "Good. We will follow the orders of the Rock Emperor." Many experts cupped their fists and spoke in a deep voice. Their voices were filled with a strong fighting spirit. "Father, I will lead a group." Little Xingxing's small body flew out and said to Du Xiaofu, "Father, I can lead a group with Little Ba." Du Xiaohuang looked up at Du Xiaofu and said crisply, "Brother, I can lead a group too." "Xiaofu, I will lead a group." "Rock Emperor, I can lead a group too." In the blink of an eye, many experts stepped forward. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, the old human emperor, Bing Luan, Bing Chen, Zhen Qingchen, Lei Tianhuang, Tiger Wilderness Patriarch, Han Ji, Du Tingxian, Little Tiger Du, Elder Xie, and many others stepped forward. They were all above the great perfection saint realm. At this time, no one knew where the demon god was. In a situation where they led 10 people, even if they encountered the demon emperor, they had the ability to fight. "Good." Du Xiaofu nodded and then arranged for everyone to start grouping. In this, everyone was very self-aware. They chose the most suitable group according to their own strength, so that the overall strength of each group was relatively balanced. In this way, more than 20 groups were divided, and each group was led by a great perfection Saint Realm expert. "Xiaofu, are you going to act alone?" After the grouping was completed, Du Tingxian frowned and asked. This was because Du Xiaofu didn't say which group he would join among the 20 or so groups. "I will go with the patriarch. Nothing will happen. Drunkard father, you don't have to worry about us." Du Xiaofu gave his father a comforting smile. He looked at Huolei Laozu beside him and said, "I believe that the situation here will become clearer soon. At that time we will meet again." "Then be careful," Du Tingxian reminded after thinking for a moment. As a father, how could he not understand his son's thoughts? This kid wanted to go and find the demon god by himself. However, even though he understood, Du Tingxian did not say it out loud. After all, there were many things that were difficult and dangerous, but someone had to do it. "I know. Everyone must be careful too." Du Xiaofu nodded deeply and swept his gaze across the more than 200 people present. In his heart, he hoped that they would not encounter any major variables. "Boss, I think I should go with you." Du Xiaoyao suddenly came out and said to Du Xiaofu. He quickly understood what his boss was thinking, and he was a little uneasy. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Du Xiaofu said. But Du Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Du Xiaofu's stern words. Looking at his eyes, Du Xiaoyao finally gave up. "Rock Emperor, we will take our leave first." Human Emperor, you all go ahead first. Brother, take care of yourself. Father, you must be careful. Everyone cupped their fists at Du Xiaofu and left. In just a few breaths' time, only Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were left. The two of them did not stay for long. After everyone left, they soared into the sky and disappeared. No one knew where they went. In the vast and boundless foggy space, the changes were still ongoing. Strange gusts of wind blew past, causing large patches of fog to surge and then disperse. During this process, although the living beings who entered this space were still greatly obstructed in their vision, it became easier for them to release their primordial spirit power. Furthermore, the vast oppressive might in the void was also gradually dissipating. Regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or the people from the devil religion, they all felt their bodies become lighter and lighter, and they returned to their normal state. Since the primordial spirit power was starting to be effective, many living beings activated their cultivation with all their might in an attempt to find their companions. After all, staying here alone for a long time really made one feel physically and mentally exhausted. If they could find their companions, they could not be happier. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaojing, Zhan Qingchen, Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaoyao, and the others each led a group of experts to find their companions who were alone and slowly strengthen their teams. However, all of this was the beginning of a terrifying nightmare for the people from the devil religion. No, to be more precise, this was the end of a nightmare. This was because many people from the devil religion had already died at the hands of Du Xiaoyao and the others before the commotion in the fog. However, they died silently and were not known by outsiders. Right now, they were just clearing out the remaining people. The primordial spirit power of a perfect saint realm cultivator could cover a large area. As long as it came into contact with the primordial spirit power, nothing could hide. More than 20 teams whizzed through the space and swept through quickly. As long as they saw people from the devil religion, they directly crushed them without any mercy. However, there were also some powerful people from the devil religion who had discovered the danger early on and quickly fled. Among them, there were the 6th Demon Emperor, the 7th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, the 9th Demon Emperor, Moksha, Emolingzi, and the others. The 2nd Demon Emperor had also encountered a team led by Zhen Qingchen. Originally, with his strength, he could definitely fight with all his might and at least kill a few people and then leave. However, the commotion they caused soon attracted Little Xingxing and the others. Under Little Xingxing's current power, even the 2nd Demon Emperor had to flee at the sight of him. Kill. Destroy the devil religion. Kill. In this space, the creatures from the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents launched a terrifying battle against the devil religion. How did they get together? It's too scary. So many people can actually gather together. They are divided into many groups, as if they have been carefully arranged. There is no way to fight them. Let's flee quickly. When we have gathered enough strength, we don't have to be afraid of them. In 2s and 3s, the people from the devil religion were lucky enough to encounter each other while fleeing for their lives. However, the situation they were facing made them almost collapse. In their hearts, they hoped that they could meet up with the people on their side as soon as possible so that they could have the strength to fight. However, after fleeing for a long time, they did not encounter many people from the devil religion. Why? Why are there only so few people from the devil religion? Where did the others go? Why can't we meet up with them? Many people realized in despair that it was very difficult to meet the experts from the devil religion who had entered this space. After exhausting all their strength, they were only able to gather a handful of people. They could only be completely crushed. This made them all feel terrified and panicked. Chapter 26-28. In the foggy space, the fog was gradually blown away and became fainter and fainter. The scene between the heavens and the earth could finally be seen by everyone's eyes, and they could clearly see what was going on. Everyone found that this was an extremely strange space. The sky above their heads was completely shrouded in a haze. Under their feet was an endless pitch-black land that seemed to have been soaked in blood and then dried up. When all the fog disappeared, the world was filled with a thick, rotten stench. It was as if it had existed for an eternity, causing one to feel nauseous just by smelling it. However, not many people cared about such a scene, because at this moment no one was in the mood to be idle. For all the creatures in this world, there was no better time than now to hunt down the people of the devil religion. They kept gathering their companions, each holding a saint artifact in their hands, and started a crazy hunt. At this moment, the people of the devil religion were running for their lives like stray dogs. Kill! Some creatures roared, their murderous auras surging. They were almost suffocated. The great calamity that the devil religion was about to cause had been pressing on their hearts like a mountain, making them feel even more pressured when they thought about it. In addition, in the foggy space, they had been lost for too long, and there was a lingering knot in their hearts that they could not get rid of. They needed to release it. Run. As long as we stay alive, I believe that it won't be long before the demonic god finds a way to save us. Finally, many people of the devil religion started to run in groups of 3 to 5. At the same time, the 2nd Demon Emperor, the 6th Demon Emperor, the 7th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, and the 9th Demon Emperor gathered a strong force to search this vast space and found many people of the devil religion who were alone. Now, the only hope in their hearts was that the demonic god could take care of them earlier and save them. In this way, the two sides started a fierce chase in this space. On the other side, Du Xiaofu and Huilei Laozu were flying rapidly in the sky. Their goal was very clear, pointing in a certain direction. The reason for this was because there was a Qiankuan bag floating in front of Du Xiaofu. It was also moving rapidly, emitting a hazy glow and appearing mysterious. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu and Li Wuyo followed the path of the cosmos sack. When there was some activity in the misty space, he also felt the spirit in the Qiankuan bag give off an even more intense fluctuation, as if it wanted to break free from the Qiankuan bag and head in a certain direction. Du Xiaofu immediately deduced that the god fiend was most likely there. However, Du Xiaofu didn't say it out loud to reassure his father and the others. Who exactly left behind the divine soul in this cosmos sack? Why is it acting so strangely in this area? Along the way, Huilei Laozu couldn't help but ask Du Xiaofu. I'm not too sure about the details, but it should be related to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu shook his head and replied, when Tianwu Academy was facing a calamity, the Grand Elder of the Mystic Isle passed this item to him, saying that it was related to the rise of Tianwu Academy once more. Perhaps even the Grand Elder himself didn't know what was inside. From the looks of it, the spirit in the cosmos sack might have been left behind by an ancestor of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu was well aware that the strength of the Tianwu Academy in the immemorial era was extremely terrifying. In the battle with the devil religion, countless experts charged forth, bringing with them incomparably powerful strength to fight against the devil religion. They played a significant role in the eventual victory. However, it was in that battle that they lost too many experts, resulting in the decline of Tianwu Academy. In his generation, the devil religion plotted against the Tianwu Academy, resulting in its destruction. It was fortunate that Tianwu Academy was eventually rebuilt. Could it be that the spirit is... At this point, Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. His heart skipped a beat, and a bold thought popped up in his mind. As a former student of Tianwu Academy, he knew that in the history of Tianwu Academy, there had only been a vice principal. There had never been a principal. When did this happen, and what was the motive behind it? No one knew, and no one dared to look into it. But without a doubt, when Tianwu Academy was first established, there was definitely a principal in the academy, and that person and the spirit in the cosmos sack, could it be? At this point, Du Xiaofu felt that this conjecture was logical. If that was the case, was that person still alive? For this place to cause the spirit in the cosmos sack to stir. How was it related to him? The direction that the cosmos sack is pointing to should be the location of the demonic god. Just as Du Xiaofu's thoughts were running wild, Hulei Laozu's voice sounded in his ears once more. Du Xiaofu nodded his head, but he didn't reply. There was only a grim expression on his face. Seeing this, Hulei Laozu fell silent as well. In his heart, he knew that the young man beside him was completely focused on the demon god. The appearance of the secret ground and the recovery of the demonic god signified the arrival of the calamity. As for him, there were still many things that he wasn't prepared for. He hadn't gathered all 36 spiritual lightning bolts. The 9 lightning god cauldrons were still in the hands of the devil religion. The 9 great clans didn't have a unified command, and his strength was still far from reaching the level where he could contend against the demonic god. Everything seemed so terrible. Sigh. Hulei Laozu let out a long sigh. When Du Xiaofu had just broken through to the half-step heavenly saint realm, the signs of the calamity had already appeared, and no one could stop it. The two of them didn't speak again. They just continued to travel through the air at an extremely fast speed, following the cosmos sack in front of them. In a flash, they had traversed tens of thousands of miles. At a certain moment, they didn't know how far they had flown. Suddenly, the cosmos sack in front of Du Xiaofu suddenly glowed brightly. Following that, the speed of the rapid movement suddenly increased. It's accelerating. Quickly, follow it. Seeing this scene, Hulei Laozu couldn't help but exclaim. Then his entire body was covered in lightning and fire as he chased after the cosmos sack. Du Xiaofu's speed was naturally not slow. He also followed closely behind the cosmos sack. Look ahead. After flying for a long time, Hulei Laozu suddenly shouted again. Such a rash appearance was completely inconsistent with his age, and he didn't have the slightest sense of calmness and experience. In fact, even without his reminder, Du Xiaofu also saw the scene in front of him. At the same time, he couldn't stay calm in his heart. Not far away, there was a ball of bright light. It was like a scorching sun hanging in midair, releasing a dazzling radiance. At a glance, it was impossible to see what kind of thing it was and what was inside it. Moreover, when the power of the primordial spirit extended into it, it was distorted and disintegrated, unable to pry into any useful information. Demon God! Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu both saw that in the strong light, there was an incomparably majestic figure imprinted on it. It was even taller than a mountain. Extremely dense demonic qi was emitting from its body. The dense demonic qi lingered in the air and transformed into a bloody and gloomy scene. This figure was no stranger to Hulei Laozu and Du Xiaofu. As for Du Xiaofu, he had even fought him head-on in the foggy space earlier. The great demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, and the 5th demon emperor are also here. The two of them discovered that not far from the burly figure of the demon god, the 3 demon emperors were also there. It was obvious that the demon god had brought the 3 of them here after meeting them. You are finally here. Just as Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu were sizing up all this, the demon god's extremely loud voice rang in their ears. The figure that seemed to be imprinted in the sun slowly turned around. A pair of huge eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu. Wherever the gaze passed, even the void was distorted and deformed, as if it was under intense pressure. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. The strength displayed by the demon god now seemed to be stronger than when they had fought earlier. He did not know why. Thank you for delivering this item. After the demon god turned around, he did not say much. Instead, he raised one hand and gently waved it at the void. Then, with a whoosh, the Qinkuan bag in front of Du Xiaofu flew in the direction of the demon god. Oh no, he wants to snatch the Qinkuan bag. Hurry up and stop him. Hulei Laozu was shocked. Without hesitation, he shot out a bolt of lightning and fire toward the Qinkuan bag. Du Xiaofu was faster than him. Just as the Qinkuan bag moved, He waved his hand and swept out a space law. A black hole instantly appeared in the space above the Chinkuin bag's flight path and was about to swallow it. So the demon god was waiting here to snatch the Chinkuin bag. The shock in Fire Thunder Ancestor's heart was extreme. How dare you play such a small trick in front of me? The demonic god snorted softly. Demonic aura surged from his body like a tidal wave and quickly swept towards the Chinkuin bag. Then, the demonic chi rapidly changed and condensed into the shape of a huge hand. In an instant, it grabbed the Chinkuin bag in its hand. God-binding grip. Heavenly thunder punishment. Sword breaks 10,000 miles. Du Xiaofu did not have any time to think. He just used a series of techniques, one after another. Waves of superpowers came down from the sky. The void was distorted and disintegrated. Thunder roared, and the sword radiance roared and attacked. All of them were aimed at the demon god and the Chinkuin bag. Each and every one of these powerful attacks landed on the giant hand formed from demonic chi, shattering and annihilating it. Large amounts of demonic chi scattered in the void. However, what made Du Xiaofu despair was that no matter what he did, he could not really cut off the huge hand and stop the demon god from taking back the Chinkuin bag. Such a scene caused a strong feeling of powerlessness to arise in his heart. He could only watch helplessly as the huge hand retracted under the demon god's control. It pierced through all of his attacks and finally returned to the demon god's side. In the end, it turned into demonic chi and lingered around his body. Meanwhile, the demon god was holding the Chinkuin bag in his hand. "Thank you." The demon god thanked Du Xiaofu again. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of sincerity in his emotionless tone. "This is bad." Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. Feelings of regret rose in his heart. It was only now that he truly understood that all of this seemed to be part of the demon god's plan. When he had broken through to the half-step heavenly saint stage, the demon god had not concealed his aura at all. He had moved with his momentum and headed straight for the demon realm. He did not seem to be afraid that the living beings in the outside world would find out. His purpose was to lure him here and obtain the Chinkuin bag. Based on the strength that he had displayed earlier, the other party had definitely concealed quite a bit of his strength when they had exchanged blows in the misty space. He had not truly used his full strength to deal with Lin Dong. It was likely that he was afraid that the Chinkuin bag was no longer with Lin Dong, causing him to make a wasted trip. All of this was a trap set up by the demon god for the sake of obtaining the Chinkuin bag. Needless to say, the divine spirit inside must have a strong connection with the item that he needed to restore his strength. After figuring this out, Du Xiaofu felt extremely vexed. If he had known all of this earlier, he would not have been so easily used by the demon god. "I know that in the misty space many people from my devil religion had died at your hands. However, this is not enough to shake the foundation of my devil religion." The demon god suddenly spoke again. His tone was flat, but his loud voice was so loud that it made one's eardrums buzz. Under the gaze of Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu, the demon god held the Chinkuin bag in his hand. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation emerged from his body. Within this fluctuation, there were bursts of strange power that quickly spread in all directions. There was no hole that could not be penetrated. Not long after, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu both felt a strange movement coming from behind them. They could not help but turn around to look. In their eyes from afar, there was a cloud of blood fog rapidly approaching. This blood fog floated in the air, mixed with pitch-black demon chi. Soon, it flew over the heads of Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu and arrived in front of the demon god. It continued to gather, growing larger and larger. In the end, it condensed into a demon cloud with black and red light intertwined. "Children of the devil religion, return." The demon god spoke softly again, and the strange power emitted from his body became even more vast. This strange power spread towards the far end of the space. In an instant, It covered every corner of this space. In a place far away from Du Xiaofu and the others, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qingchen, Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaoyao and hundreds of other experts were chasing after the remnants of the devil religion. You won't be able to escape. Surrender. A creature shouted, and one attack after another struck forward. The people of the devil religion were all terrified and uneasy as they fled for their lives. However, at a certain moment, a strange force suddenly appeared in the space and enveloped everyone within it. Then, under the gazes of Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and other experts, the figures of the people of the devil religion who were covering their heads and fleeing in front of them suddenly flashed, and then they inexplicably disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Someone exclaimed. They were in the midst of chasing after the people of the devil religion, but they suddenly lost track of the people of the devil religion. It was too strange. Is there a need to guess? This must be the demon god's doing. Du Xiaoyao looked at the distant, boundless void, and two strong golden lights emitted from her eyes, as if her gaze could penetrate the layers of space. That's right. It's very likely that the demon god has found the recovery item. Little Xingxing nodded, indicating that he agreed with Du Xiaoyao's guess. Then will my father and the ancestor be in danger? Du Xiaohuang answered, her bright big eyes filled with worry. Quick! Follow the direction of this strange power and meet up with Uncle Xiaofu. Du Xiaoba's seemingly young but strong body erupted with unparalleled power, and he quickly tore through the void and followed the path of the demon god's power. Let's go. Let's go find Xiaofu. Quick, let's go help the Rock Emperor. One figure after another traversed the void and moved rapidly. Everyone knew that if the demon god had found the recovery item, then Du Xiaofu, who had gone to find him, would be in great danger. Hundreds of Sage Realm experts moved with all their might in the direction of the demon god. At the same time where the demon god was, Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu were both shocked. Under the strange power of the demon god, hundreds of clouds of blood mist had gathered around him and merged with the demon cloud. Then the two of them saw figures flying out of the void near the demon god and arriving at the side of the three demon emperors. Greetings, Lord Demon God. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. Greetings, Lord Demon God. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. These figures were still in a state of shock. However, when they saw the demon god and the demon emperors, they were overjoyed and bowed respectfully. In the end, there were no less than 50 to 60 people gathered. These people were all from the devil sect, who had managed to escape from the foggy space, while being hunted down by everyone, other than the three demon emperors who had been killed by Du Xiaofu. The other demon emperors were also among them. How can the devil religion fight without anyone? The demon god said softly. Then he waved his hand, and the demon cloud beside him started to move. The demonic cloud changed rapidly, splitting off into long streams of mist. Like tentacles, they entered the bodies of the 50 to 60 people. Then Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu sensed that the auras of these people were rising rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the auras of those initial Sage Realm experts rose to the later Sage Realm. The cultivation of the late stage of the Sage Realm had instantly broken through a barrier and had entered the Sage Accomplished Realm. The auras of the 8 demon emperors were also rising. Each of them became extremely terrifying. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu shudder with fear. The demon god's means were too terrifying. Chapter 26-29. In the void, the cloud that was emitting black and red light became smaller and smaller. Waves of vast energy were continuously injected into the bodies of the devil religion members. Under Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu's shocked gazes, the aura on those people's bodies also became more and more intense. Amidst the swirling runes, their cultivations were constantly increasing. This is the demon god's method of increasing his strength through slaughter. He can extract the energy emitted by all those who die here and use it to increase his own strength and that of his subordinates. Hulei, Laozu stood in the void and said solemnly, with the demon god present, he and Du Xiaofu could only watch as the devil religion members' bodies constantly changed. They could not do anything to stop it. I understand. This is also the fundamental reason why the devil religion must carry out a massacre in this realm. Only by bathing in the boundless sea of blood will the demon god's strength become stronger and stronger. In the end, he can even break through the strongest realm in this realm. When that time comes, once he goes to the outside world and the suppression of heaven and earth is removed, I'm afraid that even powerhouses like the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God will be helpless against him. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, he had long understood the demon god's actions in his heart. This was because this realm had a suppressive force and the demon god had an indestructible body. It was almost impossible to kill him. Therefore, he chose to escape to this realm so that the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God could not suppress him. However, the demon god would definitely not be satisfied with hiding here. His goal must be to trample those two powerhouses under his feet. It was precisely because of this that he was determined to slaughter the countless living beings in this world and improve himself amidst the misery and suffering of all living beings. You're right, Hulei Laozu said. After saying this, he did not say anything else. No, I can't just watch the devil religion continue to improve like this. Du Xiaofu suddenly said, purple gold, lightning flashing in his eyes. Kid, what are you doing? Hulei Laozu was shocked and instantly understood what Du Xiaofu wanted to do. He could not help but say loudly, don't be rash. It's not too late to make a decision after seeing the changes. In fact, Hulei Laozu himself could not remain calm as he watched the devil religion members' cultivation soar. However, he still maintained his reason. He knew that with the demon god present, even if he and Du Xiaofu did their best, they could not stop the demon god. Apart from watching, there was no other way. After all, there were only the two of them were there. We can't wait. Du Xiaofu let out a deep cry. Ignoring Ancestor Hor, Lei's attempt to stop him, his body suddenly moved. In a golden light, he disappeared. He disappeared. You boy, you. Hulei Laozu wanted to stop him, but he caught nothing. He turned around and saw that the purple-robed young man had already gone to the light ball. He was close to the demon god. God-binding grip. The moment this action landed, the space at that spot suddenly began to distort, forming terrifying wrinkles. Among them, the demon cloud and the devil religion members also underwent a terrifying transformation. It was as if they were being kneaded by an invisible force. You can't keep her cool so soon? Seeing Du Xiaofu appear not far away, the demon god said softly, in front of me, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. Before he finished speaking, waves of powerful aura fluctuated from his body. It was like a hurricane as it swept out. When the aura touched the people of the devil religion, the distorted space returned to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. The auras of the people from the devil religion were shaken to a certain extent. But after the demon god made his move, everything stabilized again. On the other side, after Du Xiaofu used the law of space, the invisible force was forcefully interrupted. So strong, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to retract his palm and continue to shout, "Heavenly thunder punishment!" Boom! The violent thunder roared down, breaking through the dark and misty sky, moving down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning thicker than the demon god's body took shape. It rapidly struck down and blasted the devil religion's lineup. The impetus of such a bolt of lightning was vast and astounding to the extreme, and it seemed capable of obliterating the world. After it suddenly appeared, a terrifying aura of destruction rose in the entire world, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Your means are not bad, but your strength is still far from enough. The demon god was still unmoved. He simply waved his hand, and the demonic aura turned into the shape of a huge hammer. It fiercely collided with the lightning released by Du Xiaofu. Boom! As soon as these two diametrically opposed forces collided, a terrifying explosion immediately occurred. The huge hammer formed by the lightning and the demonic aura were all destroyed in an instant. Terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the airflow rushed in all directions, causing the void to ripple in circles like the waves of a long river, rapidly spreading out. When Hulei Laozu saw this scene in the distance, he immediately used all his skills without thinking. The power of thunder and fire was laid out outside his body, and only then was he able to resist the spatial ripples. I'm not playing with you anymore. After defeating Du Xiaofu's attack with one move, the demon god said softly. Then he opened his incomparably huge mouth, like a black hole in the void, and suddenly inhaled. Walala! There was still less than half of the dark red, demonic cloud that the devil religion members were absorbing. At this moment, the demon god opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. When Du Xiaofu, who was about to attack again, saw the scene, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He stared blankly at the demon god for a long time. Then, under his gaze, the demon god's huge hand swept up, and in an instant, everyone from the devil religion was sucked into his hand. His body slowly turned around, and he faced the ball of light that resembled the sun. Open! The demon god spat out these words brazenly, following which he tossed the Qinkuan bag in his hand into the air, and it flew straight into the radiance of the sun. Under the watchful eyes of Du Xiaofu and Hulei Laozu, the Qinkuan bag entered the ball of light and exploded with a bang, following which a wave of soul power spread out and permeated the ball of light. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with this soul power. It was the aura of the soul in the Qinkuan bag. Buzz, buzz, buzz! After the Qinkuan bag exploded, the ball of light emitted a buzzing sound from the ball of light. Under their gazes, the ball of light from the ball of light rapidly dimmed, and the ball of light grew dimmer and dimmer. As time passed, the ball of light finally dimmed, leaving behind a silver plate-like object that hung in the air. The contrast between the two was like the sun and the moon. Restriction. That's a restriction. Only by using the divine soul in the cosmos sac can the restriction be undone. When Du Xiaofu saw this, how could he not know what the ball of light was? However, he never imagined that the Qinkuan bag left behind by Tianwu Academy would be the key to unlocking this secret place. What kind of place is that? Is it the legendary mysterious palace in the clouds? Hulei Laozu was also shocked. He had heard of the mysterious palace in the clouds long ago, but he didn't know what kind of place it was. Now that he saw the demonic god's actions, he couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious palace in the clouds was behind the restriction. Before the two of them could ponder any further, the demonic god had already stepped into the restriction. The item that the demonic god needs to recover his strength must be inside there. Du Xiaofu's lips trembled slightly, and his complexion was incomparably ugly. In his heart, there was an extremely vexed feeling colliding. If he hadn't brought the Qinkuan bag here, the demonic god wouldn't have succeeded so easily. All of this was due to his carelessness. At this moment, a deep sense of self-reproach plagued Du Xiaofu's heart, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Brat, what are you thinking about? Seeing Du Xiaofu's state, Hulei Laozu bellowed loudly. His voice was so loud that it pierced straight into Du Xiaofu's mind. No one knows what the demonic god needs to recover his strength and where it is. Even more so, no one knows that he needs Tianwu Academy's Qinkuan bag to break the restriction here. Furthermore, the demonic god's recovery is unstoppable, and the calamity caused by the devil religion is also unavoidable. Not to mention you, even the rulers of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god wouldn't be able to change all of this. Therefore, you didn't do anything wrong. But Du Xiaofu wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Hulei Laozu. There are no buts. Brat, you're such a shrewd person. Why can't you understand this at such a crucial moment? Hule Laozu glared furiously at Du Xiaofu and bellowed sternly. Everything is predestined and no one can change it. As the strongest person in this world, do you need me to remind you of what you should do next? Hule Laozu's voice was like a loud bell, exploding in Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be taken aback, and he fell into deep thought. Yes, Hule Laozu's words hit the nail on the head. Over the years, after experiencing so much, shouldn't he be prepared to fight against the demonic god? He hadn't found all of the spiritual lightning. The divine lightning cauldron was still in the hands of the devil religion, and his cultivation was far from the demonic gods. But what could they do? For the sake of the people he wanted to protect, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he had to cut through all obstacles and overcome them. So what if the demonic god was here? Regardless of life or death, the only way was to fight. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed across Du Xiaofu's mind. In the end, his resolute heart regained its resolve. Old ancestor, let's go in as well. Du Xiaofu said softly without turning his head. Soon after, his figure soared into the sky and headed straight for the silver restrictive plate that was suspended in midair, leaving only a slender figure in Hule Laozu's eyes. Looking at the purple-robed youth who had soared into the sky, Hule Laozu's old face slowly withdrew its stern expression, and it finally turned into a gratified smile. Actually, he knew very well that it wasn't that Du Xiaofu's mind wasn't firm enough, but that the demonic god was too powerful. After 2 exchanges, he felt an even more terrifying threat, and it was even more terrifying than what he had understood from the side. If he was alone, the kid naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, behind him, there were countless people who needed his protection. The greater one's power, the greater one's responsibility. His family, lovers, friends, citizens of the desolate country, and billions of living beings all needed him to put in the greatest effort to pacify everything. However, in this process, the earlier the demon god recovered, the later it recovered, the greater the difference in the disaster it would bring. It was precisely because of this that he felt extremely vexed and blamed himself when the demonic god snatched his cosmos bag. Fortunately, after he gave some pointers, that brat clearly understood what he should do and what he shouldn't do. Kid, don't be in such a hurry to run. Wait for me. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was approaching the silver plate and was about to step into the restrictive plate, Hule Laozu came back to his senses and immediately shouted. Then, after the lightning and fire on his body flickered, his figure disappeared from the spot and quickly appeared behind Du Xiaofu. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, entered the restrictive plate. The fog in the originally foggy space had completely dissipated, and the world had become clear. Not far from the restrictive plate, where the demonic god, Du Xiaofu and Hule Laozu were, stood 3 figures. These 3 figures stood in the boundless void. Their auras were restrained, making it impossible for others to detect them at all. It was very difficult to detect their existence. At the very least, even the 2 experts, Du Xiaofu and the demonic god, did not realize that their previous actions had been observed by the 3 figures. In the end, they had entered the restrictive plate and disappeared under their gazes. The 3 figures were all men, and one of them stood in front with his hands clasped behind his back. The other 2 behind him were 1 step behind, and their backs were slightly bent. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Sir, the demonic god and Du Xiaofu have both entered. What should we do? Behind him, one of the men cautiously said, not daring to raise his voice too much for fear of showing the slightest disrespect. This person was tall and slender, and his appearance was handsome. His pair of crimson eyes were like the bloodthirsty lord's, terrifying and terrifying. His appearance was somewhat similar to the people of the devil religion, but they were not the same. Don't worry. The demonic god's recovery is destined, and no one can stop it. It's useless even if we go. The man in front replied. His tone did not fluctuate, and it was neither salty nor indifferent. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His face was sharp and cold, and he had a pair of deep dark eyes. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised rebelliously. He wore a light purple robe, which was not much different from the purple robe Du Xiaofu was used to wearing. However, the light purple robe on the man's body looked extremely elegant and graceful. The man's hair was tied high on his head, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. His head was slightly raised, and his handsome side profile was impeccable. "Sir, I understand." Behind him, the man who had spoken earlier bowed and said, "I wonder what will happen to Du Xiaofu and the demonic god after they enter." Next to him, another man who also had extraordinary looks said, "He did not dare to raise his voice. Du Xiaofu is extremely extraordinary and cannot be determined by common sense. His state of mind is also outstanding, and his comprehension ability is outstanding. Therefore, no matter what happens in there, I won't be surprised. However, it's impossible to finish off the demonic god in one go." The man in front continued. He gave off a very amiable feeling, and did not put on any airs of a high position. Who does Du Xiaofu think he is? How dare he challenge the demonic god? I'm afraid that he won't even know how he died. The man who had spoken first spoke again. However, his words were filled with deep resentment towards Du Xiaofu. "You're still holding a grudge against him." The man in front slowly turned his face and glanced at the man behind him. His expression was calm and his eyes were clear. However, this action immediately caused the latter to feel a wave of fear. He immediately bent down and lowered his head, not daring to look into the man's eyes and not daring to speak. "I know that you can't let go of the past grudges. However, Du Xiaofu is not someone you can deal with now. Speaking of which, I still owe him a favor, and this favor has to be repaid." The man in front turned his head back and looked at the huge, restrictive silver plate hanging high in the sky as he spoke again. "I wouldn't dare." The man in the back immediately said, respectfully, "Sir." At this time, another man in the back spoke again. He said softly, "In order to save our lives, it's not worth owing Du Xiaofu a favor." Haha, the man in front just chuckled and did not answer this question. Instead, he continued, "With my friendship with Du Xiaofu, at least in the matter of dealing with the demonic god, there's no reason not to help him." After finishing this sentence, the three of them fell into silence at the same time and did not speak for a long time. Under the gloomy sky, the three of them stood quietly. They just looked at the silver plate and didn't say anything. Time passed slowly like this. After an unknown period of time, the man in front suddenly spoke again. "Let's go. There's no point in staying here. With my current strength, I can't deal with the demonic god. After he recovers, it will be even more difficult to do so. The most important thing is to improve ourselves first." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light flashed in the void, and the three mysterious figures disappeared inexplicably without causing a trace of fluctuation, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 2630. The three of them had vanished into thin air. No one had noticed them from the moment they'd appeared until they'd left. They were incredibly mysterious. But if Du Xiaofu had noticed them earlier, he would have recognized them as familiar faces. The man in front was Jiang Qin, with whom he'd had a good relationship. They'd helped each other a lot in the past, and he possessed the body of the Golden Howler, which could devour the heavens and kill the earth. The two people behind Jiang Qin were Dongli Qihuang and Xin Yan, whom he'd saved from Du Xiaofu. He didn't know why they'd appeared here at a time like this. Not long after Jiang Qin, Xin Yan, and Dongli Qihuang left, quite some time had passed since the demon god, Du Xiaofu, Huolei Laozu, and the others had entered the restriction. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, as well as hundreds of sage realm experts from the outside world, arrived one after another. Gazing at the giant silver restriction suspended in the air, they examined it for a moment, then darted inside one by one. "What is this place?" Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu followed the demon god into the restriction. When they entered, they were both stunned. What appeared in front of them was yet another strange space. There was nothing in this space. Everything was an existence of nothingness. At first glance, it was like a dark space in the universe, only lacking the stars that adorned it. However, for Du Xiaofu and Hule Laozu, who had extraordinary cultivation bases, the lack of light didn't affect their vision at all. What's going on? I can feel the power in my body fluctuating. My cultivation base is faintly rising. Du Xiaofu was somewhat shocked to discover that, ever since he'd stepped into this space, the celestial qi in his body had unconsciously begun to circulate faster. At the same time, the power of his primordial spirit seemed to have become even stronger. It could cover a boundless area, extending to an extremely far distance. That wasn't all. The spatial and lightning laws he'd mastered seemed to be faintly rising as well. The connection between heaven and earth became clearer and clearer, as if it could be traced. This situation made it impossible for him to remain calm. After all, after stepping into the heavenly sage realm, it was extremely difficult to advance one's strength. How much cultivation and comprehension did one have to go through before they could even make the slightest progress? However, after entering this space, everything he's understanding of the world, the power in his body's Tao, Xing unconsciously the power. Although it wasn't particularly violent, it was much faster than in the outside world. Just by standing there, he could feel his cultivation bases his ines. If he his heavenly sage realms his were, sky, the sky, heavenly sky, heavenly realm. Nai, I nilu, es nai. S's Nilus and Ysle Laozu also felt that his cultivation base was constantly improving. He was originally in the complete saint realm and had mastered the lightning ultimacy. Compared to Du Xiaofu before he'd broken through to the heavenly sage realm, his overall cultivation base was not inferior. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his understanding of lightning Upanishad was about to transcend. He could sense the rhythm of heaven and earth many times more clearly. If I cultivate here, I'll save a lot of time and energy. Du Xiaofu sighed. He felt that this place was like a paradise that was hard to find in the world. It wasn't that the spiritual qi here was so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. Instead, it was that being in this place made one feel as if a layer of shackles had been removed from their bodies and souls, making them incomparably light. I understand now. It's a suppressive force. In this space, there's one less suppressive force. Hule Laozu suddenly said excitedly. His round face was a little red. That's true. After Hule Laozu's reminder, Du Xiaofu also came to the same conclusion. Many creatures, including Du Xiaofu, knew that there was always an invisible suppressive force in the world they were in. No matter how they cultivated, as long as they lived in that world, they could only be suppressed by the heavenly sage realm at most. Moreover, even the masters of the 3,000 great worlds, the dragon god, and the demon god would also be suppressed and unable to exert their strength when they arrived. Since ancient times, Du Xiaofu knew that the strongest person had only surpassed the heavenly sage realm. This person was the ancestor of the Du family, the heavenly way of the Archean age. No wonder the demon god wanted to come to this place. Just by staying here, he can continuously recover his strength. When he gets out, even if he's suppressed, he can still reach the strongest power that this world can withstand. Hule Laozu said again. He seemed to have seen through the demon god's purpose. In such an environment, the demon god's recovery would be much faster than in the outside world. When he recovered to a certain extent and went to the outside world again, even if he was suppressed by the invisible laws of heaven and earth, the strength that he could display would definitely be at the peak of this world. Unless the heavenly way was reborn, no one would be able to stop him. Even if the masters of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god came personally, it would not be possible. This was because those two supreme experts would still be suppressed in this world and would not be stronger than the demon god. The demon god is recovering. Du Xiaofu suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. There he had already found the demon god and the people of the devil religion. However, those people did not make any movements at this time. They just stood quietly in the void. Let's go and take a look. If there's a chance, let's stop them. Du Xiaofu shouted softly and moved first. After a flash of purple gold light, he disappeared from the spot. No matter what, the demon god's purpose here was to recover. As for the rest of the people of the devil religion, if they stayed for a long time, their strength would also increase. How could Du Xiaofu allow such a situation to happen so easily? It was better to make some noise. Beside him, Hulei Laozu saw this scene and did not delay any longer. He directly rushed into the distance. Du Xiaofu, you're here again! When Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the demon god and the others, the demon god's voice also sounded and entered his ears. Demon god! Du Xiaofu's pupils shrank fiercely. He looked at the demon god with a burning gaze and did not answer. He could clearly feel that the demon god's aura was also constantly strengthening at this time. In this space, a terrifying power drifted out from the demon god's body. It was much more vast than when they met in the misty space. This made Du Xiaofu feel even more pressured. If he fought with the demon god here, it would not be as easy as in the misty space. When they were there, both of them were under great pressure and suppression. It was the same for the demon god. Under such circumstances, the difference in strength between them was greatly reduced, which allowed Du Xiaofu to have the strength to fight with the demon god. Moreover, when they first fought, the demon god did not use his full strength. He did not want to continue fighting with Du Xiaofu. His purpose should be to find this place as soon as possible and recover. Therefore, Du Xiaofu truly understood at this time that he and the demon god were not on the same level in the true sense. I think you must have felt the extraordinariness of this place. The last time we fought, didn't you threaten to kill me? Even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian could not do it. I would like to see how you can do it. The demon god looked at Du Xiaofu with his huge demonic eyes and spoke in an indifferent tone with extreme disdain. In this space, his strength was constantly recovering. If he couldn't even defeat this human brat in front of him, then was he still a demon god? Regardless of whether I can do it or not, someone has to kill you. Du Xiaofu spoke in a low voice. His entire body suddenly exploded with a strong desire to fight. He stared fixedly at the demon god's incomparably majestic body as his own aura rose rapidly. No matter what, he could not just stand by and watch the demon god recover. He had to create some trouble for him. Boy, do you only know how to spout nonsense? The demon god's face suddenly turned serious as he looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke. His words were full of provocation. Whether or not I'm spouting nonsense, we'll know after the battle. Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Then his purple robes fluttered as if they were blown by a strong gust of wind and became perfectly straight. The aura on his body rose sharply. The invisible force in this space, under the control of the power in his body, moved along with it. In the dark space, a strong storm suddenly appeared. It swept and howled, with the power to destroy everything and kill in all directions. God-binding grip. Du Xiaofu shouted. All 10 fingers on both hands moved at the same time. The space laws were unleashed, and the power of space spread out rapidly. Then, in the area in front of the demon god, the void seemed to be grabbed by a huge hand and then squeezed fiercely. Poof! Terrifying spatial folds spread out. The void was like a piece of paper that was squeezed into a ball and became wrinkled. Then it suddenly collapsed. Poof! 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 This strange force spread out and stirred up the void. Suddenly, an even more violent spatial storm appeared in other places. Space moved everywhere. It was like the water in a big lake. After a place was suddenly emptied, the water in other places quickly flowed over and filled up the collapsed area. However, The movement caused by the spatial storm was much more terrifying than the water flow. Rumble. Under the spatial shift, the area suddenly shook violently. All tangible substances were distorted and deformed in an instant. Even Huilei Laozu, who appeared beside Du Xiaofu, had to use all his cultivation to resist the distortion force. Otherwise, he felt that his body would be instantly destroyed by the spatial power of the spatial shift at any time. However, Du Xiaofu was different. Invisible waves rippled out from his body. When the spatial storm brushed past his body, it automatically avoided him and did not have any effect on him. "How dare you show off such a small trick in front of me?" Looking at the demon god after a cold snort, the demon chi on his body roared like a roaring river, like a long river pouring down. The terrible force wave enveloped the people of the devil religion around him. When Du Xiaofu's attack was launched beside them, the spatial folds directly disappeared into nothingness, unable to touch these people at all. The demon god himself did not make any extra movements. The spatial folds exploded on his body, creating ripples on his skin. It was like the surface of a lake being blown by the wind, but it didn't cause any damage to him at all. It didn't even shake him a bit. Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu felt his eyelids twitch, and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. His physical body is actually this strong, Du Xiaofu said in surprise. When they fought in the foggy space, it could be said that he was completely at a disadvantage. Even with so many attacks, none of them were able to cause any harm to the demon god. If the demon god had not used his full strength, he would have been in danger. An ant is an ant after all. No matter how strong you are just a slightly bigger ant. Before this, in the foggy space, I might have to face you directly, but after I recover, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? The demon god said loudly, his voice rumbling and shaking the void. After easily breaking Du Xiaofu's attack, he directly controlled the demon chi outside his body, and like a surging wave, it quickly spread out in all directions. Now, I don't have time to play with you. After I recover, no one can escape death, including you. The demon god said indifferently. After a pair of demonic eyes stared at Du Xiaofu, he no longer paid attention to him, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a blind eye to him. Outside his body, the surging demonic chi continued to rise and permeate the air. In this demon chi, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Demons raised their swords to kill. Living creatures screamed miserably, and malicious spirits wreaked havoc. This scene was completely a scene of hell on earth. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, it overlapped with the scenes he saw in the upper reaches of the long river of time, like a projection of the past. However, if one looked carefully, the scenes seemed to be the prediction and evolution of the future in advance. "Thunder, martial vein, rise for me!" Du Xiaofu roared loudly, and a thunder light appeared on his body. It was like a bloodline pattern covering his body, and like a thunder net, it rushed out of his body and scattered into the sky. Then several lights of different colors flashed out from between his eyebrows. Woo, 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 boom, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. Several spiritual thunders rushed out, embedded on the thunder net, and arranged themselves in all directions. With the support of the spiritual thunders, the power of the thunder net instantly increased by thousands of times. Swoosh! Under Du Xiaofu's control, the thunder net suddenly fell, directly covering the position of the demon god and the people of the devil religion. Boom, boom, boom! The thunder was roaring, and the power was vast and mighty. The thunder net, carrying a power that could suppress everything, moved brazenly. The terrifying attack fell, and in the blink of an eye it covered the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood outside the demon god's body. Sizzle! The two forces, one strong and overbearing, the other evil and fierce, constantly rubbed against each other, devouring and consuming each other, and each was incomparably terrifying. However, in the end, when the energy of the thunder net was exhausted and the light dimmed, the scene outside the demon god's body still existed. In the transformation of the demon Qi, its power seemed to have been consumed a lot. But then, under the control of the demon god, the demon Qi continued to surge out of his body, replenishing it, and the terrible scene bloomed again. "Boy, don't waste your energy." The demon god's voice sounded, shaking the void. Then, in the midst of the dense demon Qi on his body, the hell-like scene on Earth became more and more real, as if it had condensed into a substance and appeared in this space. Heaven and Earth are empty. Du Xiaofu's face was solemn, and the purple-gold heavenly palace appeared in his hand instantly. A sword light that penetrated the heavens and the earth was immediately formed, and it slashed down fiercely at the terrible scene of hell. As soon as such a sword light appeared, the world seemed to be silent, and only the sword stood proudly in the sky. However, when the sword light slashed down in the end, it only produced a buzzing sound. Powerful ripples of impact spread out in all directions. After that, with a bang, the sword light was destroyed and transformed into dense talisman markings that dissipated into nothingness. It could be seen that the scene outside the demon god was as immovable as a mountain, still standing there, and was not shaken at all by Du Xiaofu's attack. The doomsday-like scene was evolving and fluctuating, and a murderous aura rushed out, and the screams and howls made one's scalp tingle. How can it be so strong? Cold sweat broke out on Du Xiaofu's forehead as he stared at this scene in a daze. He had already used all his strength, but he could not shake the power emitted by the demon god at all. That towering figure seemed to be effortlessly blocking all of his attacks. The demon god obviously does not want to make a move at this time, and he is in the midst of continuous recovery. Hulei Laozu came to Du Xiaofu's side and said solemnly. He could see that the demon god had adopted the most direct defense against Du Xiaofu's attack and did not attack at all. Moreover, at this time he could clearly feel that there were waves of terrifying power rippling out from the demon god's body. The aura that was originally extremely terrifying became more and more majestic and vast. In the space, there was also a vigorous energy gathering, endlessly flowing into the demon god's body, causing his power to become too strong. "Can't I even stop him from recovering?" Du Xiaofu mumbled to himself, and his emotions were extremely heavy. How big was the gap between his power and the demon god's? A half-step heavenly saint could be said to be 1 foot into the heavenly saint realm, but he could not even shake it. Then, when he fully recovered, just how strong would he be? Chapter 26:31. Brat, forget it. We can't stop the god fiend from recovering. In this strange space, there's no suppression from the outside world. We can't do anything to him. Why don't we take this opportunity to cultivate in peace and increase our strength? When the god fiend comes out, we'll have more energy to deal with him. Hulei Laozu turned to look at Du Xiaofu and said softly. He knew very well that the main reason why Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to the god fiend was because of this space. In this space, without the suppression from the outside world, the god fiend had recovered a lot in his realm. The god fiend's original strength was far beyond the heavenly sage realm. Even if he recovered 10% of his strength here, he was still much stronger than Du Xiaofu. If they were in the outside world, the god fiend wouldn't be able to completely ignore Du Xiaofu's attack. I understand, Grand Elder. Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and said. He knew very well that the god fiend in this space was not someone he could easily deal with. What he could do now was to do as Hulei Laozu said. Take advantage of this space without the suppression from the outside world, to break through earlier and do his best to increase his strength to deal with the situation after the god fiend completely recovered. Du Xiaofu didn't think too much. After calming down his emotions, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing and cultivate. Time was everything. Only by using all the time he had to increase his cultivation could he have more strength to fight against the god fiend. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body gradually converged, and waves of invisible waves were emitted. It was extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Hulei Laozu also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about now was that Du Xiaofu would be too impulsive after seeing the god fiend's strength and disregard everything. However, this brat's current performance made him feel more at ease. At the very least, in the face of such a strong enemy, he could still collect his chaotic thoughts and calm down to cultivate. This made Hulei Laozu's greatest worry disappear. Brat, cultivate well. We still need you to deal with the god fiend. Hulei Laozu whispered to himself. He looked deeply at the purple-robed young man beside him, his gaze sweeping across that angular face with an unfathomable charm. However, you can't bear all this alone. I, Grand Elder, I have to do something. Hulei Laozu thought, his mind, his gaze from Du Xiaofu. However, it didn't take long before another wave of fluctuations appeared in the space, attracting his attention. They're all here. Hulei Laozu turned around and saw a large group of figures in the void behind him. There were hundreds of people. These people were Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Lei Tianhuang, Zhen Qingchen, and so on. There were also experts from the Taoist school, Confucian school, School of Yinyang, School of Moism, Golden-Winged, Great Rock Clan, Phoenix Clan, Human Divine Temple, Beast Alliance, and other experts from the 3 continents Kyushu region. Grand Elder. Senior. After these people arrived, they all greeted Hulei Laozu. They also noticed Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, and the strange scene caused by the god fiend not far away. What's going on? What's wrong with the Rock Emperor? The god fiend's aura is so terrifying, and it seems to be getting stronger. It's not just the god fiend. The Rock Emperor is the same. Even those people from the devil religion beside the god fiend are the same. Soon, everyone realized that this place was unusual. They couldn't help but be surprised and discuss it. It's good that you're all here. The space here isn't suppressed, and it's the best for cultivation. It's many times faster than in the outside world. Moreover, it's much easier to comprehend the profound laws here. Hulei Laozu looked at everyone and said slowly. Then he pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, So, your next task is to do the same as him. Do your best to break through here. After Hulei Laozu finished speaking, everyone was very surprised. After carefully sensing it, it was just as he said. This place was very mysterious. Everyone understood Hulei Laozu's words. This kind of environment was perfect for cultivation and breakthroughs. At this time, Du Xiaofu, the people from the devil religion, and the god fiend were all improving. This was why their auras were constantly increasing. But Grand Ancestor, what about the god fiend? Du Xiaoyao stood out and couldn't help but ask after glancing at the god fiend in the distance. His meaning was very clear. His thoughts coincided with Du Xiaofu's. They both wanted to stop the god fiend from recovering. Don't touch the god fiend. No one can do anything to him here. After Hulei Laozu explained, he didn't say anything else. None of those who came here were weak. It wouldn't take long for them to figure out the key points. Don't delay any longer. Everyone, cultivate. Hulei Laozu's eyes shot out lightning and fire as he swept his gaze over the experts from the tri-continent Kyushu region. Yes, Grand Ancestor. Everyone didn't say anything. They all sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate their breathing. With hundreds of people cultivating at the same time in the same place, the scene was extremely spectacular. The vast auras were invisibly intertwined with each other, triggering an invisible force that caused the void to tremble. Only Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest of the people from the desolate country didn't do as they were told. Instead, they gathered around Hulei Laozu. You all go ahead and cultivate. I'm going out for a while. Hulei Laozu looked at them and spoke softly. Then he suddenly looked at Lei Tianhuang in the crowd and said, Young man, come with me. Me. Grand Ancestor, where are we going? Lei Tianhuang was a little puzzled and asked honestly. You'll know when you get there. Hulei Laozu said softly. He didn't explain further. After glancing at the purple-robed youth beside him, he immediately flew into the distance. He left in an extremely straightforward manner without any hesitation. Grand Ancestor, Senior, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest wanted to ask him clearly. However, Hulei Laozu left too quickly, and they couldn't stop him. Lei Tianhuang was puzzled when he saw the situation. However, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he bowed to Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and Du Xiaoyao and said, "Grandmaster, Martial Uncle, go first!" Then his body turned into a flash of lightning and flashed in the void. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles and disappeared. Seeing this, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, and the rest were very puzzled. Grand Ancestor must have something important to do for leaving at this time. Du Tingxian raised the wine jar in his hand and took a sip of the strong wine. "Let's all cultivate. The demon god is recovering quickly. We can't delay any longer." Zhen Qingchen said. He didn't pursue the matter too deeply because of Hulei Laozu's departure. Everyone was on the same side. If he didn't want to talk about it, he naturally had his reasons. There was no need to pursue the matter. "Let's begin." Everyone looked at the demon god, not far away. Then they all sat cross-legged in the void and began to regulate their breathing. Soon, the area became strangely peaceful. No one spoke. Everyone was in a strange state of cultivation. Only waves of energy were constantly fluctuating like a storm, raging and sweeping. In the distance, two figures, one old and one young, were moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed an endless distance. "Grand Ancestor, where are we going?" Lei Tianhuang asked Hulei Laozu. His naive expression was very serious. "Young man, let me ask you a question." Hulei Laozu didn't answer him. Instead, he said this. Grand Ancestor, what's the question?" Lei Tianhuang was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you afraid of death?" Hulei Laozu said. When he said this, his old eyes couldn't help but look deeply at Lei Tianhuang. He stared at him closely. Lei Tianhuang was stunned by Hulei Laozu's question. For a long time, he didn't say anything. Then he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he replied very seriously, "That depends on how you die." Interesting. Then how do you die so that you won't be afraid? Hulei Laozu laughed and continued to ask, "If it's a worthy death, then I'm not afraid. What I'm afraid of is that there's no value in dying." This time, Lei Tianhuang didn't hesitate and blurted out, "If you die while fighting against a demon god, is there any value in dying?" Hulei Laozu asked again, "Of course there is. The demon god is cruel and wants to slaughter countless lives. If I can stop his tyrannical actions, even if I have to die 1,000 times or 10,000 times, I'm willing." Lei Tianhuang said. There was an indescribable seriousness on his simple and honest face. "Good boy. I know, huh?" Hulei Laozu suddenly laughed and reached out to stroke Lei Tianhuang's head. It was as if he was stroking his own descendant. His old eyes were full of affection. "Ancestor, why did you ask those questions just now?" Lei Tianhuang's face couldn't help but turn red when Hulei Laozu stroked his head. After he had truly awakened his spiritual intelligence, he had the appearance of a young man. When had he ever received such treatment? For a moment, he was not used to it. However, he also knew that Hulei Laozu was born from the same origin as him. There was naturally a close connection between them. Therefore, he didn't refuse to avoid it. "Ancestor wants to bring you to do something big." Hulei Laozu's expression suddenly showed a sense of heroism. He held his head high and puffed out his chest as he hurried along. "What kind of big thing?" Lei Tianhuang was puzzled again. "Something big." Hulei Laozu said, "What is something big?" Lei Tianhuang was confused. "You will know." Hulei Laozu said, Lei Tianhuang stared blankly at Hulei Laozu, not understanding what was going on. Ha 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 ha! Looking at Lei Tianhuang's appearance, Hulei Laozu once again laughed out loud. In such a situation, the two figures quickly moved, piercing through the boundless void and finally disappearing without a trace. The bold and unrestrained laughter gradually faded away and vanished into nothingness. In the end, it could no longer be heard, just like the two figures that had disappeared into the distance. In the void, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. For cultivators above the sage realm, it was not rare for them to go into seclusion for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. This short 1 year was truly insignificant. During this period, whether it was Du Xiaofu's side or the devil religion's side, everyone was in the midst of cultivation and did not make any movements. The two sides, who were enemies of life and death, quietly faced each other, each improving themselves. Such a scene was too calm, like the calm before the storm. It was strangely strange. Everyone's aura was constantly improving. That vast aura fluctuation was too flabbergasting. If such a situation happened in the outside world, it would be inconceivable. But in this space, everything was so natural. It was only because there was no suppression force in this place, like the outside world. Everyone's bodies seemed to have broken free from some invisible shackles, and thus became lighter. Cultivating while sitting cross-legged, the speed was also much, much faster. It was likely that staying here for a year was at least more than dozens or hundreds of years in the outside world. And all of this was not caused by the acceleration of time, but by the space. Suddenly, there were waves of vast aura, causing the world to shake. I've broken through! In the crowd of the tri-continent Kyushu region, Lei Yang slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light condensed and directly pierced through the void. The aura on his body was originally only at the late-stage sage realm, far from the peak. However, at this moment, his cultivation was already at the sage realm perfection. This step was like stepping over a small realm. Such an improvement was too terrifying. They're still cultivating. Lei Yang looked around and found that everyone was still cultivating. He also found that the aura on many people's bodies had changed more than his. This caused the joy that had just risen in his heart to quickly fade away. Master! Lei Yang's gaze looked at the front of the crowd. There was a purple-robed figure sitting there, also in the midst of cultivation. However, unlike the others, the aura on his body was extremely restrained and did not leak out at all. If one did not look with the naked eye and only used the power of the primordial spirit to spy, one would not be able to discover his existence. It was as if he was a piece of nothingness. This was terrifying. Lei Yang was not an ignorant person. He knew that this was a manifestation of his master's compatibility with the world. It was a profound trace of the great Tao, as if he was one with the world. When he was first subdued by Du Xiaofu, his cultivation was at the late-stage sage realm, while his master was only at the middle-stage sage realm. Now, with the help of the uniqueness of this space, he had just broken through to the sage realm perfection. Looking at his master, he had already surpassed him and left him far behind. Now, even if there were 100 or 1,000 of him, he would not be able to defeat his master. Since I've broken through in the aspect of beast energy, I'll continue to comprehend the power of ultimacy. Lei Yang thought to himself after a moment of silence. If he was only surpassed by his master, it was understandable. After all, in this world, no one could match his speed of advancement. However, due to the removal of the ubiquitous suppression during the ancient war, many people left him in the dust on the path of cultivation. This made Lei Yang feel even more pressured at this time. After thinking for a while in his heart, Lei Yang calmed his mind and entered the mysterious state of comprehension once more. Time slowly flowed by, constantly fading away. Day after day passed. The scene in this space was still the same as before. No one knew how long had passed, and no one cared about this problem. On a certain day, Du Xiaofu, who was in front of everyone, started to have an inexplicable aura rising from his body. Walala! Streaks of lightning power spiraled, like slender snakes, slithering around his body. Purple gold lightning curled up, releasing a vast majesty, like the might of heaven. Buzz, 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 inside the space, strange undulations also rippled out. The void in front of Du Xiaofu constantly changed shape, presenting all kinds of strange patterns. At the same time, in his mind, there was similarly a figure sitting cross-legged. It was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu himself. This was his primordial spirit. At this time, on this primordial spirit, there were mysterious lines glowing, as if the patterns of the great Tao were engraved on it, ever-changing and evolving into all things. Among these lines, there were a few that were the brightest and had an extremely vast aura. Those trajectories seemed to explain some kind of law and trace in this world, indescribable. Rumble. In the outside world, there was suddenly a sudden clap of thunder. Chi-chi-chi. The surrounding space was constantly distorted, as if it was being wantonly kneaded by some kind of huge force. Two completely different auras descended, instantly suppressing the primordial spirits of all the living beings here. Among the people in the surroundings, a considerable number of people were also alarmed by such a commotion. Of course, there were still many people beside Du Xiaofu who were still sitting cross-legged and did not move. What happened? Why is it so scary? It's the Rock Emperor. The aura on his body is changing. This is too terrifying. Is the Rock Emperor about to break through? If he breaks through again, wouldn't he be a true heavenly saint? After being alarmed, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura. All of them looked at the purple-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged in the void as if they were looking at a deity. He was so high and mighty, unreachable and untouchable. Everyone's primordial spirits were trembling. They could not help but tremble. Hurry up and leave this place, as far away as possible. Many people moved instantly and hid far away, afraid that they would be shaken by the invisible aura emitted from Du Xiaofu's body and be injured. However, things were far from that simple. After Du Xiaofu's body exploded, the aura of Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoba, Little Qilin, Du Yunlong, and the rest of the Du family's experts who were beside him also skyrocketed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning instantly exploded, and a bright lightning rushed out from everyone's body, piercing through the 9 heavens. The ferocious and domineering lightning roared and echoed in all directions. Blinding rays of light appeared, piercing the eyes of many experts to the point that they felt pain in their eyes. Thunder martial vein. This is the thunder martial vein of the Du family. There were experts who cried out loudly, trembling endlessly. They could all see that, at this moment, the thunder martial veins of the Du family's people were all triggered and rushed into the void. The bolts of lightning slashed horizontally and quickly gathered together with the lightning energy emitted from Du Xiaofu's body, condensing into a vast and terrifying sea of lightning. It's fine if it's just the Du family's people, but the Dragon's Girl and Little Qilin also have such a vast amount of lightning. Some experts said doubtfully. The Dragon's Girl and Little Qilin were born because of the Rock Emperor, so it's natural for them to have such a vast amount of lightning energy. Someone explained at the side. Everyone retreated to an extremely far place, trembling with fear as they watched the scene unfold over there. After the thunder martial veins of the Du family's people appeared, the boundless and terrifying pressure in this space became even more vast. There were no weaklings here, but everyone felt a strong sense of fear and uneasiness in their hearts. It was as if they were facing a high and mighty god, and they wanted to crawl in front of him. In the sea of lightning, bolts of lightning of different shapes flashed, crisscrossing and carrying with them the power of destruction. Among them there were many purple gold lightning bolts, which were ferocious and filled with the power of heaven. Look, all of a sudden, someone shouted again. Looking in the direction of his finger, they saw Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Zi Xian Jiaoloju, and the others not far away from Du Xiaofu and the others. Extremely terrifying auras rushed out from their bodies. The devil religion is also making a move. Soon, everyone saw that on the side of the devil religion, the auras of the 8 devil emperors began to soar. Vast amounts of devil qi surged out, connecting with the auras of the devil gods, dense and steamy. The terrifying fluctuations of power, the ferocious and bloody aura spread out, and the movement caused by it was even greater than that of Du Xiaofu and his family. Half-step heavenly saints. Their auras are close to that of half-step heavenly saints, and they're still increasing rapidly. How could there be such a terrifying change? How long have we been cultivating here? Everyone was shocked, and they were almost speechless. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in the outside world. In this space, without the suppression of heaven and earth, those people could break through so quickly. Many people found it inconceivable. Although they had also improved greatly, compared to Du Xiaofu and the devil emperors of the devil religion, they were still far behind. Freaks, they are all freaks. The improvement of the people of the devil religion is even more terrifying. When they come out of seclusion, I wonder how strong they will be. We can't delay any longer. Let's continue to cultivate and comprehend. We can't be defeated by the people of the devil religion. That's right. The stronger we are, the more likely we will be to defeat the people of the devil religion. We can't rely on the Rock Emperor and the others for everything. We have to bear some of the responsibility. Looking at the situation over there, Xiao Qin saw that it continued. That horrifying lightning fluctuation and that surging demonic qi did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After waiting for a long time, the people in the distance no longer looked at them. They all found a place to sit down cross-legged and cultivate on their own. Everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts. In this space, whether it was the people of the Rock Emperor's side or the devil gods and devil emperors of the devil religion, all of them were improving rapidly. If the living beings of this world could not accumulate more power, they would face an even more terrifying situation after the devil gods completely recovered. No one wanted to see such a situation. Time continued to pass, but no one cared about the passage of time. Everyone's goal was the same. They wanted to break through to a higher level in this place where there was no suppression and obtain more power. This scene continued. The lightning radiance emitted by the people of the Du family and the vast devil qi of the devil religion were 2 completely different colors that reflected each other's brilliance. It was a terrifying scene. At the same time, not only in this space, but also in the outside world, the weather began to change because of what was happening here. In one of the realms of the 3 continents Kyushu, a strange scene appeared high in the sky. Countless living beings walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the azure sky and the clouds that filled the sky were separated from the middle. One side flashed with lightning, bright and dazzling, while the other side was filled with scarlet clouds, dark and gloomy with a fishy smell. The scene on both sides was vast and had the power to destroy the world. The lightning and the red clouds constantly collided and rubbed against each other. The violent collisions caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. In such a collision, endless energy was shattered and annihilated. At the same time, a portion of the shattered energy formed a destructive storm that swept through everything. What happened? Why is it like this? This is too terrifying. Is the end of the world coming? The devil religion. It must be the devil religion. The devil religion's massacre has begun. Run. Where can we run to? If the devil gods don't die, no one in this world can escape. Countless living beings were in a panic and trembling. Among the weaker living beings, there was a sudden uproar. All of them fled for their lives, but they were like headless flies. They did not know where they could really hide. Is the great calamity about to begin? In the sky above the stone city in the desolate country, an old man floated in the air with a worried expression. Is that lightning radiance because of him? Beside the old man stood a beautiful woman. She was also looking up at the sky, her beautiful eyes rippling with unconcealable emotions. The woman's gaze seemed to be able to see through the boundless space and see a certain figure. In today's world, other than that kid, I can't think of anyone else who can compete with the devil religion. The old man replied. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. I hope that after this, the scenery in this world will remain the same as before. Is this possible? Chapter 2632. In the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents, strange phenomena continued to appear, other than the fear of many creatures. There were also many people who were extremely excited. Lord Demon God is recovering quickly. He must have found the item to recover. Our devil religion is destined to rise. How many years have we waited? It's been too long since Lord Demon God left and went to the demon realm to find the item to recover. Keek, isn't that so? Can we finally start killing? Gather all the members of our devil religion and wait for Lord Demon God to return. Be prepared to kill at any time. The members of the devil religion began to gather. Each of them rubbed their fists and prepared to attack. This commotion was noticed by all the living beings in the area. After the initial panic, many of them gradually calmed down and began to plan everything. The school of vertical and horizontal. The strange phenomena between heaven and earth naturally attracted their attention. Just as the members of the school of vertical and horizontal were restless, a terrifying commotion came from within the school of vertical and horizontal. Buzz, a terrifying wave spread out and rushed in all directions. In an instant, it swept across the entire territory of the school of vertical and horizontal. In this moment, everyone felt a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out around them. It filled every inch of space, causing all the members of the school of vertical and horizontal to be shocked. They found it difficult to breathe and were about to stop. This feeling was as if a terrifying person had been sleeping for countless years and had suddenly awakened. The Forbidden Land, the commotion, is coming from the Forbidden Land. Soon, someone realized that the commotion in the entire school of vertical and horizontal came from their Forbidden Land. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure rushed out from the endless mountains. Like a firework, it soared into the sky. At a certain moment, the figure that had soared into the sky abruptly stopped in midair, as if it had suddenly been stuck. Ancestor, the ancestor of our school of vertical and horizontal, has awakened and broken out of seclusion. An expert from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted excitedly, Greetings, ancestor! Greetings, ancestor! Everyone knelt down in an instant and kowtowed to the figure like a tsunami. Has the great calamity finally arrived? The old man did not pay any attention to the greetings of the younger generation. Instead, he stared blankly at the sky, at the lightning and red clouds that each occupied half of the sky. The devil god has recovered, and the great calamity has arrived. The 9 cauldrons have yet to be assembled, and the 9 families will not come out. Isn't this situation perfect? The old man stared at the sky as he muttered to himself. Pass the order. Quickly contact the Realm Master Clan and tell them that the devil god has recovered. After watching for a long time, the old man suddenly spoke again. His voice was loud, and it spread through the entire house of vertical and horizontal. Yes, ancestor. After that, without saying anything else, numerous figures moved through the air and directly charged into the Zongheng family. The suppression of heaven and earth has been removed. As long as we can leave this place, it doesn't matter if this world is destroyed. This time, my school of vertical and horizontal will not be controlled by anyone. The old man's eyes flashed as he felt the terrifying power in the world. However, he was looking forward to something else. Similar scenes were playing out at almost the same time in legalism, Buddhism, and other places. Many ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years came out and sighed at the sky. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire family responded. Not only the 9 great families, but in various places in this world, the various sects, families, and other forces all made their moves. Desolate country, stone city. Those who strike first gain the advantage. Those who strike later suffer. In the huge square outside the palace, Morongurwa said softly, "The people of the devil religion are waiting for the devil god to return and sweep through this world with an unstoppable force. As for us, we can't wait any longer." On the side, Medicine Saint E. Wuming said in a deep voice, "Order all the disciples of the desolate country to declare war on the devil religion." Ancient Heaven Sect. Disciples of the Ancient Heaven Sect, the devil god has recovered, and the great calamity has arrived. Are you ready? Venerable Goldenrock, Sima Taxing, Gu Qingyang, and other experts stood in the air and shouted loudly, shaking the world. We're ready. Below, countless disciples raised their swords and sabers, their auras like rainbows. Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy, prepare for war. Bai Mingfeng stood in front of the main hall and looked at the many students below as he spoke loudly. Fight! 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 Teng Mo, Zhang Yixin, Huang Xiaofeng, Yu Yu, and the others all shouted loudly. Sacred Palace. The majestic main hall opened with a creaking sound as Lin Feng walked out and stood under the tall and wide door. He faced the countless disciples in the square and said loudly, "The devil religion has made its move. In order to protect the safety of the human race, what should the disciples of the sacred palace do? We will not hesitate to drink blood on the battlefield. We will follow the human emperor and senior brother Lin Feng to slaughter the gods and subdue the demons. Drink blood on the battlefield. Slaughter the gods and subdue the demons. Drink blood on the battlefield. Slaughter the gods and subdue the demons." Many young experts shouted loudly, their hearts filled with hot-bloodedness. "Follow me and kill," Lin Feng shouted and immediately charged out. Such scenes were playing out one after another in various parts of the world. The people of the major forces and the devil religion soon clashed. Not long after the strange phenomenon appeared, this world was suddenly engulfed in the flames of war. With my blood, strengthen my Kyushu. Eliminate the devil religion. Kill the demonic god. Countless creatures howled and charged into the battlefield with murderous intent. While the people of the devil religion were waiting for the return of the demonic god, a great war began. Let's kill. Many experts of the devil religion laughed sinisterly. After being caught off guard at the beginning, the people of the devil religion reacted quickly and began to fight against the creatures of this world. Kill! Kill! Sabers and swords collided, blood and fire mixed, and a song of death suddenly sounded in this world. Countless creatures fought with all their might, with bloodshot eyes. Almost at every moment, whether it was the people of the devil religion or the experts of the other major forces, someone was bleeding or dying at any time. The weapons roared and shattered everything. Hot blood spilled and dyed the earth red. Heads rolled and piled up into mountains. All the creatures began to go crazy. Their hair danced in the wind, and the weapons in their hands glowed as they began to fight for a long time. Kill! The creatures roared, and the weapons were boiling. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, like a tsunami. The mountains were breaking, the rivers were drying up, the void was shattering, and the earth was shaking violently. The forests that were full of vitality and the majestic buildings were all reduced to ashes in the terrifying collision. Everywhere, the broken walls were soaked in scarlet blood. Chapter 26:33. A great battle broke out in this world. Above the sky, the sea of lightning and the red clouds, each occupying half of the sky, also began to collide fiercely. Two completely opposite forces of energy roared and surged, shaking the entire universe. Expanse after expanse of space was being annihilated and collapsed. Terrifying energy swept across the sky and earth. Kill! Below, countless creatures were shouting and fighting. Domain, venerable, and emperor-level experts were all involved in the battle. Heaven and earth were overturned. Mountains and rivers were in mourning. Indomitable bodies fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Corpses piled up like mountains, and scarlet blood flowed like a river. However, Du Xiaofu and the people of the devil religion, who were in the strange space, were unaware of this doomsday-like scene. At this moment, each of them was at the most critical moment. In this space, no one knew exactly how many years had passed. The thunderbolts that were emitted from the bodies of Du Xiaofu and the other members of the Du clan gathered into a sea of lightning that permeated the sky. The demonic aura that was emitted by the 8 great demon emperors and the rest occupied a spot. Their auras were vast and mighty, and it seemed as though they were trying to compete with each other. The 2 auras were vast and boundless, majestic and magnificent. For a moment, it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that although the sea of lightning was incomparably ferocious, its overall aura was slightly inferior to the devil chi released by the dozens of people of the devil religion. Looking at the devil god, other than the scene of hell that had condensed around his body, there were no overly terrifying fluctuations being released. All his aura seemed to be restrained, and it was not as vast and terrifying as Du Xiaofu, the 8 great demon emperors, and the others. However, if Du Xiaofu were to wake up at this moment with his cultivation, he would definitely be able to discover that the devil god's aura had risen to an extremely terrifying level. In the distance, numerous living beings with slightly weaker cultivations had retreated a long time ago, and they sat down cross-legged to cultivate while ignoring the ceaseless passage of time. After an unknown period of time, a heart-palpitating movement suddenly came from the direction of the devil religion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the 8 great devil emperors leading the devil religion, an even more vast devil chi fluctuation suddenly surged out of the bodies of the dozens of people from the devil religion. Under the vast expanse of demonic chi, the void trembled. Rumble! Demonic chi surged and exploded with a thunderous roar. A vast aura circulated, shuttling back and forth among the devil religion crowd, wreaking havoc. At the same time, the strength of those dozens of people was rapidly increasing, and their auras became more and more terrifying. Not long after the scene appeared, all of a sudden, a boom was heard, and the terrifying might of lightning spread out. Everyone from the Du family, the sea of lightning that was intertwined together, suddenly exploded, exploding into a ball of brilliant light that scattered in all directions. Bolts of lightning struck and swept across everything. Similar to the situation on the devil religion side, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, and the others' auras also skyrocketed rapidly. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaohuang, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Zixian, Jialo Jiryu, and the others also had a huge fluctuation. Breakthrough! The Rock Emperor and the others are about to break through. What a terrifying aura! What a terrifying power! Are they about to break through to the heavenly saint realm? The aura on the devil religion's side is even more terrifying than that of the Rock Emperor and the others. In the distance, many experts had long been alarmed. Hundreds of people came out of their closed-door cultivation and looked at the scene in fear. No one doubted that if they were in the center of that energy, they would be crushed into ashes in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, this scene did not last for long. Soon, they all saw that whether it was the devil religion side, the Du family side, Zixian, Jialo Juyu, or the others, the boundless aura around them suddenly shrank and rushed into their bodies. In the next moment, almost everyone opened their eyes at the same time. Chi-la numerous gazes and auras penetrated the void as if they were real. Everyone's aura was restrained, and it was difficult to see any fluctuations outside their bodies. However, each of them was just sitting there, but they gave people a feeling that they were one with this space. Xiaofu, brother, boss, dad, Rock Emperor, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialajuyu, and the others quickly gathered around Du Xiaofu's side. Boss, I still can't see through your strength. You should be in the saint stage, right? Du Xiaoyao walked up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a burning gaze and asked hopefully. In his perception, the aura on his boss's body was much more restrained than before. Even with the powerful primordial spirit of the red-boned horse monkey, he could not see through it. That's right. Du Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Saint stage. Everyone was slightly taken aback, but they weren't too surprised. They all knew that Du Xiaofu had already reached the half-step heavenly saint stage, and he was only a step away from the real heavenly saint stage. It was not surprising that he had broken through to the heavenly saint stage now. You're not bad either. You're actually a half-step heavenly saint. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao and could not help but say with some surprise. Although Du Xiaoyao looked very ordinary at this moment, she could not hide from Du Xiaofu's perception. They've all improved a lot. As he said that, Du Xiaofu naturally looked at the group of people around him. His primordial spirit spied on their auras, and he could not help but be shocked. These people's auras were all restrained, but they could not escape from Du Xiaofu's perception. Half-step heavenly saint stage. So many half-step heavenly saints. The situation that Du Xiaofu saw with his primordial spirit shocked him more and more. Under his perception, he found that Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialajuyu, Zixian, Du Xiaohuang, and the others had all stepped into the half-step heavenly saint stage. This kind of improvement is too terrifying. Du Xiaofu murmured, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. All of this was caused by the uniqueness of this space. Here, everyone did not have that kind of suppressive force, as if they had broken free from some kind of shackle, and broke free from the invisible shackles between heaven and earth. In addition, the people around him were all extraordinary people. Naturally, this kind of improvement was much more abnormal than in the outside world. However, such a large-scale improvement, no matter how one thought about it, was unbelievable. It was like a dream. Dad, I'm not slower than you. Just as Du Xiaofu was shocked, a little girl's voice rang in his ears. Little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the voice. When his gaze landed on little Xingxing, his heart could not help but tremble violently. Heavenly saint stage! Under the detection of his primordial spirit, he found that little Xingxing had already stepped into the heavenly saint stage. Vaguely, Du Xiaofu could feel that the little body that looked only 12 or 13 years old was constantly resonating with some kind of power between heaven and earth. The rhythm that Du Xiaofu felt while he was in a trance caused him to involuntarily feel a little apprehensive at this moment. After little Xingxing received the inheritance left behind by her biological father, the dragon god in the dragon world, she had advanced rapidly. At this time, she had even stepped into the heavenly saint stage. This made Du Xiaofu feel extremely shocked. At the same time that he was shocked, he was also very happy. There are so many half-step heavenly saints, plus the two heavenly saints, Xiaofu and little Xingxing. I wonder if they can deal with the upcoming calamity. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qingchen suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the people around him suddenly sank, and they instantly woke up from their excitement. If they wanted to deal with the calamity, they would have to face the demon god and the followers of the devil religion. What kind of cultivation realm are the people of the devil religion in now? Du Xiaofu said softly. He turned and looked in the direction of the people of the devil religion. As soon as he looked around, his gaze collided with two gazes opposite him. Du Xiaofu. Among the 8 demon emperors, the great demon emperor's deep and hoarse voice rang out. The first thing he did was to look at the purple-robed figure across from him. Great Demon Emperor. Du Xiaofu naturally felt the great demon emperor's gaze and could not help but look at the petite figure. At this time, the great demon emperor was very different from before. The demon chi that usually surrounded his body was no longer there, and his true appearance was revealed. It was a short and delicate person who looked like a woman. However, his face was completely pale, and there was no trace of blood, so it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. A strange pattern was branded on half of his pale face. It twisted and turned as if it was drawn by a brush, and it was indescribably strange. 2 ink-black eyeballs were embedded in his pupils, and there was no distinction between the pupils and the whites of his eyes. They looked dark and deep. "You've really reached the heavenly saint realm." The great demon emperor looked at Du Xiaofu, and there was not much fluctuation in his tone. It seemed that he was not too surprised by this. Before entering this place, the purple-robed young man was already a half-step heavenly saint. However, because he had just grasped a small amount of the true meaning of the laws, he had not stepped into the heavenly saint realm in one go. After a long period of continuous comprehension, everything was just a matter of time. Is he also a heavenly saint? Looking at the great demon emperor, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene. Before entering the foggy space, Du Xiaofu had fought 9 great demon emperors alone with the strength of a half-step heavenly saint, and he had not been at a disadvantage. Among them was the great demon emperor. At that time, the great demon emperor was only at the peak of the consummate saint realm. However, at this time, in this space without any suppression, the great demon emperor had also stepped into the heavenly saint realm after an unknown period of time. He was not inferior to Zhou Bao at all. However, just as Du Xiaofu was shocked, this feeling suddenly became more intense. 2nd demon emperor, 4th demon emperor, 5th demon emperor. He glanced at the lineup of the devil religion and was shocked to find that, except for the great demon emperor, the remaining 7 demon emperors had also reached the heavenly saint realm. 8 heavenly saints. How could there be so many of them? Du Xiaofu's eyes became extremely deep, and the seriousness in his heart had never been deeper than at this moment. The 8 demon emperors had all reached the heavenly saint realm. In the foggy space, if he had not killed the 3 demon emperors, there would have been 9 heavenly saints now. This kind of strength was too terrifying when compared to his own side. Du Xiaofu, you are no longer qualified to be arrogant in front of us. The 9 demon emperor stepped out and looked at Du Xiaofu with his cold eyes. He was overbearing. Early on in the Snow Spirit Mountain, he was killed by Du Xiaofu. However, a trace of his devil spirit escaped and was finally revived by the secret technique of the Lord Demon God. He had long hated Du Xiaofu to the core. Previously, Du Xiaofu was 1 step ahead of everyone and had stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, leaving the other demon emperors far behind. Now, in this space, they had all improved greatly. The distance between them and Du Xiaofu was rapidly narrowing until they were almost the same. Under such circumstances, the 8 demon emperors no longer had any fear in their hearts when facing the purple-robed young man. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's voice was cold. After glancing at the 9 demon emperors, he glanced at the rest of the people of the devil religion. There don't seem to be many half-step heavenly saints. In the lineup of the devil religion, except for the demon god and the 8 demon emperors, there were dozens of people left. Although all of them had improved tremendously, they were not that terrifying. Among them, there were only about 10 people who had reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, which was not much different from his side. Among these 10 people, the ones that Du Xiaofu was most familiar with were Moksha and Mo Lingzi, which surprised him a little. It should be known that the cultivation of these 2 people was not particularly strong before, but they had improved so much all of a sudden. How could it not be impressive? However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, in this place where there was no suppression, and with the help of the demon god, it was not too unbelievable that the people of the devil religion could improve so much. The demon god still hasn't made a move. In the end, Du Xiaofu's eyes fixed on the demon god's body. He saw that the figure, which was taller than a mountain, was still standing there quietly. His aura fluctuated slowly. Although it was not vast and terrifying, it was still very vigorous. With a single glance, Du Xiaofu was able to detect that the interior of that body definitely contained the most terrifying energy. It was definitely not something that the current him could shake. When we were in the primordial age, we had already far surpassed the Saint Realm. How can you, Du Xiaofu, be compared to us? It's just that we were suppressed in this world, and we were sealed for countless years. Only now did we recover in this space. Today is the day of your death. This place will also be your burial ground. Suddenly, the second demon emperor stepped out from the crowd of the devil religion and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2634. The second demon emperor took a step forward and immediately broke away from the devil religion's formation. He was now dozens of feet away from Du Xiaofu. He waved his hand in the air, and a strange aura came out. In an instant, it exploded in front of Du Xiaofu. The space in the air suddenly exploded, and fragments flew in all directions. Immediately after, a huge demonic claw stretched out horizontally, aiming at Du Xiaofu's body, and fiercely clawed down. On this demonic claw, there were dense black scales that emitted a chilling light. The sharp nails on the front of the 5 fingers pierced the air, carrying a peerless and sharp edge, as if they could pierce through everything. Even the current Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. It's very strong. It has a kind of space power. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he made his move. His purple robe fluttered, and his figure retreated at the same time. You want to compete with the law of space? I can do that too. These words left Du Xiaofu's mouth. After that, his hand suddenly swiped through the air, and the power of space moved along with it. At this moment, the air was like a boundless sea. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the seawater rushed into 9 waves, surging violently. Suddenly, the entire space was thrown into chaos. Waves of spatial turbulence rose like hurricanes, spreading out and colliding with each other, converging into a spatial storm that swept in all directions. The experts beside Du Xiaofu and in the distance, as well as the people of the devil religion, except for the 8 demon emperors, were like a small boat in a boundless tide, moving up and down along with the fluctuations of space. What a terrifying law of space! Resist it. Within the devil religion, Moksha, Emolingzi, and the others unleashed all their strength at the same time to resist the spatial energy. They didn't retreat into the distance because, as long as they were in this space, they wouldn't be able to avoid this boundlessly violent spatial storm. You're not weak, but let's see how you're going to fight me. The second demon emperor shouted. Under his control, the huge demon claw moved across the sky and wreaked havoc in the space storm. It left a pitch-black shadow in its wake as it flashed and disappeared. With each flash, the demon claw would appear in a different location, recklessly moving in and out of the turbulent space, dodging again and again without much hindrance. Occasionally, when it collided with the weak spatial turbulence, it would be instantly crushed. Humph! Even if you have reached the heavenly saint level, you are still no match for me. Du Xiaofu said coldly. His arm moved horizontally, and the space laws were mobilized. A different kind of rhythm instantly appeared, rippling outwards. Then the spatial turbulence that had stirred up this area suddenly stagnated, as if it had been solidified and stopped there. In this space, regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or those from the devil religion, except for little Xingxing and the few demon emperors, everyone below the saint realm felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if the air had stopped flowing and they couldn't even breathe. It was suffocating. Crack, crack, crack. The demon claw's speed was greatly reduced, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Every inch it moved forward would cause a sound, like the sound of porcelain breaking. What followed was the destruction of the frozen spatial storm, and it turned into fine powder that rained down from the sky. God-binding grip. Du Xiaofu shouted softly. He stretched out one hand, and his 5 fingers moved slightly. Facing the huge demon claw, he clenched it fiercely. Boom! A terrible explosion was heard, and the space shook violently. It filled every part of the solidified space. It was as if it had been hit by a strong force, and it shattered like a mirror, and it fell with a crash. The demon claw in the center was also crushed by this powerful force, and it turned into pieces. Puff! Puff! In this shock, the experts from the devil religion, who had not reached the half-step heavenly saint realm, all spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The suffocating feeling receded, and the qi and blood in their bodies began to churn. Behind Du Xiaofu, the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, were all fine. Under his deliberate control, the power of space didn't affect them. The void that had lost Du Xiaofu's control quickly returned to its original state. What terrifying strength! Is this the heavenly saint realm? The law of space is so miraculous. The Rock Emperor is so powerful. The second Demon Emperor is also very strong. Even though the great Rock Emperor has used such means, he hasn't been injured at all. The second Demon Emperor alone is so difficult to deal with. There are still 7 Demon Emperors over there. Among us, only the Rock Emperor and his daughter can fight against the 8 Demon Emperors. The situation is not optimistic. This battle is going to be difficult. That's right, there is still the Demon God. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover. Once the Demon God fully recovers, the situation will be even worse. The hundreds of people behind Du Xiaofu were shocked, and their hearts trembled at the strength of these 2 people. They could feel that the spatial power that Du Xiaofu had mastered was extremely terrifying. It was as if the area between heaven and earth was a ripe persimmon that he could hold in his hand and crush at will. However, although this kind of strength made everyone feel shocked, it did not erase the worry in their hearts. They only had 2 heavenly saints on their side, while the devil religion had 8 people. If the disparity in strength was too great, they could not help but feel worried. What's more, the god fiend was still recovering. It wouldn't take long for him to wake up and start a massacre. You do have some skills, but they are not enough. The second Demon Emperor sneered. He waved his arm gently, and the vibrating force was pushed back. It did not cause any damage to his body. Then his demonic body suddenly moved, and he walked through the void. With every step he took, surging demonic qi rose from his body. In an instant, the space was filled with a strange aura. This aura was filled with endless killing intent and blood, and it was extremely ferocious. Violent demonic qi rose and combined to form the shape of a giant beast. Its body was incomparably huge, several times larger than the demonic god not far away. Just by occupying the void, it gave people a strong sense of oppression, as if it was going to fill up the entire space. Roar! The giant beast let out a low roar, and as it opened its bloody mouth, a fishy smell rushed out. The space was corroded, and dense black holes appeared. A pair of blood-red eyes, which were like 2 bloody suns, were ferocious and horrible. Evil creature, how dare you be so fierce? Du Xiaofu shouted softly. Then, with a flash of purple gold light, he held the purple gold heavenly sword in his hand. Du Xiaofu held the broadsword with both hands, raised it high above his head, and a ferocious aura instantly condensed. Buzz, a vast sword radiance, was formed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown how thick it was, but it was like a pillar that could hold up the sky and penetrate the earth, releasing a domineering aura. Roar! Around the sword radiance, the illusory figures of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise appeared. They occupied the void, separated into 4 directions, and roared fiercely. A terrible aura spread out and permeated every inch of the space. Roar. On the opposite side, when the giant beast condensed by the second Demon Emperor saw the scene, it let out an even more ferocious roar. 2 rows of ferocious fangs were stretched out, which was eerie and horrible. Emptiness between heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, he waved his hands downward, and the sword radiance moved along with the momentum and slashed down rapidly. The law of space was added to the sword radiance. On the way down, the sword radiance shook the air and fell on the head of the giant beast. What was more strange was that among the 4 illusory figures of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the fiery red vermilion bird inexplicably became real at this moment. Shriek! The vermilion bird flapped its wings, flashing and moving in the void. After opening and closing its sharp beak, it spat out a terrible flame, which burned through the void and spread to the position of the giant beast. Roar! Seeing this, the giant beast roared and opened its ferocious mouth, as if it wanted to cover the sky. After the giant mouth opened, it was even bigger than its body, as if it could swallow this part of the space. The bloody and violent murderous aura filled the air, and then it was suddenly sucked into its stomach. A powerful suction force burst out in an instant, sweeping up everything. Whether it was Du Xiaoyao and the others, or the people of the devil religion, many of them were directly sucked into the giant mouth. Oh no, retreat quickly. Ah! Everyone panicked and felt their hearts trembling. One by one they were sent flying away, completely out of their control. No one doubted what kind of miserable ending they would face once they were sucked into the giant beast's stomach. Come back. In this situation, little Xingxing and the other demon emperors on the opposite side took action. Unparalleled forces swept out and dragged the experts of their side back. After the power of the heavenly saint realm spread out, it stabilized the void and isolated the horrifying suction force. On the other side, Du Xiaofu's sword light and the flames spat out by the vermilion bird almost fell at the same time. Both of them were domineering and powerful. After the giant beast opened its mouth and sucked, both the sword light and the flames were distorted. Terrifying cracks appeared on the sword light and the raging flames. Then they shattered and exploded. Pieces of energy flew into the giant mouth and were annihilated. The sword light and the flames seemed to be torn apart by a great force, as if they were about to be destroyed. When they really landed on the giant beast's body, the 2 attacks were already full of cracks and were beyond recognition. At least half of their power had been lost. However, in the end, the remnant sword light and flames still struck the giant beast's body. Boom! Chi! Chi! The giant beast's body was hit by the sword light, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and the entire world began to tremble. A terrifying wound appeared on the giant beast's body. It stretched across its entire body, as if it was going to be cut in half. In the next moment, monstrous flames descended and wrapped around the body. The terrifying temperature spread and burned a black hole in the void. The huge beast's body turned red in an instant, like a piece of cooked iron. Not long after, it exploded with a bang. Poof! The giant beast's body exploded and turned into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. The devil Chi burned in the fierce and domineering flames, making sizzling sounds. In the end, everyone's energy was destroyed and disappeared into the void. Is this a battle between heavenly saints? I feel like I don't even have time to react under such an attack. How terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Only a powerhouse like the Rock Emperor could have such strength to compete with the Demon Emperor. Many people in the Kyushu region of the 3 continents spoke in a daze. Humph! The second Demon Emperor snorted coldly. His aura suddenly shrank, and he stared at Du Xiaofu in front of him. After a round of fighting, neither of them was greatly shaken. On the opposite side, the purple-robed young man had put away his sword. The azure dragon, white tiger, rose finch, and black tortoise had all returned to the purple-gold heavenly palace. However, Du Xiaofu's body was faintly surging with a fierce aura, which showed that he was ready to attack again at any time. A demon emperor at the heavenly saint stage is really difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu's heart was heavy, and his eyes were full of ferocity. One demon emperor was already so difficult to deal with. If the remaining 7 demon emperors attacked together, the situation would be even worse. Boy, no matter how profound your cultivation is, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes today, the second demon emperor said in a cold voice. His murderous aura filled the void. Second brother, don't waste time. Just as the second demon emperor was about to attack again, a gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. Then the great demon emperor's petite body moved horizontally in the void and came to the second demon emperor's side. Lord Demon God will recover at any time. Let's not waste any more time, the great demon emperor said softly. His pupilless eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and the hundreds of people behind the purple-robed young man. Let's attack together and solve the trouble here. Together, these people could be considered to be all the power in this world. After killing all of them, no one can pose a threat to our devil religion. The great demon emperor swept his gaze across the field and said in a gloomy voice, "That's right. They're gathering here because they're looking for death. It will save us the trouble of searching for them one by one. As long as we kill them all, no one can stop the rise of our devil religion. Even if Lord Demon God doesn't attack us, this world is already in the pocket of our devil religion." The 4 demon emperors stepped forward and said, word by word. Chapter 2635. The words of the great demon emperor and the 4 demon emperors resounded in the space and entered everyone's mind. The experts from the 3 continents and Kyushu region all felt their hearts tighten. Many of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even Du Xiaofu's face became terrifyingly gloomy. Are they finally going to attack together? Du Xiaofu mumbled as he felt an immense pressure. The situation in this world had never been as serious as it was now. The 8 demon emperors were 8 heavenly saint powerhouses. If they were to attack together, it would be a great threat to Yi Shiyuan's side. Just as the 4 demon emperors had said, although the demon god had not fully recovered and awakened, the 8 of them could completely crush all the powerhouses from the 3 continents and the 9 continents and the 9 continents. Even though Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Juyu, and the others had already stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, they were still far from enough to deal with the joint forces of several demon emperors. One second demon emperor was already so difficult to deal with. He and little Xingxing, 2 heavenly saints, could only hold back 2 of them. With the addition of the other half-step heavenly saint experts from the devil religion, the situation was completely one-sided. The few hundred people here were the peak forces of this world. If most of them were to perish here, then the devil religion would have no more resistance in this world, and it would definitely sweep through this world with an unstoppable force. So what if he's a heavenly saint? None of the Du family disciples are afraid of death. Today, let's have a battle with them. Among the crowd, Du Yunlong said aloud. As he spoke, his whole body was covered in lightning, and it curled around his body. After that, everyone only heard a dang sound. The desolation-hallowed bell rushed out and entrenched itself in the void, emitting a terrifying and heavy aura. Well said. This battle was unavoidable. Sooner or later, they would have to face it. Even if we die, we must make the devil religion pay the price. A light flashed in Du Tingshuan's palm, and the long spear appeared in his hand. He looked at the devil religion's lineup, and his aura was domineering. How can we retreat in the face of devil religion? Since they want to fight, my farmer's clan will accompany them in a battle to their heart's content. The old man with the hoe said, "Let's fight. The disciples of Shang, Zhou, will never back down." Mu Jianqin from Shang Prefecture's Sa Meng Sword Sect stepped forward with his hands behind his back. His back was ramrod straight like a sharp sword. That's right, we Taoists are willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. My scholarly faction is also willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. We, the golden-winged great rocks, will follow the young clan leader and fight to the death. The Phoenix clan is willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. I, a walking beast, am willing to follow Supreme Qilin and fight to the death. We of the Demon Realm vow to fight to the death. Tianwu Academy swears to fight to the death. We are willing to follow the Rock Emperor and fight to the death. Fight to the death. In an instant, all the living beings from the 3 continents and Kyushu stepped forward. Every one of them was hot-blooded, and their words were sonorous. Their sage artifacts glowed and surged with power. Unparalleled battle intent emanated from every single one of them, shaking the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. None of them backed down in the face of the devil religion. Instead, they all spoke with fervor and passion. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel extremely touched by this scene. At this moment, he understood that no matter how powerful the devil religion was or how terrifying the demon god was, there would always be countless living beings who were willing to risk their lives to fight against them. Let's fight. None of the living beings from the 3 continents and Kyushu are afraid of death. Du Xiaofu said these words through gritted teeth. Even though he knew the disparity in strength between them, he couldn't back down. Moreover, even if he wanted to retreat with everyone to preserve his strength, the devil religion wouldn't allow them to leave safely. Now, they had no other choice but to fight. Ha 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 ha. All of you are tough. I'd like to see how long you can be tough in the face of absolute strength. The second Demon Emperor said with a cold smile in an extremely gloomy tone. After that, the Great Demon Emperor, the 4th Demon Emperor, and the 5th Demon Emperor, including the 2nd Demon Emperor, stepped out the same time and moved toward Du Xiaofu and his companions. All of the Demon Emperors were exuding a vast amount of demonic qi, which was like a cloud of smoke and mist. Everyone from the devil religion listened to my order. Attack with all your strength and kill all of them. Don't let any of them go, the Great Demon Emperor said in a hoarse voice. Then he waved his scale-covered palm in the void and ordered the people from the devil religion behind him. Yes, sir. The remaining people from the devil religion shouted in unison. Then all of them flew out. Their qi was intertwined with each other, covering the sky and the earth. These people's auras were as powerful as rainbows, and they moved with killing intent. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. Then he stomped on the void and rushed toward the Great Demon Emperor and the 2nd Demon Emperor. Streaks of purple-golden light spread out from his body and covered his whole body. The green spirit armor appeared and shone brightly. Kill! Little Xingxing also shouted. Then, with a roar, his petite body changed instantly and returned to his original form of a dragon. His pair of wings flapped in the sky and shattered everything in all directions. His dragon claws tore the sky and the earth apart and destroyed everything. Kill! Kill! At the same time, hundreds of powerhouses, including Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaojing, the Confucian School, the Yin-Yang School, the Human Clan, the Beast Alliance, and the Walking Beast Alliance, all held divine artifacts in their hands and rushed toward the devil religion. Second brother, 4th brother, the 3 of us will work together to kill Du Xiaofu. 5th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, kill that dragon together. 8th brother, 9th brother, kill the rest of them and don't leave anyone alive. In the face of Du Xiaofu's actions, the Great Demon Emperor shouted coldly. Yes, the 5th Demon Emperor, the 7th Demon Emperor, and the rest of the Demon Emperors responded and rushed towards Su-Kei. Under the leadership of the Great Demon Emperor, the 2nd Demon Emperor and the 4th Demon Emperor joined forces and rushed toward Du Xiaofu directly. The 5th Demon Emperor, the 6th Demon Emperor, and the 7th Demon Emperor carried an unparalleled aura and rushed toward Little Xingxing. The remaining people, led by the 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor, collided with the hundreds of people from the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other realms. Kill! A terrifying chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Both sides attacked with all their might. Every one of these hundreds of people was extraordinary. After cultivating in this special space, the people with the lowest cultivation base had reached the later stage of the sage realm. No matter if it was the devil religion or Du Xiaofu side, it was the same for all of them. Destroy the devil religion. Kill. Many living beings shouted and rushed forward fiercely. Everyone's eyes were red, holding swords and sabers in their hands. They rushed forward and swore to fight to the death. The killing has begun. Leave no one alive. Kill. The devil religion's side was also excited. Everyone's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 2636. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying battle broke out in this space. Roar of the sacred sword. 8 desolation thunder. God-binding grip. Emptiness of heaven and earth. One after another, Du Xiaofu unleashed a series of ferocious and domineering attacks. The law of lightning and the law of space were unleashed consecutively. Violent thunderbolts roared, shattering the void. The space was like the sea, stirred by an invisible giant hand, setting off monstrous waves that charged straight ahead. The purple-gold heavenly palace shone brightly, and Peerless sword rays slashed out, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Around Du Xiaofu, the first demon emperor, second demon emperor, and fourth demon emperor moved at the same time. The 3 heavenly saint powerhouses joined forces, and demonic qi billowed, condensing into one overbearing attack after another, crashing down on Du Xiaofu like a tsunami. At this time, both sides no longer held back and used all their means. The 3 demon emperors' goal was simple. They wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Du Xiaofu before Lord Demon God fully recovered. They wanted to eliminate the biggest threat of the devil religion. The enmity between both sides had accumulated for many years, and they wanted to end it today. The reality was just as the 3 demon emperors had expected. Even though Du Xiaofu was not weaker than any of them, under the joint forces of the 3 heavenly saint powerhouses, he could only fall into an absolute disadvantage. He could only defend himself and could not fight back. Du Xiaofu, you can't escape death today. 3rd brother died in your hands, so you'll pay for it with your life. The 4th demon emperor was like a peerless demon god who had stepped out from the netherworld. He held a blood-red scythe in his hand, slashing through the barrier of space and landing directly on Du Xiaofu's chest. Chi! The green spirit armor was broken by the attack, and a long and narrow hole appeared on it, and its luster dimmed a little. Du Xiaofu's body was tainted by the sharpness of the fiend qi. His flesh split open and purplish gold blood flowed. Fortunately, with his indestructible Xian body, although this attack had injured him, it did not affect him too much. Kill. The great demon emperor said in a gloomy and hoarse voice. A slender hand covered with scales broke through the lightning and fiercely scratched Du Xiaofu's back. Puchi! The purplish gold soft armor was broken, and his flesh was torn apart. The wound was so deep that one could see his bones. Kill. Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows and shouted in a deep voice. Without wasting any time, the purple-gold heavenly palace swung from his chest to his back. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise moved along with him, repelling the demon chi scythes and great demon emperor's claws respectively. After that, the 4 of them once again fell into an intense battle. On the other side, little Xingxing's situation was similar to Du Xiaofu's. The 5 demon emperors, the 6 demon emperors, and the 7 demon emperors attacked together and trapped her. There were also 3 demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm. Even though little Xingxing was the daughter of the dragon god and possessed the bloodline of the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird tribes, she could not contend with them head-on. However, it was difficult for the 3 demon emperors to do anything to her in a short period of time. In such a situation, Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing restrained 6 demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm. However, Even so, the hundreds of powerhouses not far away from them were in imminent danger under the attack of dozens of people from the devil religion. Du Shaojing, Du Xiaoyao, the Little Qilin, Du Yunlong, and the other half-step heavenly saint powerhouses were entangled by dozens of half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion and could not get rid of them. The 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor, the 2 heavenly saint powerhouses, rushed into the hundreds of heavenly saint realm powerhouses. Tsk, insignificant ants, go to hell. The 9 demon emperor laughed eerily and coldly. A ray of demonic chi shot out from his palm and was held in his hand like a waterfall. Then he spun it and swept it across the void. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! The bodies of the powerhouses exploded under the demonic chi waterfall and turned into a bloody mist. The mist lingered in the void and was absorbed by the waterfall, increasing its power. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had died under the 9 demon emperors' attack. The power of a heavenly saint was not something that an ordinary heavenly saint powerhouse could contend with. The gap between the two was too big. The 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperors' figures flashed and disappeared. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep as they killed wantonly. With every attack, the powerhouses of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm were reaped by the 2 demon emperors as if they were wheat being harvested. In just a few breaths' time, 40 to 50 people had died among the hundreds of heavenly saint realm powerhouses. No, this can't go on. Not far away, Du Xiaofu's mind was constantly on the other side. When he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his heart sink. The hundreds of powerhouses of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm were the pinnacle forces of this realm. They could not be slaughtered by the 2 demon emperors here. Otherwise, not to mention defeating the demon god, the devil religion would be able to sweep through this realm and kill all the living beings without the need for the 8 demon emperors to do anything. Du Xiaofu, you'd better take care of yourself first. The 4 demon emperors sneered. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was in a daze, the sickle in their hands slashed toward him again. Terrifying demonic chi rose and cut through the void. In an instant, it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's chest. On the blade of the sickle, the light of death flickered and the demonic chi surged as if it could cut through all obstacles. Get lost. Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu let out a thunderous roar. Then, the purple gold heavenly palace vibrated. The power of thunder and lightning and the power of space condensed into a fierce and peerless sword light, which collided with the sickle in the hands of the 4 demon emperors. Boom! A terrifying power exploded, and an unparalleled force swept out, shaking the entire area. Between the 2 of them, a large number of talismans and mysterious runes were shattered and scattered in the air. Du Xiaofu and the 2nd demon emperor were both pushed back by each other, and they stood several thousand feet away. Humph! How can you fight against the 3 of us by yourself? The great demon emperor and the 2nd demon emperor snorted coldly and moved instantly. Their bodies stretched out in the void, and they quickly pounced on Su-Kei. 2 fierce attacks were formed in their hands and headed toward Du Xiaofu. Swoosh! The golden wings of the great Peng behind Du Xiaofu flapped, and a vast expanse of golden light poured out like a sun in the sky, enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. At the same time, the attacks of the great demon emperor and the 2nd demon emperor had arrived, and they directly attacked the vast golden light. Swish! A terrifying power exploded, and the golden light was shattered with a single strike. It exploded in the void, and even the purple-robed figure was torn to pieces. Seeing this, the great demon emperor and the 2nd demon emperor narrowed their eyes at the same time, and they did not feel happy at all. He ran away. The great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. The 2nd demon emperor and the 4th demon emperor looked at each other. How could they not know what had happened? They knew Du Xiaofu very well. They knew that he had profound attainments in the law of thunder and the law of space, especially the law of space from the Golden Winged Rock clan, which was mysterious and unpredictable. The three demon emperors looked around and suddenly found that the purple-robed figure had already appeared in the distance. At the same time, in the Kyushu realm of the three continents, where hundreds of powerhouses and dozens of people from the devil religion were fighting, the 9 demon emperor was recklessly charging into the crowd. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lowly human beings, go to hell. The 9 demon emperor swept the demonic chi in his hand and instantly attacked the crowd. Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianqin, Yu Zhengtongxian, and more than 10 people were the first to bear the brunt of this attack. The terrifying power of the heavenly saint was vast and mighty, and they could not even escape from it. Everyone's bodies seemed to be imprisoned and fixed in the void, and they could not break free. The powerhouses could only watch helplessly as the demonic chi cascaded down. As the aura descended, it carried with it a terrifying pressure that caused their bodies to begin to crack and blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianqin, Yu Jingtongxian, and the others were all in despair. Under the 9 demon emperors' attack, they could not escape at all. The devil religion's calamity has just begun. Are we going to die here? Almost all of the powerhouses had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to accept this and wished that they could have more powerful strength to fight the devil religion to the death. They did not want to be like this, where they could not make any effective resistance in the face of the demon emperor's attack. Even if we die, we must not become nourishment for the devil religion. Mu Jianqin suddenly shouted, and a trace of viciousness climbed up his handsome face. When Bailey Wuya, Yu Jingtongxian, and the others heard this, all of them were stunned for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, they all understood the meaning of this sentence. The devil religion's purpose of killing was to turn this world into a vast devil domain. They wanted to seize energy from mountains of corpses and seas of blood to increase their strength in the midst of misery and suffering. For the people of the devil religion, killing was the fastest and most effective way to cultivate. That was the case for the demonic god and the many demon emperors. Let's end ourselves. It's better than the energy after death to become nourishment for the people of the devil religion. Bailey Wuya, Yu Zhengtongxian, and the others all understood. They gathered the energy in their bodies and wanted to end their lives. At the same time, they used their methods to destroy all the remaining energy to prevent it from being used by the people of the devil religion. Sword fire burns my body, burn my body. Mu Jianqin's face became ferocious, and sword energy surged all over his body. Unparalleled energy gathered in his body, wantonly colliding with his spirit gate and meridians. This violent and tyrannical power only needed to erupt once to shoot out countless sword flames, cutting his body into ashes. All of his energy would be burned away, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. However, just as he was about to end his own life, a cold shout rang in his ears. "Get out of my way!" These words came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. In front of Mu Jianqin's eyes, a purple gold light flashed, and a figure appeared, blocking in front of them. A terrifying pressure spread out from the figure, suppressing their primordial spirits. Mu Jianqin, Bailey Wuya, Yu Jingtongxian, and the others, who had gathered their energy to end their lives, were instantly suppressed. Rock Emperor! At this time, they also saw that the person who had appeared in front of them was Du Xiaofu. After using the Fuyao style to get rid of the Great Demon Emperor, the Second Demon Emperor, and the 4th Demon Emperor, he directly appeared in front of the 9th Demon Emperor. Sword breaks 10,000 miles. The purple gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand emitted a clanging sound, and the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. A majestic sword radiance immediately formed and slashed at Jiu Demon Emperor's demonic chi stream. Boom! When the two forces collided, a terrifying explosion erupted. A terrifying black hole appeared in the center, like the giant mouth of a celestial demon which could swallow everything. powerful energy fluctuations rippled out, producing a rumbling sound that resembled a tidal wave. The entire space was trembling, and countless cracks in the void began to extend from the center of the black hole. It was like a dark abyss, spreading in all directions, like a huge spider web hanging in the void. The sword light and the demonic chi disintegrated in an instant, and the two opposite forces kept entangling, swallowing, and consuming each other. In the end, they turned into a large number of runes, which flew out like a group of dancing ants. So powerful, the 9th Demon Emperor's body was knocked back by the attack, and he quickly flew into the distance. Du Xiaofu's body was also fluttering. The golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, and he stopped next to Bailey Wuya and the others. In such a head-on collision, he was actually on par with the 9th Demon Emperor. After the other Demon Emperors had reached the Heavenly Saint realm, it was difficult for him to suppress them, so he could only fight to a standstill. Thank you, Rock Emperor, for your help. Mu Jianqin, Yu Zhengtongxian, and the others cupped their fists and thanked Du Xiaofu. They were already prepared to die, but they did not expect Du Xiaofu to shake off the 3 Demon Emperors and come to their rescue. I can't take care of everyone, so you must be careful. Du Xiaofu turned around and said in a low voice. Just as he said, with the several Demon Emperors holding him back, he could not spare too much effort to take care of hundreds of people. After shaking off the Great Demon Emperor, the 2nd Demon Emperor, and the 4th Demon Emperor, the 3 Demon Emperors would be free to deal with the others. Under such circumstances, they would not be of any use. However, Du Xiaofu could not turn a blind eye to it, and he could not watch his friends die tragically in front of him. Rock Emperor, you must be careful too. Just focus on dealing with the Demon Emperors, and don't worry about us. Mu Jianqin said softly, after retracting the sword chi in his body. He still looked fierce and resolute. He knew very well that Du Xiaofu could help them once, but it was impossible for him to take care of them all the time. They could only rely on themselves for everything. Du Xiaofu, I'd like to see how you're going to save them all by yourself. At this moment, the 8th Demon Emperor, who was not far away, suddenly shouted. His demonic body moved horizontally in the void and suddenly crashed into the crowd of hundreds of Heavenly Saint realm experts. Chapter 2637. Die. The 8th Demon Emperor shouted viciously as he threw out a palm strike. The vast demonic chi transformed into a dense mist and took shape. It turned into a huge palm the size of the sky and directly covered the figures of several powerhouses. Among these people there was Jitsang, the ancestor of the Ji family from the ancient wilderness continent, Xiaoyao from the Overlord Python clan, and Qi, who from the four-winged demonic snake clan from the Beast Alliance, as well as the demonic beast Earthwolf that Du Xiaofu had subdued, and so on. The huge demonic palm moved through the air. The demonic energy was vast and mighty, and the energy poured into the bodies of these people. Puff, 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 a series of muffled sounds reverberated. The bodies of several experts, who were at least at the late sage realm, instantly exploded before they could even react. In just an instant, the originally lively lives turned into clouds of blood mist, drifting in the void. Bastard! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. His eyes turned extremely red in an instant. Blood vessels filled his eyes. At this moment, an uncontrollable grief invaded his heart, causing his body to tremble nonstop. Many of those people were old friends that he was familiar with. However, they were all killed by the 8th Demon Emperor in just one move. Keek keek. The weakest among them was at the late sage realm. How many years has it been since I last enjoyed such a tonic? The 8th Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The surrounding blood mist moved and drifted into his mouth before being sucked into his stomach. After that, one could clearly sense that his strength had faintly increased by a sliver. Bastard! Bastard! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. In a flash, his body appeared in front of the 8th Demon Emperor again. I want you to die with them." He shouted angrily. The purple gold heavenly tower in his hand hummed and emitted a sword light that pierced through the sky. It was as if it wanted to pierce through the sky and pierce the chest of the 8th demon emperor. At the same time, the law of space was activated. The void was like a pool of water that was shaking. Boom, 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 an invisible power compressed and collapsed as if it had been frozen, tightly binding the 8 demon emperors within it. Things are no longer the same as before. No matter how powerful you are, you still can't kill me. The 8th demon emperor licked his lips and glared at Du Xiaofu coldly as he raised his sword and charged toward him. His demonic body suddenly struggled, only to hear a caw-caw sound. And then, with a bang, the frozen space directly broke into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 8 demon emperors regained their freedom. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's sword light had already reached his chest. Seeing that he was unable to dodge the attack, a ruthless expression flashed across the 8 demon emperors' eyes. "If you want to hurt me, you'll have to pay the price yourself." Blood, fiend demon palm. With a buzz, the palm struck out horizontally. Blood fiend chi filled the air and transformed into an endless ferocious scene. There were ferocious ghosts fighting, Een spirits wailing, evil gods gnawing, and ferocious creatures slaughtering. When Du Xiaofu's sword light stabbed into the 8 demon emperor's chest, the palm also landed on the purple-robed young man's chest. Chi! Bang! 2 sounds were heard one after another. The sword light in Du Xiaofu's hand directly pierced into the 8 demon emperor's demonic body. The magnificent force tore the 8 demon emperor's body apart, and demonic blood gushed out. The power of thunder and lightning coiled around and burned the demonic blood, turning it into wisps of black gas that drifted in the void. At the same time, the demonic palm that carried a terrifying force also imprinted on Du Xiaofu's chest. Under such a blow, his body flew out in an instant. His blue spirit armor was shattered and dissipated. A huge palm print was left on Du Xiaofu's chest. His flesh was charred and emitted black smoke. Wisps of demonic qi coiled around his body and constantly eroded his immortal Xian body. Du Xiaofu, Dad, Rock Emperor. When the experts in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. One had to know that the hopes of all living beings were placed on this purple-robed young man. They did not know when it started, but Du Xiaofu's existence was like a cornerstone that supported the faith of all living beings. As long as he was around, no one in this realm would be in true despair. No matter how powerful the devil religion was, no matter how invincible the demon god was, it would not be able to break their fighting spirit. His safety was naturally linked to everyone's nerves. It is indeed terrifying. The golden wings of the great rock flapped, and a dense purple-gold light shone. Only then did Du Xiaofu's body come to a stop in the void. He looked at the 8 demon emperors in the distance, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. "Ha! How can you save the lives of so many people by yourself?" At this moment, the voice of the 2nd demon emperor rang out. Under the lead of the great demon emperor, he and the other 4 demon emperors, who had been shaken off by Du Xiaofu earlier, went to the side of the 8 demon emperors and stood side by side with them. If he wants to save them, then let him save them. I would like to see how many people he can save. The great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. His eyes, which did not have the scara, looked at Du Xiaofu, and no one could see any fluctuations in them. Du Xiaofu, since you don't want to fight with the 3 of us, then we will fulfill your wish. Kill all these people first, and then join forces to deal with him. The result will be the same. The 4 demon emperors raised their scythes and sneered. That's right. Let's keep a distance from each other and start a massacre here. Ha 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 ha. As the 2nd demon emperor said that, he rushed out and rushed toward the group of experts from the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. Oh no. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. Instantly, he understood the intention of the 3 demon emperors. On the other side, only the 3 demon emperors were restrained by Little Star, but they had also put her in a difficult situation. If the 5 demon emperors on the other side did not want to fight with him and turned to attack the other experts on his side, they would be as powerful as tigers. The remaining few hundred people would not be able to withstand a few more attacks and would be completely wiped out. "Your opponent is me," Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. Without thinking, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in the path of the 2nd demon emperor. The blood-red rage in his eyes gradually faded away, and he returned to his original appearance. His heart gradually calmed down, and he no longer lost his mind because of the deaths of Ji Tsang, Dilang, and the others. He knew that it was too difficult to kill a demon emperor with his own strength when he was surrounded by so many experts. He absolutely could not lose sight of the bigger picture just because of hatred, and lose his sense of propriety. Great. Seeing Du Xiaofu intercepting them, the 2nd demon emperor could not help but laugh. He said to the great demon emperor, the 4 demon emperors, and the others, "I will hold off Du Xiaofu. You go and kill the rest of them. Don't leave anyone alive." As he spoke, the 2nd demon emperor's body shook the sky, and a terrible force erupted from his body. In an instant, he collided with Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the great demon emperor, the 4 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, and the 9 demon emperors moved at the same time. The 4 heavenly saints attacked at the same time and swept toward the opposite group. Everyone spread out and kill these people. In the process, the great demon emperor ordered in a gloomy voice, "If Du Xiaofu wants to save people, let him save them. I don't believe that he can deal with the 4 of us at the same time." Understood. Hearing the great demon emperor's order, the 4 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, and the 9 demon emperors spread out and kept a certain distance from each other. With their strength, if Du Xiaofu wanted to save hundreds of experts, it was impossible for him to take care of the 4 of them at the same time. No matter how strong that kid was, he could not deal with any of the demon emperors in a short time and make them lose their fighting strength. In this way, he could only be exhausted and unable to take care of everything. Everyone form a joint attack formation. Seeing that the demon emperors had left him and were closing in on the experts of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other heavenly saints, Du Xiaofu could not help but shout. A sword radiance was slashed out from his hand and forced the 2nd demon emperor to retreat dozens of feet. Then he stretched out his hand into the void and clenched it hard. The space in front of the great demon emperor moved, and terrible spatial folds appeared, wrapping the petite and strange body of the great demon emperor inside. "Heavenly thunder punishment, open for me." Then Du Xiaofu shouted again, and the law of thunder was activated. A peerless thunder and lightning beam came down from the sky and hit the heads of the 4 demon emperors directly. "Purple thunder cauldron, go." Du Xiaofu waved his hand slightly, and the divine thunder cauldron rushed out from his body, dragging terrible purple gold thunder and lightning to intercept the 8 demon emperors. Kill! The next moment, in a flash of golden light, Du Xiaofu disappeared and reappeared in front of the 9 demon emperor. Then he slashed his sword at the 9 demon emperor again. All this happened in the blink of an eye. From the time he forced the 2nd demon emperor to retreat, to the time he used the Fuyao style and appeared in front of the 9 demon emperor, it only took a moment. After this series of actions, the 5 demon emperors were temporarily delayed. "Hurry up, form a combined attack defensive array." Du Xiaofu shouted at the hundreds of powerhouses. At this moment, if one was not calm enough and stubbornly persisted, one might have some hope of killing 1 or 2 Yimo emperors in a one-on-one situation. However, one would definitely be seriously injured and fall into a dangerous situation. It could even endanger one's life. Most importantly, when the rest of the demon emperors were free to attack, none of the hundreds of powerhouses would be able to survive. Otherwise, they would all be killed in a few moves. Only by combining the strength of all the powerhouses could they better compete with the devil religion, so as to avoid being defeated by the demon emperors one by one. Even if the array they had formed could not stop the slaughter of the Heaven Saint Demon Emperor, it could at least hold on for some time. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Du Xiaofu, there is no need to waste your energy. If I were you, I would just surrender. At this time, the second Demon Emperor had broken the sword radiance that Du Xiaofu had slashed out. Then he got rid of the sword radiance and rushed toward the hundreds of powerhouses again. Set up the array. Under the command of Du Xiaofu, hundreds of powerhouses took advantage of the moment when the demon emperors were restrained. They quickly got rid of the powerhouses of the devil religion and gathered together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh among them, many spiritual talisman masters danced in the air and set up array flags around the hundreds of powerhouses. 6 Wheels blood-killing array set up. Yin Yang heaven-killing array set up. 9 Hells devil-locking array set up. After the shouts, layers of arrays were set up instantly. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge energy shield. Everyone, let's attack together and pour our strength into the array. Hundreds of powerhouses kept pouring their strength into the array to increase its power. In this situation, no one was stingy with their Xian Qi, beast energy, and demonic Qi. They all attacked with their full strength, and unparalleled strength surged out. The vast energy gathered and condensed into a whole, exuding a monstrous power. In the energy shield, there was a powerful, sharp sword Qi and an overbearing, endless power. Various kinds of energy formed a powerful, thick, defensive array. At the same time, it also carried a sharp way of attack, which could be used to attack and defend. That ferocious and heavy aura contained a sharp aura, indicating that even if it was an enemy below the Heavenly Saint Realm, it would be able to suppress and kill them, and no one would be able to break it. However, their enemies were several demon emperors, all of whom had the strength of the Heaven Saint Realm. No matter how many tricks you have, you are just putting up a desperate struggle. None of you will be able to stop the Devil's Sex massacre. Let's kill. Just as the array was set up, the Great Demon Emperor, the 4th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, and the 9th Demon Emperor also got rid of Du Xiaofu's attack and rushed toward the huge energy shield. Your opponent is me. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Seeing that the array was set up, he felt a little relieved. No matter what, it was better to gather the strength of hundreds of powerhouses than to be slaughtered by several demon emperors. He held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand and stepped forward. A sword ray formed again and slashed toward the great demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, today I must kill you. Seeing this, the second demon emperor turned around and flew towards Du Xiaofu, ignoring the people who were setting up the formation. At the same time, the 4th demon emperor moved again and surrounded Du Xiaofu. However, the 8th demon emperor and the 9th demon emperor still rushed toward the energy shield formed by the powerhouses. Kill! The Grand Devil Emperor's claw swept through the sky, breaking through the boundless space and fiercely grabbing onto Du Xiaofu's sword light. After that, his palm moved along with his arm as he abruptly twisted. Bang! With a loud sound, the sword light was directly broken and shattered into pieces in the air. Du Xiaofu, give me your life. The 2nd Demon Emperor and the 4th Demon Emperor bellowed as they lunged forward to fight Du Xiaofu together with the Great Demon Emperor. Tsk. These layers of formations don't look weak, but I wonder how many times they can withstand my attacks. On the other side, the 8th Demon Emperor said with a sinister smile. Staring at the huge energy shield, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his demonic eyes. Chapter 2638. Translator. Naibo Studio Editor. Naibo Studio Translator. Naibo Studio Editor. Naibo Studio. The 8th Demon Emperor moved swiftly. In a flash, he was already beside the energy barrier. Then he gently raised his fist, and without thinking, he punched out in an ordinary manner, fiercely smashing it onto the energy shield. However, such a simple punch which did not have the slightest bit of energy fluctuation, exploded with a loud bang when it hit the formation. Terrifying ripples spread out from the multicolored protective shield as it shook violently, as if it was about to shatter under this punch. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Then, cracks spread and climbed up the barrier. Many of the experts in the array spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. They were greatly shaken. This demon emperor is too scary. It was just a simple punch, but it only impacted the array so much. In the array, Hu Xuanhu of the Mo family said in horror, "I don't know how long we can hold on if this continues." Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan was also very worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "I'm afraid that if he attacks a few more times, the array that hundreds of us have formed with all our strength will be on the verge of collapse." Mu Chinga also spoke in a serious tone. "No matter how long we can hold on, we must use all our strength to protect ourselves and prevent the Rock Emperor and the others from being distracted." Mu Jianqin said. Sword qi burst out from his body. As they spoke, they did not even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their auras rose, and the qi in their bodies flowed into the array. They could not bear to see the array slowly stabilize. "Kakik, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the array? I'd like to see how long you can hide." Outside the array, the 9th Demon Emperor smiled coldly. He flew to the front of the array and raised his palm. Such a palm strike was very similar to the 8th Demon Emperor's punch from before. It still looked very ordinary, and there was not the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. It made people feel that it was no different from a person who had no cultivation at all. However, when the 9th Demon Emperor unleashed this attack, the hundreds of experts in the array widened their eyes. They did not dare underestimate this attack. Boom! The demonic palm finally hit the ground. On the rune array, huge waves were stirred up again, like a colorful and transparent bubble. It was trembling and changing hideous shapes under the attack of a great force, as if it would explode at any moment. At the same time, the bodies of hundreds of experts shuddered and their blood qi surged as they each spat out a mouthful of black blood, especially those spirit talisman masters who were controlling the formation. Everyone's face had turned pale and was frighteningly pale. "Quick, control the formation." However, no one dared to slack off, and they all forcefully raised their qi to stabilize the grand formation. "Let's attack together and kill these weak ants." The 8th Demon Emperor's devilish body soared through the air as he unleashed another vicious punch. "Ha ha ha! Good, let's attack together. Let's see how long they can resist." The 9th Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly. Then he and the 8th Demon Emperor separated from each other and threw out their palms at the same time. "Quick, gather the killing array and take the initiative to attack." Within the energy array, a powerhouse shouted. The next moment, under the control of hundreds of experts, a fierce aura rose from the entire array. Then 2 unparalleled sword essences were formed instantly and soared into the sky. Above the 2 sword essences, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the void to tremble. Endless roars of wind and thunder erupted as the 2 sword essences collided violently and swept out in all directions. The 2 sword essences slashed toward the 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor respectively. How dare you take the initiative to attack? However, it's all in vain. The power of the Heavenly Saint Realm is not something that you lowly insects can fathom. The 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor snorted coldly at the same time. Then, their fists and palms, which were originally aimed at the energy array, turned toward the 2 sword essences. Even though their words were filled with disdain, their eyes were filled with seriousness when they faced the 2 sword essences that were extremely powerful. It should be known that this was an attack that was formed by the combined power of hundreds of Saint Stage experts. If the 2 sword essences were allowed to land on their bodies, even if their lives were not in danger, they would still be severely injured. Break it! The two demon emperors roared furiously. They did not dodge at all as their fists and palms collided with the two sword essences. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying vibrations spread out. Under the attack of the two demon emperors, the two sword essences were shattered in an instant. Then they turned into a wild energy storm that swept across the sky. Terrifying energy shot out like a torrential river, causing two extremely terrifying black holes to appear in the void. The endless storm swept out and destroyed everything. It was like a hurricane had swept past, causing the entire array to shake violently. Everyone in the formation, under this attack, all of their expressions became even more gloomy. Humph! How long can the two of you last with such exhaustion? Now it's our turn. Black, demonic chi rippled out from the 8 demon emperors' bodies, isolating them from the energy storm that filled the sky. Then the 8 demon emperors twisted their bodies, rose up, and moved rapidly. In the next moment, they appeared outside the energy barrier again. Then they threw a punch that shook the void and smashed down. Boom! Crack, crack, amidst the deafening roar. The sound of something shattering could be heard. After the 7-colored light flashed on the array, it instantly dimmed a little. Among them, a layer of light directly faded away and dissipated into nothingness. The 9 hells devil-locking array is broken. Everyone in the array spat out a mouthful of blood again. The blood pierced through the void, and everyone's expression became dispirited in the blink of an eye. The 8 demon emperors' actions were simply too fast. This time, no one in the array had the time to react. After the 2 sword essences were broken, the 8 demon emperors' attacks landed instantly. They did not even have the time to prepare to defend themselves. The outermost layer of the 9 hells devil-locking array was destroyed by the attack, and the array flags were destroyed one by one. The spiritual talisman master who set up the array also suffered the greatest impact. After letting out a scream, his body exploded in the array and turned into a mist of blood. He died tragically on the spot. We can't take the initiative to attack anymore. The demon emperors are too powerful. We can't defeat them at all. If we continue to attack, it will consume too much of our energy. Continue to set up the array and defend with all our strength. Everyone in the array also realized the seriousness of the situation. They stopped attacking the array and replaced it with an array with stronger defensive power. Kill! The 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors shouted at the same time and attacked again. The demonic fists and demonic palms landed again and again fiercely, causing the array to shake uncontrollably. A series of deafening explosions rang out, accompanied by the sound of porcelain shattering, muffled groans, vomiting blood, and miserable screams. Layers of arrays and layers of defense were soon riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. None of the hundreds of people in the array could protect themselves. Their faces were pale and their auras were weak. They had consumed a lot of energy. They were afraid that the array that they had set up with all their strength would be broken soon. At that time, all their lives would be in the hands of the 2 demon emperors. Not far away, Du Xiaofu, who was fighting with the 1st demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor, also noticed this scene. His heart couldn't help but become heavier and heavier. The devil religion is so powerful. Is there really no other way? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. He had expected that the hundreds of powerhouses on the other side, even if they joined forces, would not be able to contend with the 2 demon emperors directly. It was only a matter of time before the array was broken. But he didn't expect that under the fierce attacks of the 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors, the array that had gathered the strength of hundreds of people would be in danger of collapsing so quickly. At this time, he was pinned down by the 3 demon emperors and could barely take care of himself. He had no time to take care of those people. If he forcibly left the battlefield to deal with the 8 demon emperors and the 9 demon emperors, it would undoubtedly give the great demon emperor the second Demon Emperor, and the fourth Demon Emperor an opportunity to attack the array. No matter what he did, it seemed that it would be difficult to change the outcome. Could it be that we can only watch as so many people perish here? A strong sense of powerlessness rose in Du Xiaofu's heart. Most of those people were his relatives and friends. They had come here because they were afraid that the demon gods would attack him. Therefore, they had come to help him. However, at this time, in the face of such a hopeless situation, he did not have enough strength to change everything. Du Xiaofu had never felt so powerless in his life. It was so powerless that it made his heart ache. Ha ha ha. You still have time to be distracted. Prepare to die. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling annoyed, the fourth Demon Emperor's sinister laughter came from the side. Then he only saw a flash of blood-red light in front of his eyes. The blood-red sickle had slashed ruthlessly at his chest. Qi, La, purple, and gold blood splattered everywhere. His body was cut open from top to bottom. It seemed that the sickle was going to cut open Du Xiaofu's stomach, revealing the beating internal organs in his chest. Ah! Du Xiaofu roared angrily. The heavenly palace of purple and gold in his hand moved across the sky. The broadsword cut open the void and the sword radiance was activated. It was aimed at the fourth Demon Emperor's head. Kill! The great Demon Emperor's gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. A sharp claw covered with scales quickly and ruthlessly imprinted on Du Xiaofu's back. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body was instantly sent flying. The sword radiance that was originally aimed at the fourth Demon Emperor also deviated and cut a deep gully in the void beside him. Du Xiaofu, how can you fight against the three of us by yourself? The two Demon Emperors spoke. Their demonic bodies moved rapidly in the void, approaching Du Xiaofu step by step. Du Xiaofu's figure landed in the distance. He did not reply. Instead, he quietly watched the three Demon Emperors encircle him again. His heart was filled with endless solemnity. It seemed that his side had already entered a deadly situation today. Chapter 2639. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Translator. Naibo Studio Editor. Naibo Studio. Du Xiaofu temporarily broke away from the battle between the first Demon Emperor, second Demon Emperor, and fourth Demon Emperor to observe the situation. In the distance, little Xingxing was fighting fiercely with the fifth Demon Emperor, sixth Demon Emperor, and seventh Demon Emperor. However, little Xingxing was in a very bad situation under the joint attack of the three Demon Emperors. He was almost being suppressed. Fortunately, there was a huge turtle shell around the dragon's body, and it was releasing an insane defensive power that protected Little Star's body, making it difficult for the three Demon Emperors to do anything to it for the time being. Not far from Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jialo Juyu, and other experts who had reached the half-step Heavenly Saint realm were also fighting with more than 10 half-step Heavenly Saint realm experts from the Devil religion. As the number of people on both sides was about the same, no one could do anything to the other. They were locked in a fierce battle. This kind of situation comforted Du Xiaofu a little. After all, although these people were in a bad situation, they would not be directly crushed by the Devil religion. What worried Du Xiaofu the most was the hundreds of experts who were fighting against the two Demon Emperors. The death of every one of these people would be a great loss to decide. However, at this time, he was powerless to take care of them. He could not go and help them. Du Xiaofu, none of you will be able to escape today, and you, too, will die. The fourth Demon Emperor said gloomily. The blood-red scythe slashed horizontally in the void and swept toward Du Xiaofu. You want me to die? You can't do it. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and said while gnashing his teeth. On his chest, the wound caused by the fourth Demon Emperor's blood-red scythe was healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. However, there was a thick, demonic aura coiling around the wound, eroding his physical body. Even with the strength of his immortal Xian body, he could not recover as quickly as he should have. If you leave on your own, we might not be able to stop you. However, you simply cannot abandon those lowly reptiles. So today only death awaits you." The great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. Then his devil claw tore through the void and moved at an extremely fast speed. Then he directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the fourth demon emperor's crimson scythe had already reached his back. These two attacks were incomparably ferocious. The layers of demonic qi fluctuations caused the entire void to distort, and terrifying ripples appeared in the air. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Du Xiaofu's body flashed with a purple gold light, and his body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was outside the encirclement of the three demon emperors. "Thunder, martial vein, rise!" Such a loud roar burst out from Du Xiaofu's throat. Immediately after, a bright thunder light rose from his body. It was like blood vessels climbing on the surface of his body like a net of light. Swoosh! The thunder martial vein rushed out and flew high above his head. Thunderbolts as thick as mountains danced in the sky, intertwining with each other and occupying the void. "Spiritual thunder, go for me!" Du Xiaofu shouted again. Between his eyebrows 8 spiritual thunders, including the heavenly flame void thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the great Yin sky thunder, and the golden crow sky burning thunder, rushed out with a whistling sound. They quickly rushed into the sky, wedged into the thunder martial vein, and positioned themselves in 8 directions. Between the 8 spiritual thunders, through the connection of the thunder martial vein, there was a subtle connection between them, which made their power even more powerful and terrifying. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu's 10 fingers moved swiftly, forming a series of obscure hand seals that were difficult to understand. As his movements fell, a bright 8 trigrams pattern suddenly appeared in the void above his head, exuding a terrible pressure. This 8 trigrams pattern overlapped with the thunder martial vein in the sky, and energy flowed between them, intertwining and reflecting each other. Whoosh, 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 the void shook violently. After the 8 trigrams pattern appeared in the void, a large amount of yin and yang qi appeared above and below Du Xiaofu's head. As the yin and yang qi flowed, clusters of flame spread out fiercely and formed a sea of fire around Du Xiaofu. It burned fiercely as if it could burn everything in the world. Swoosh, 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 as the yin and yang qi collided and rotated, scenes appeared in the 8 trigrams pattern in the void. Under the illumination of the thunderbolts and the sea of fire, towering mountains emerged, brazenly suppressing the world, and rivers, lakes, and seas flowed, surging and roaring. This scene caused the 3 demon emperors to feel a little shocked. However, they didn't take it too seriously. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. However, with your strength alone, you can't make any big waves. The demonic body of the second demon emperor stepped in the air. As he spoke, a terrible aura was brewing all over his body. Amidst the surging demonic qi, his body suddenly shook and rapidly expanded. In an instant, he had transformed into an incomparably majestic body. Compared to the demon god, who was still recovering in the distance, the body of the second demon emperor was not much smaller. His bulging muscles carried explosive power. His skin was bronze and his muscles were tight. Without a doubt, there was a peerless power in his body. Impudent heavenly thunder, kill! Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. A ferocious roar came from his mouth. Then, with a loud boom, a huge thunderbolt shot out from the 8 trigrams in the void and slammed down on the majestic body of the second demon emperor. "You are not weak, but that's all. Break it." As the second demon emperor shouted, he raised his fists and arms, which were like mountains moving horizontally in the void. He didn't dodge, but smashed toward the ferocious thunderbolt beam. Rumble! A terrifying shockwave shook the entire space. The thunderbolt beam was smashed into pieces and turned into violent energy fluctuations, which swept across the void. at the place where the giant fist and the thunderbolt beam collided. The void collapsed immediately and formed a huge black vortex. The black vortex rotated fiercely and swallowed all the shattered energy. There were many wounds on the giant fist of the second demon emperor. Demonic blood was spilling out like a drizzle. However, his aura was not affected at all. His body was still standing in the same place, as if he hadn't been shaken at all by this attack. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu kept retreating in the void. Every step he took created a deep black hole in the void. After retreating for more than 10 steps, his body gradually regained its balance. Kill. At this time, the attacks of the great demon emperor and the 4 demon emperors arrived at the same time. A demonic claw, which was covered with black scales, stretched out and enlarged infinitely in the void. In the blink of an eye, it plunged into the 8 trigrams pattern in the void above Du Xiaofu's head. At the same time, the 4 demon emperors' blood-red scythes, which carried endless evil spirit, broke the void and fell under Du Xiaofu's feet, slashing on the illusory mountains and rivers. Boom! When the great demon emperor's demonic claw hit the 8 trigrams pattern in the void above Du Xiaofu's head, a terrible explosion occurred instantly. The entire huge 8 trigrams pattern cracked open with a loud bang. Terrifying cracks appeared and spread out like a spider web. Meanwhile, the 4 demon emperors' blood-red scythes directly cut open the illusionary mountains and rivers, leaving a thin and straight gap in the middle. The 2 attacks fell almost at the same time. They were so fast that Du Xiaofu didn't even have time to react. Puff! Du Xiaofu, who was in the 8 trigrams pattern in the void, was violently shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared after creating a black hole in the void. His face paled a little, and his body couldn't help but be pushed back. The profound energy in the god's watchtower revolved rapidly and continuously supported his body. Only then did the void 8 trigrams above his head stabilize and didn't directly dissipate. However, for the great demon emperor and the 4 demon emperors, they were not much better off than Du Xiaofu. The great demon emperor retracted one of his claws and placed it on his waist. Drops of black blood dripped down and corroded the void. A large piece of scale on the back of his small hand was broken. In the hands of the 4 demon emperors, only the hilt of the blood-red scythe was left. The entire blade had been consumed. When they attacked Du Xiaofu, the 8 trigrams thunderbolt and the strange power of the 8 trigrams pattern and the mountains and rivers also attacked crazily, injuring both of them. They were all knocked back by the attack, and each of them was greatly shaken. At this moment, the 8 demon emperors' arrogant laughter came from afar. Keek, keek. Ants, prepare to die. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. In his gaze, the 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor raised their hands and attacked continuously. Enormous power that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed toward the grand array. The layers of grand arrays were hit by unparalleled attacks, and their brilliance dimmed. A turtle in a jar. No matter how you resist, you can only be slaughtered by me. You can't escape death. The 9 demon emperor snorted coldly. His fists were like meteors, and his arms were like dragons. With earth-shattering power, he smashed down violently again and landed directly on the layers of defensive grand arrays. Boom! Terrifying energy waves spread out as if the sky and earth were collapsing. A huge explosion erupted, and the entire space was trembling. Chi-la! The layers of grand arrays were distorted in an instant. Then, several bright lights flickered and disappeared. Several layers of grand arrays were broken one after another and disappeared into nothingness. Bam! Bam! While everyone in the grand arrays vomited mouthfuls of blood, several talisman masters exploded into blood mists and died an unnatural death. After this, more than 100 people in the grand arrays were killed, and the talisman masters were almost completely wiped out. The rest of the people were also greatly exhausted and shaken. Each of them looked dispirited and pale. The layers of formations were already on the verge of collapse. Only 2 layers of formations were still operating, and they were making their last stand. Perhaps under the hands of the 2 demon emperors, the grand arrays would be destroyed with a single blow, and everyone would be exposed. In that case, the powerhouses would only have the fate of being massacred. Bastards! Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to rush over and tear the 8 demon emperor and the 9 demon emperor into pieces. However, he knew in his heart that even if he rushed over, it would be useless. As long as he went to deal with the 2 demon emperors, the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 4th demon emperor, who were being restrained by him, would act accordingly and attack the hundreds of powerhouses. Go to hell. He, the 9 demon emperor, laughed sinisterly again. Then he struck out with his palm. Terrifying spatial ripples appeared around him, and he fiercely imprinted his palm on the crumbling grand arrays. Boom! Buzz. Amidst the terrifying boom, there was a weak, buzzing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the last 2 layers of grand arrays were directly blasted apart by the palm. However, less than half of the terrifying power of the 9 demon emperors' palm had been consumed. After the demonic palm broke through the grand arrays, its remaining power did not decrease. It went straight down and brazenly bombarded the crowd in the grand arrays. Boom! Another terrifying explosion was heard, and the sound waves spread in all directions, causing everyone's eardrums to be muddled. The hundreds of people who were originally in the grand arrays were directly exposed to the 9 demon emperors' ferocious palm. That terrifying impact instantly covered more than 10 figures within it. At this time, these people had all been exhausted to the limit and could not make any effective moves to resist. Moreover, with their strength and cultivation, they were completely unable to resist the demon emperor, who was at the heavenly saint stage. All of them widened their eyes as they watched the 9 demon emperors' palms strike down. All of them could feel the powerful force invading their bodies. Then there was a bang in their ears, and they lost all consciousness. In the distance, all of this fell into the eyes of Du Xiaofu. Bastard! Bastard! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted from his throat, and his eyes turned even redder. The dozens of people who had died were all people he was familiar with. Some were even close friends and relatives. Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxia, Lai Diao, Zhong Yuan, Rin Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Jiang Yiting, Jialo Juekong, Han Yu, his friends, his relatives, had all been blown into clouds of blood mist by that palm strike, disappearing into thin air. One by one, fresh lives disappeared, annihilated into nothingness. Keek keek, the 9 demon emperor laughed sinisterly. Demonic chi swirled around his body and swept out, entangling the clouds of blood mist in the void. Then it rolled back and entered his demonic body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the 9 demon emperor's aura was faintly rising. In the face of absolute strength, any amount of resistance is futile. Now, what other means do you have to fight against us? The massacre has only just begun. Keek keek. The 8 demon emperor laughed loudly. His body flashed, and he rushed towards the crowd who had lost the protection of the grand arrays. As the demonic chi transformed, it condensed into a blood-red demonic blade in his hand. There was a ferocious look on his face, and there was a bloodthirsty cruelty in his eyes. He looked at the remaining hundreds of people as if he was looking at lambs. Without any hesitation, he raised the demonic blade in his hand, rose into the air, and slashed it down fiercely. Vast demonic chi boiled, and an unparalleled force swept out, instantly enveloping dozens of people. Get lost! In the distance, Du Xiaofu shouted sternly, and blood seemed to gush out of his eyes. He did not hesitate. After a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the 8 demon emperor. The purple-gold heavenly tower emitted a buzzing sound, and an incomparably resplendent sword light appeared in an instant. It directly slashed at the 8 demon emperor's head, intercepting it. Du Xiaofu, open your eyes and take a good look at how these people are going to die today. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had stepped forward to stop the 8th Demon Emperor, the 9th Demon Emperor, who was not far away, laughed sinisterly and moved swiftly. He was not worried about the 8th Demon Emperor's safety at all. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu could easily deal with him. At this moment, he was slaughtering hundreds of sage experts in front of him, and it just so happened that he could distract the 8th Demon Emperor. As he spoke, the 9th Demon Emperor's palm shook the air, and demonic chi poured out crazily. It was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse. Get lost! Du Xiaofu's eyes were about to burst out of their sockets. He ruthlessly forced the 8th Demon Emperor back with a slash of his sword. Then he used the Fuyao style and appeared in front of the 9th Demon Emperor again. He raised the purple gold heavenly tower again and slashed it down. Du Xiaofu, how can you save them? You'd better take one last look at these people. At this moment, the great Demon Emperor, the 2nd Demon Emperor, and the 4th Demon Emperor, who had been shaken off by Du Xiaofu, arrived at the same time and surrounded the remaining hundreds of people. The 3 of them moved at the same time, unleashing powerful attacks towards the powerful experts. Devil religion. Du Xiaofu's face turned green and swollen. He roared furiously with the divine sword and forced the 9th Demon Emperor back. Then he waved his hand and the purple lightning profound cauldron was launched. The law of space and the law of lightning were activated at the same time, blocking the great Demon Emperor, the 2nd Demon Emperor, and the 4th Demon Emperor in an attempt to delay them for a while. However, each of his attacks was quickly neutralized by the Demon Emperors. The Demon Emperors moved quickly and launched attacks at the people again. The boundlessly violent demonic chi descended from the sky, carrying with it an unparalleled force that caused even the void to crumble and collapse. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with a deep sense of despair. 5 Demon Emperors and 5 heavenly saints attacked at the same time. With just his strength alone, he could not stop them at all. Wasn't the reason why he had worked so hard to cultivate, so desperately to protect the people he wanted to protect? Now, so many people were dying tragically in front of him, and there were hundreds of people behind him who were about to die at the hands of the Demon Emperors. However, he could not care about them at all. Go to hell. Du Xiaofu turned around and attacked the 4th Demon Emperor with his sword. Unexpectedly, the 2nd Demon Emperor took the opportunity to close in on him and hit him on the back with his fist. Blarg! Du Xiaofu was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. On his back, the indestructible Xian body was torn apart and a deep fist print was left behind. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. Although we are going to die, we have no regrets. We only hate ourselves for not being strong enough to kill more of the devil religion bastards, and not being able to witness the annihilation of the devil religion. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. You are the hope of all living things in this realm. Save your life and avenge us in the future. Rock Emperor, as long as you can wipe out the people of the devil religion from this realm one day, we will have no regrets, even if we die. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was attacked, the powerhouses from the 3 continents, Kyushu, and other realms behind him shouted at Du Xiaofu weakly. Everyone knew that it would be very difficult for them to turn the situation around. With the power of the Rock Emperor alone, the lives of hundreds of people could not be saved no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. Instead of watching Du Xiaofu being toyed with by the Demon Emperors, they would rather give up their lives and deal with the devil religion. Although these Demon Emperors were powerful, there was an even more terrifying demon god in the distance who was recovering and had yet to awaken. If Du Xiaofu could not protect himself and increase his strength, then this realm would really be reduced to a demon realm, and all living things would not be able to escape death. Brother Xiaofu, don't worry about us. Just deal with the Demon Emperors with all your strength. Du Xiaofu launched the Fuyao first style once again and blocked the claw of the great Demon Emperor, which was aimed at many experts. However, he heard a crisp female voice from the crowd, and it resounded in his ears. He was so familiar with this voice. Who else could it be other than the pure and lovely Dai Xingyu? Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu felt even more grief in his heart. Do I really have to sacrifice so many lives in this great calamity? Do I have to watch my family and friends die one by one and not save them for the sake of the big picture? I can't do that. What should I do? Du Xiaofu used all his tricks, including the purple thunder mysterious cauldron, the thunder martial vein, the purple gold heavenly palace, the law of space, the law of thunder and lightning, and many other magic skills, to stop the 5 demon emperors with difficulty. However, during this period he was also attacked by the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 8th demon emperor, which caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, because of this, the lives of hundreds of powerhouses in the 3 continents and the Kyushu region were temporarily saved. However, everyone's hearts were heavy. This was because there was a time when Du Xiaofu would be completely exhausted under the joint attack of the 5 demon emperors. At that time, not to mention the hundreds of powerhouses of the Sage Realm, even Du Xiaofu would be in great danger. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. How they wished that Du Xiaofu could go all out and fight against the demon emperors instead of putting himself in danger for them and the others. However, they knew that Du Xiaofu didn't want to see them die here. The demon god has not fully recovered, but the demon emperors dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think that we are all dead? Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice suddenly rang out in the void. Then, several figures flew across the sky and arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2640. When the voice rang out, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. That domineering sentence was like the sound of nature in his ears. Under the joint attack of the demon emperors, more than half of the pressure he had to bear was released. Fui bai. Du Xiaofu glanced behind him in surprise, only to see 5 figures rushing over. Before the 5 of them arrived, a large amount of dazzling light broke through the sky. The vast light condensed into a huge sharp sword in the void. It was as if it had pierced through the void from the ancient times and came to the present world. Radiance covered the world from the sharp sword in the air, causing everything in the area to dim down slightly. An enormous aura of righteousness wrapped around it, and it seemed as if it could annihilate all evil and ferocious beings in the world. The sword slashed directly at the great demon emperor's head. Master! Master! Among the crowd from the Kyushu region of the 3 continents, the pale-faced Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu shouted at the 5 figures rushing over. Old farts! How dare you talk nonsense here? Don't you know that we are no longer the same as before? The great demon emperor snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and deep. However, when he saw the 5 figures rushing over, a grave look appeared on his thin and weak face. He extended a black claw that was covered in scales. Dense demonic aura surged as he directly grabbed at the sword light with an incomparably imposing aura. Chi, chi, chi. When the sharp claw and the sword light collided, the 2 opposing forces instantly intertwined and consumed each other. The terrifying energy shattered and swept out, drowning the entire area in an instant. At the same time, 4 figures rushed toward the 2nd demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, the 8th demon emperor, and the 9th demon emperor respectively. In an instant, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This, behind Du Xiaofu, a group of experts from the 3 continents and Kyushu region of the 3 continents rose from the void in a sorry state. They were all moved by this sudden scene. Everyone knew what had happened. An expert had come to their aid. It's the East deity, the West demon, the South scholar, the North addict, and the Central divinity. Very soon, someone learned of the identities of these 5 people and recognized them. I didn't expect them to have reached the Heavenly Saint stage and be able to fight the demon emperors head-on. Many people became excited, and their pale faces were filled with joy. Facing the full force of the demon emperors, these experts, demon emperors, who had escaped death. They were saved by Du Xiaofu's demon emperors. At this moment, with the arrival of so many powerful reinforcements, they were naturally extremely excited. There was a sense of joy from surviving a calamity. Looking at the terrifying battle, all of them were looking forward to the few experts defeating the numerous demon emperors. What a pity, so many people. Someone suddenly said, "Someone there is?" From the moment everyone entered this space to the moment they comprehended and broke through, there were no less than 200 experts from the 3 continents and 9 continents that had perished. In addition, many of them had died in the foggy space. The death of so many experts, all of whom were at the heavenly saint stage and above, was a great loss to the living beings in this world. Most of the people who had died were familiar with each other, and many of them were close friends. At this moment, many of them were grieving. If it weren't for the Rock Emperor, we would have died a violent death. This is a great calamity, a calamity that no one can escape from. Everything has just begun, and I don't know how many more people are going to die. In the primordial age, there was a tragic scene like this. Now, it's just a continuation of the primordial age. I hope all of this will end soon in our time. Many experts were gloomy, and their hearts were filled with grief and indignation regarding the calamity caused by the devil religion. Everyone was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Big Brother Xiaofu, how are you feeling? Dai Xingyu walked up to Du Xiaofu in the air and asked softly while everyone was lamenting, "What about you?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Du Xiaofu squeezed out a smile and said to Dai Xingyu. The qi in his body circulated continuously as he adjusted his breathing. The wounds on his chest and back were also slowly healing under the effect of the immortal Xian body. After the arrival of Fu Yibai and the others, his hands were slightly free, seeing that little Xingxing's battle situation was a little tense. But fortunately, there wasn't much danger for the time being. Du Xiaofu also took the opportunity to recover from his injuries. 5 people, all of them at the heavenly saint stage, seeing Fu Yibai, Crazy Ol, and the others fighting the Devil Emperor, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. These 5 people were indeed the people arranged by the master of the 3,000 great worlds. Their strength was indeed powerful. He originally thought that after breaking through to the half-step heavenly saint stage, he was already at the top of this world. He didn't expect the strength of these 5 people to be so terrifying. However, it was fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, the hundreds of heavenly saint stage experts here would really be wiped out in today's battle. "Xingyu, take everyone and leave this place first." Du Xiaofu turned his head and said to Dai Xingyu, Ouyang Shuang, and the others, "The hundreds of experts here wouldn't be of much use in the face of a few heavenly saint stage devil emperors. It was better to let them leave and preserve their strength to deal with the people of the devil religion outside. Then be careful and take good care of little Qilin." Ouyang Shuang reminded Du Xiaofu and then looked at little Qilin, who was fighting with the half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion. "Brother Xiaofu, be careful. We'll wait for you outside." "Dai," Xingyu said with concern. Then, without further delay, they gathered the experts and prepared to leave this place. "Rock Emperor will leave first." "Grand Wizard will leave first." "Rock Emperor, take care." Many experts cupped their fists and bowed deeply to Du Xiaofu from afar. Then the hundreds of heavenly saint stage experts turned around and quickly retreated into the distance. They knew very well that they had used up too much of their strength and were unable to continue fighting. If they stayed here, they would only be a burden to Du Xiaofu and the others. It was better for them to leave so that the experts wouldn't be distracted. However, everyone's hearts were heavy. This was because Du Xiaofu and the others were not only going to face a few heavenly saint stage devil emperors, but also a demon god who was still recovering and could wake up at any time. At that time, no one knew what the situation would be like. "Now, it's time for you to pay the price." After watching the experts leave, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. He turned around and looked at the 5 demon emperors in the field. Then 2 bright thunderbolts shot out from his eyes. His robe had been torn into pieces. However, at this time, it was stretched taut in the void and fluttered in the wind. His domineering aura kept rising from his body. The purple gold light shot out and made him look like a deity. Senior Bei Qi, go and help little Xingxing. Leave 9 demon emperor to me, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. Then he flew out and rushed to 9 demon emperor. Okay, Crazy O replied. Then, in a flash, he got rid of 9 demon emperor and rushed toward the 5th demon emperor, 6th demon emperor, and 7th demon emperor to help little Xingxing. 9 demon emperor, prepare to die, Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved one of his palms in the void. With a boom, a thick thunderbolt was formed in the blink of an eye. It was like a huge mountain range that was blooming with light. Then it blasted toward 9 demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, you are far from enough to kill me, 9 demon emperor snorted. His aura suddenly surged. He did not dodge. Instead, he rushed toward the fierce thunderbolt. At the same time, a steady stream of demon qi gathered in his palms. As if it was ignited by some mysterious force, it quickly condensed into 2 gloomy black flames. These 2 flames seemed to have come from the netherworld. Once they appeared, the temperature in the void fell instead of rising. It suddenly became so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Gloomy dark flame, kill! 9 demon emperor shouted. Then he waved his hands. The 2 gloomy black flames were shot out by him. They expanded in the wind and instantly became tens of thousands of feet wide. In this space, it was as if a severe cold had suddenly arrived. Frost fell and sprinkled down. Even the lightning pillar was enveloped by the frost, its luster becoming a little hazy. These 2 flames were like 2 barriers that stood in front of 9 demon emperor. They blocked the thunderbolt directly. Boom! The 2 collided with a loud bang, and the lightning beam seemed to have hit a huge mountain, causing a terrifying roar to erupt. The 2 forces were shattered in an instant. Dazzling light mixed with gloomy black light. They intertwined and collided violently, forming a matchless storm that swept out. Countless talisman markings surged like raging waves that whistled and surged. Everywhere they passed, expanse after expanse of space collapsed and obliterated everything. 9 demon emperor retreated unconsciously in this torrent of energy. He did not dare to stay there. Kill! However, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a flash of purple gold light, he activated the Fuyao flash and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of 9 demon emperor. This move again. It's a pity that it's not very useful in front of me. 9 demon emperor snorted coldly in the face of Du Xiaofu's move. He had seen this strange space technique many times. When he was in Snow Spirit Mountain, he was killed by Du Xiaofu before he could self-explode. However, he was now in the Heaven Saint realm. Although his attainments in the law of space were not as good as the purple-robed young man's, it would not be so easy for him to take advantage of this unexpected move to kill him again. When this move was used, it did not cause any spatial fluctuations. Therefore, no one could detect Du Xiaofu's movement. However, 9 demon emperor had enough means to deal with any subsequent attack. As he spoke, 9 demon emperor moved. Heavenly demon blood armor, form for me. He placed his hands in front of his chest. His 10 fingers crossed and changed constantly. Strange and indescribable hand seals were formed in an instant. Following that, an extremely strange and majestic aura descended upon the area. This aura was no different from the aura of the demon god. It was vast and ferocious, containing an endless, bloodthirsty aura. It surged violently and invaded every inch of space. When one was in it, it was as if one could see a sea of blood flowing in the sky. Mountains of corpses were floating in it, emitting a ferocious aura. At the same time, the moment the aura descended, layers of demonic chi gathered around 9 Demon Emperor and enveloped his body. The demonic chi solidified and covered his body like a suit of armor. It flickered with a cold blood-red light. Holy sword roar! At this time, just as 9 Demon Emperor was done with all this, Du Xiaofu's attack descended. A sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth rose into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The sword light slashed straight at the 9 Demon Emperor without any deviation. In a hurry, 9 Demon Emperor did not have time to use any more techniques. He could only cross his arms and raise them above his head to receive the sword light. Boom! Boom! The sword light slashed down and mercilessly slashed 9 Demon Emperor's arms. The terrifying power was vast and mighty. It directly sent the armored demonic body flying thousands of miles away. The sword light's momentum did not diminish. It brazenly slashed down and landed in the void, creating a ravine that looked like a fiery abyss. It was suffused with a pitch-black luster and completely engulfed the sword light. What an insane defense! Du Xiaofu withdrew his sword. He realized that although 9 Demon Emperor had been sent flying, he did not suffer any injuries after taking the blow from the sword light. Only the blood-red armor on his arms had been shattered. His flesh and blood had been torn apart, revealing his eerie bones. Wisps of demonic chi swirled and swirled around his wounds. Very soon they had recovered, slightly. Moreover, the shattered armor was once again condensed and restored to its original appearance. Du Xiaofu, I can't kill you one-on-one. However, I have the heavenly demonic blood armor. My defense is close to that of Lord Demon God. What means do you have to say that you can kill me? 9 Demon Emperor looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a hideous smile. The blow, just now, did not seem to hurt him at all. It did not cause him any injuries at all. With Du Xiaofu's current strength, he could not completely break through his defense. Although that kid had many tricks up his sleeves, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill him. Comparable to a demon god's defense? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and felt a little solemn. On the other side, Fu Yibai, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others were all fighting very intensely. If they could not get rid of 9 Demon Emperor as soon as possible, no one knew if someone would unfortunately die. Moreover, there was a demon god who was rapidly recovering and could wake up at any time. It seems like I can only fight with my life on the line.